This is Audible.
Conscious Moving, an embodied guide for healing, learning, contemplating, and creating. Unveiling the power of intentional movement in education, therapy, art, and self-reflection. By Christine Caldwell, Ph.D. Narrated by Christine Caldwell. Published by North Atlantic Books. The illustrations and appendices can be found in the PDF that comes with this audiobook. To all artists out there, to all healers out there, to all teachers out there, to all contemplatives out there, this covers just about everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Introduction. Body I am through and through, and nothing more. Friedrich Nietzsche. Thus spake Zarathustra. The word and the act of moving permeates our world. It suffuses our bodies, it gets us from place to place, it serves as a signal, and it holds social forces. Physicists tell us that everything moves, from subatomic particles to galaxies. Biologists use it to define life, and geologists tell us that our Earth constantly stretches, shivers, and creeps. Engineering understands that for something to work, it needs to move, whether it is a piston or an electron. When we say, I am moved by something, we mean that our emotional selves have been routed in another direction. Tiny movements in the face of a friend tell us something is upsetting them, and unwittingly our face changes in response. When we talk about protest movements, images of marches and sign waving emerge. The protesters call for change, and change can be a synonym for movement. Movement is everywhere. Everything moves. Perhaps, by seeing movement as a kind of unifying principle, one that stitches together myriad places and peoples and actions, we can delve into our lives in a more engaged way. If we start out assuming that movement is everywhere and that everything moves, we might use this notion as a way of gracefully taking part in more purposeful projects. This book is one such project. While saluting many different areas of movement inquiry and working to thread them in wherever possible, this book homes in on the disciplines where I have more lived experience and years of study. Broadly speaking, this book examines and celebrates conscious human movement in the fields of healing, the arts, contemplative practice, and education. The main location of my work has been in the disciplines of psychotherapy, counseling, and healing, but I never managed to stay put in those areas. My degrees are in anthropology, dance therapy, and somatic psychology. From the outset, I felt it was all related. My choreography spoke of my psyche, and my body felt mine as well as the body of my cultural and ancestral peoples. My jobs consistently landed me in schools and universities. For several years, I was a senior student of Thich Nhat Hanh, a Zen Buddhist teacher and activist. Really, my work specializes in the human body as it moves deliberately, and what that means for learning, art making, contemplative practice, and healing. Even in the 1970s, it felt absurd to me to separate physical from emotional, mental, and social health. Although the idea of these human conditions being interrelated used to be a fringe notion, these days most of us deeply appreciate how our emotions affect our physical health, how physical activity influences mental and emotional well-being, how thought patterns can impel our bodies to function differently, and how the well-being or illness of others connects us. This book asserts that this interrelatedness occurs because movement inhabits all these experiences, and movement in any system reverberates into others. Whether it involves the sizzling of neurons in our brain, the gurgling of a tense stomach, or the clenching of a fist, movement stitches together the whole of us. This movement does not stay inside of us either. Just like sound waves, light waves, and gravitational waves, movement emerges from our localized bodies and continues out into the rest of the world. We are all reverberating to the movements produced around us, at times in a clashing bump and in others a graceful dance. Art, learning, and healing are simply different applications of the same root movements within and around us. Again, although these ideas seemed odd at the time, now they are enjoying a high level of support in the creative arts therapies, behavioral medicine, embodiment practices, and experiential learning. Movement underlies it all. While this book examines art, contemplative disciplines, education, and therapy, it acknowledges that movement does not confine itself to these disciplines. It simply radiates out from its origins through space and time in waves of ever more subtle influence. If we take it as a given that these fields and many others are sharing movement processes, and that this interrelatedness occurs because human movement exposes the networking between them, we can explore the idea that working directly with movement can help us to learn, heal, and create within a more unified experience. Yes, there are separate fields, but they are perceived as such only because we choose to look at and express our experiences from specific vantage points. All vantage points are valid, yet we might define distress, bias, and illness as limiting vantage points that stifle our ability to see other perspectives. We can use movement to develop skills of shifting and holding different perspectives. We can dance with different viewpoints, be moved and enriched by them, and learn to turn away from viewpoints that no longer fit, that harm ourselves or others, or that don't give us a more complete picture of ourselves and the world. I hold a view that movement is about life, that aliveness is the movement of our breath, our heart, our muscle fibers, our brain waves, and that death is when these movements cease. Certainly that is true on a cellular level, but when scientists examine the world as it gets smaller, down below the level of cells, the basic unit of life, they will point out that molecules move, that atoms move, that subatomic particles move so crazily that we can't keep track of where they are. They zing around up to the speed of light and exist in multiple places at once. Those little buggers tunnel, orbit, and jump around all over the place. On the other end of the scale, these same folks remind us that not only do we move around the sun on Earth, but the solar system moves within the spiral arm of our galaxy, and that our galaxy is just one of the billions that are all wheeling around each other as well as expanding away from each other. Movement is everywhere, at every level. Taking on that viewpoint humbled me and led me to try to study physics, geology, chemistry, and biology. Further humbled, I came to see that all disciplines were studying movement in one form or another, whether it was quantum mechanics, tectonic plates, tropisms in plants, or chemical reactions. Still, I kept coming back to my body. How can I study and learn from my own movement experiences? Can studying my own localized body help me navigate from understanding how to take care of myself, all the way to the grander project of working to understand and act in the world on a clearer and more helpful way? These musings and movings gave rise to this book. This book celebrates and explores our ability to nimbly dance among interrelated personal experiences and scientific findings, while touching on landscapes that are rarely visited outside spiritual traditions. It directly explores movements that underlie and nourish our experiences. It investigates moving for moving's sake before we know how these movements will land in the world. It may be akin to what physics strives for, a unified field theory, a quest to understand the forces of nature as all stemming from one unity. It's not that we should strive to achieve some kind of movement nirvana while here on Earth. It's that we likely will feel more human, more ourselves, when we can see ourselves reflected in all that surrounds us. It will help us find that place within us that simply moves. We are all a localized part of all that movement. This is what I call conscious moving, or the moving cycle when it's in a psychotherapy context. The moving cycle, the therapeutic specialization of conscious moving. Back in the day, I chose to become a body-centered psychotherapist because this felt like a discipline that could best hold my broad interests. During an anthropology class in college, we watched a film on trance dancing in indigenous cultures. The film spoke of using movement, community, and altered states of consciousness as a means of healing. The healing was generalized. There was no strong distinction between physical, emotional, mental, or social healing. The healing was shared as well, as the trance dancer was moving not just for themselves, but also for their whole community, and in some cases, the whole world. Movement was necessary, community was necessary, and altered consciousness was necessary. Even though the field of anthropology was rife with patronizing, patriarchal, and racist attitudes in the late 1970s, the dances I witnessed in the film moved me deeply. Rather than choosing to become an anthropologist, I chose movement. I walked across campus to the dance department. In the dance department, I was enveloped in movement as art making as well as movement as healing. I was supported in both by my mentors, dance therapist Alma Hawkins and dance ethnographer Allegra Fuller-Snyder. I supplemented my studies with private training in Gestalt therapy and Aston patterning, a movement education system developed by Judith Aston Linderoth, now called Aston Kinetics. I felt mostly at home. The last ingredient in my career recipe did not fall into place until a year later after I graduated, when I began to teach at universities. A few years after that, I landed at Naropa University, where I spent the next 35 years as a professor. It was in academic settings where scholarship was expected and teaching and writing and research were the expression of one's scholarship that I truly thrived. The moving cycle was gestated and born under circumstances of multiple privileges and hard work. The moving cycle was sheltered as it grew in the cauldron of students, colleagues, and cross-disciplinarity. Because I was the founder of the somatic psychology department, itself a branch in Naropa's counseling psychology programs, and because I was both a registered dance therapist and body psychologist, my work tended to specialize in the healing component of movement. I kept my art making and my studying of learning and education going on my own. Most of my previous writings are about the healing power of movement. This book breaks that tradition and returns to a broader understanding of movement, one that shelters all manner of change agents. This book explores movement's root and follows it to the various branches that grow from it. The book uses the term conscious movement because the term expresses this root before it branches off into more specific disciplines, such as the healing practices of the moving cycle. The movement continuum. Why would we want to use the term conscious movement? Broadly, through all the disciplines mentioned earlier, movement can be seen as occurring along a continuum, but let's zoom in on the human movement continuum as seen in Figure 1 in the PDF that accompanies this audiobook. On one end of the continuum, movement is automatic and free of deliberation, will, or conscious attention. It's often quite simple. Think of our reflexes, like blinking or knee jerks. Also, imagine blood moving around our body, cells dividing, or breathing during sleep. Lots of automatic movements thrum within us, movements that we sometimes can track, while others are too subtle for us to ever be aware of. Evolution has set up these movements to be automatic for the sake of our continuity and well-being. Having to consciously will and manage all these movements would be impossible and would prevent us from doing anything else. Life on Earth began this way almost 4 billion years ago, with single cells replicating, adapting, and developing automatically. A little further along the movement continuum is what biology calls motor plans. These are movements based on muscle contractions, often involving the coordination of several muscle groups at a time. Think pushing, reaching, grasping, walking, twisting. These movements begin to develop in babies through the support of reflexes. They need to be practiced in order to be accomplished. Babies' arms reflexively flail around for a bit before they gradually, with repetition, coordinate muscle contractions toward the goal of reaching for and landing on their parent's nose. Once they can do this, the motor plan of reaching and grasping is set down in their body and can be done semi-automatically for the rest of their lives. You can pay attention to it, but it doesn't require much conscious management. We could think of it as a movement habit, and these habits are crucial for our well-being. Like any habit, they can be efficient or inefficient and can be hard to change. As we travel further along the movement continuum, our actions become more conscious and deliberate, and we have to pay attention to initiate them, sustain them, and bring them to a close. At this point along the line, we dance, play, sing, have conversations, have sex, and in general occupy the present moment by paying attention to what we are doing as we do it and adapting it on the fly. This spontaneity is just as critical to our well-being as our more automatic movements. Increasingly, these conscious movements have been correlated with healthy aging, the prevention of various illnesses, and overall happiness. Research has also shown that in situations of stress and trauma, we have a tendency to retreat to more automatic, simple, and comforting movements called dissolutions in an attempt at safety and survival. Although sensible in the short run, retreating consistently to a more habituated and stereotyped way of moving through the world tends to make us depressed, less healthy, and more prone to addictive processes and substances. Conscious movement is where change comes from. We need both ongoing stability and the ability to spontaneously change when necessary. Because art, education, reflection, and therapy all require change, conscious movement can become our natural method of undoing, of letting go of what does not work, and finding new options. It also celebrates moving the same ways we have been moving for decades, even across generations. A continuum of conscious movement practices. We can also play with a different movement continuum that maps the ideas just discussed onto various movement practices. If we take this idea of conscious moving as being the basis of change in lots of different disciplines, we can also see that lots of existing methods for moving consciously work well within their sphere of expertise. On one end of the continuum lie the practices that tend to be highly proscribed and handed down over time. Practices where you are asked to move consciously in a very specific way and where getting the movement just right for your body is part of the conscious work. Think learning to play a particular chord on the piano or a particular tennis swing. Think yoga, tai chi, or any number of contemplative movement disciplines. These practices have accumulated wisdom over the years about certain specific movements that can be used for healing, learning, performance, or contemplation. Then, more in the middle of the continuum, are disciplines that ask you to observe and be with a particular motor plan as a way not only to study it, but to potentially change how you habitually do it. Think of various movement awareness and education disciplines, such as the Feldenkrais method, Alexander technique, sensory awareness, some types of physical therapy, and some types of yoga. For instance, you might be asked to turn your head slowly to the right, noticing the small details of the motion so that you might gain more control of the tension in your neck. There is less emphasis on doing the movement a certain way. There is more emphasis on carefully playing with the way that a movement is done. At the far end of the movement practice continuum, we find disciplines that encourage spontaneous movement to emerge, rising up from present moment experiences and evolving through their own momentum with the least amount of cognitive control possible. Here's where the moving cycle lives as a body-centered psychotherapy form, and for those of you familiar with dance therapy, where the practice of authentic movement resides. In contemplative practice, the form originally called contemplative dance, developed by Barbara Dilley at Naropa University, Dilley is interviewed in Chapter 14, is a good example of resting into the ongoingness of movement that occurs when we pay high-quality attention to the process. In music and dance, improvisation lives here. The common denominator is high-quality attention to ongoing movement, whether it's exacting or more spontaneous. The addition of non-judgmental and focused attention is a consistent thread in this book and is the reason we use the word conscious when we talk about moving. As philosopher Elizabeth Benke once said, we inhabit the movement from within, via our sustained and open attention to it. This book sees movement as a unifying principle, but other embodied disciplines could also see other elements as crucial, such as conscious breathing, conscious sensing, and conscious relating. Just about any human endeavor can benefit from conscious attention. We will argue that movement underlies all these endeavors, but let's not hold that vantage point too tightly. How the body works is how the book works. From the outset, the root of conscious movement dictates certain values that are acknowledged and explored in this book. One of these values contributed to how this book is organized. Yes, I am the founder of the moving cycle in conscious moving, but the founder is no more or less important than any other component of the system, just as a leaf is no more or less important than a branch or a trunk of a tree. For this reason, the ability to explore conscious moving needs many voices and different vantage points to help it flourish. As a way to expand these vantage points, I created a website that is a companion to the book. Please feel free to use it as you progress through the book. It houses interviews, videos, and resources that will enrich your reading experience. In some chapters, following along on the website by watching videos or reading interviews will greatly enhance your understanding of the material. Visit the website www.consciousmoving.com and navigate to the Book Resources tab. I have written part 1 of the book to set the ground in place. This first portion lays out the fundamental principles and practices of conscious moving. Fundamentally, conscious moving involves the deliberate use of attention as well as conscious participation with natural movement oscillations. It also recognizes that movement tends to cycle, and we need to trust in our emerging and evolving bodily motion. In terms of practice, conscious moving involves 4 stages, each of which accesses resources that enable conscious movement experiences and our deliberate holding of and caring for them. Chapters 2 through 5 detail the stages that conscious moving cycles through, both before and during an elaboration into specific realms like education, art, or healing. Part 2 is written by my current and former students living around the globe who are all a part of the conscious moving tree. Their voices illuminate how the work is living in the world and how it is being applied in the arts, in education, and in healing. These folks understand conscious moving in their own ways, and they express their own knowing, which may be different than mine. Although most conscious moving practitioners have an extensive background in healing, most also come to the work with strong art-making, contemplative practice, and teaching experience. In Chapter 13, written by Thomas van Stuckrad, you will be able to watch videos of the work as it is expressed in a training environment for moving cycle practitioners. You will need to access these videos on the website in order to follow the chapter. In Part 3, Chapter 14, I write about a series of interviews I did with various movement specialists, using their wisdom as a means of surfacing common theories and practices alive in the world today. Transcripts of the edited interviews are on the book's website under the Book Resources tab. Please access them when you read this chapter so that you can get a feel for their work and their ideas. These professionals embody the widespread nature of conscious moving and our ability to apply it broadly using open attention, immersion in direct experiences, and disciplined inquiry as a means to create art, to learn and change, to heal, and to live a contemplative life. Also in this section, the book dives more deeply into the specific disciplines of art, education, contemplative practice, and healing, weaving in specific viewpoints and applications of conscious moving to these disciplines. Part 3 also brings us back to the root and asks you, the reader, about yourself and how you want to move. How do you tap into the movement that permeates and surrounds you? How do you make use of it in the world? How do you recognize and support the various conscious movements that are ongoing in and around you? This book wants to move you. It hopes to speak to all of us in the language of small shivers, grand gestures, dance floors, and city streets. It hopes to set our feet on a path and give us the power to change directions. It strives to open our awareness to the presence of movement everywhere, in everything, and at every level of existence. On a practical level, an immersion in that immensity isn't sustainable as we get the kids ready for school. How does it make itself felt in the act of putting on shoes and strapping on seatbelts? How does it inform our political activism, our sexuality? How can it support both the small and big things we do? These questions are neither unique nor special to conscious moving. Many of them echo in other modern and ancient ways of knowing, which can be reassuring. When we see our work expressed in many different systems and disciplines, that's a strong hint that we're on the right track. The work works. Scientists would say that it has explanatory or predictive power. Perhaps any uniqueness that conscious moving holds lies in how it is assembled as a system and how it is lived by its practitioners. Everything and everyone moves. It all begins with movement, and movement sustains it all. Conscious moving attempts to acknowledge this gargantuan unified field while concentrating most of its efforts on shaping that unity into different specific applications in the everyday world. For readers, it may be fascinating to contemplate movement as a force that underlies everything, but again, we need to wash the dishes as well. This book addresses how we can consciously participate with movements that arise within us and around us so that we can shape ourselves toward the practicalities of our creative life, our well-being, our activism, and our learning. This book does not prescribe certain movement practices, but encourages you to find existing movement practices that work for you, and to know when you are in the midst of creating your own practices as they coalesce from your unique present moment experiences. It assumes that becoming more conscious of your own movement and moving more deliberately at times will allow you to access knowledge and understanding that no book can offer. You are the mover and the one being moved. Trust that, and conscious moving has begun. Part 1. The Fundamentals of Conscious Moving. Chapter 1. The Fundamental Principles of Conscious Moving. Since everything is moving throughout time and space, it's hard to know where to begin. Somewhat arbitrarily, we can start by examining the way humans move. By studying various features of human movement, we can apply them to fundamental principles that inform our own conscious moving practices and apply them to learning things, being creative, and maximizing our well-being. But before we begin, a caveat. Knowledge is not something we get from out there. It also lives within us in a sociocultural, political, and personal context. Our locations in time and space and society generate viewpoints that allow us to see some things clearly, while others are more obscured. Our available resources enable or disempower us to inquire freely. Given this, conscious moving is not a truth out there, but a process of inhabiting movement so that emerging and evolving viewpoints can organize us, allow us to live as robustly as possible, and then move us on. Conscious moving in this sense is designed to shake up viewpoints in order to access resources. It should look operationally different in a Brazilian favela and an Inuit village, as well as how it emerges from a transgender rather than a cisgender body. We tap into a unified, universal presence and then specify it in our bodies for a period of time. Then we can let that specific movement go. This is conscious moving. Conscious moving can be seen from 6 perspectives on what movement is and how it operates. By understanding these 6 principles and then later mapping them onto the 4 phases of conscious moving, we can create practices that might look like a therapy session, a classroom project, or an afternoon with some paint cans and a concrete wall. Principle 1. Movement oscillates and cycles and spirals. If we start by contemplating our body's interior, over and over we see movements that go back and forth. The term we use for this is oscillation, defined as movement back and forth at a regular speed, like the beating of the heart, the inhale and exhale of the lungs, the contraction and release of muscle fibers, the rapid alternation of electrical and chemical stimulation in a neuron, and the squeeze and release of the gut, peristalsis. Although these oscillations are not as locked in as the ticking of a clock, they occur everywhere in the body and support more passive movements like the circulation of body fluids. Our body lives in a constant oscillatory symphony of movement, with different parts moving back and forth at different speeds, and these speeds altering with changing circumstances. All that oscillates creates a kind of hovering around certain metabolic set points, such as our body temperature and our oxygen levels, often called homeostasis. For us, this is life. Even non-life oscillates, as we can see when physicists talk about pulsars and electromagnetic waves and when they measure things with oscilloscopes. But the gorgeous thing is that we can feel our body oscillations quite directly as we tune into our sensations and movements. If, while you're standing, you alternate your weight back and forth between your left and right foot, you are moving, but not really going anywhere. This moving in place is actually important for our stability and our sense of ongoingness. When we go from one place to another, called locomotion, we take advantage of some of our oscillations, like flexing and extending muscles, to change where we are. From a biological perspective, bodily change usually involves some kind of growth, repair, or development. We get taller, we increase the number of neurons in our brains, we close up a wound. We need change as well as stability. Stability ensues when we oscillate in place. Mobility, or movement for change, begins to be possible when we cycle. A cycle can be defined as a series of events that repeat regularly in the same order. We will see later that this ordering of events gives us the 4 phases of conscious moving. But at this point, we can play with the idea that cycles arise as complex oscillations, pulling in and coordinating movements from different parts of the body. Think of menstrual cycles or our sleep-wake cycles. These complex processes require a coordination of different body structures, hormone production, gland secretions, and so on, that are often distributed throughout the body. Because of this, our movement complexifies and is able to respond to more sophisticated challenges. These movement cycles in turn support our next level of complexity, one where change becomes more of an immediate option. When we open up a cycle 3-dimensionally, we get a spiral. A spiral curves around on itself, but as it comes around to where it began, it arcs slightly above or below or to the side of its starting point, creating a progression into a 3rd dimension. We end up in a slightly different place on the next go-round. By complexifying oscillations, we get cycles, and by complexifying cycles, we get spirals. Spirals help us to move our body 3-dimensionally in gravity in more effective ways. Try the difference between getting up off the floor by pushing straight up, which tends to involve fighting with gravity in order to overcome it, and getting up by rocking and rolling your weight and turning a bit as you rise. Done well, a spiral off the floor is less effortful, more graceful, and more satisfying. Spirals transition us from 2-dimensional motion to 3-dimensional motion and can craft more complex actions, up and left and forward, for instance. We still use the support of oscillations and cycles, but now we can really go places. One of the most elemental oscillations in life is the alternation between work and rest, between effort and the release of effort. A muscle fiber in the heart or the arm contracts, then it lets go. A quiet inhale involves muscle contraction, and its exhale involves letting go into gravity. Peristalsis grips the intestinal tube, and then the tube relaxes and expands. This squeeze-release alternation sequences food through the digestive tract. Neurons always pause, called a refractory period, before they can fire again. We wake and we sleep. This type of oscillation is so profound that we will talk about it several times. But to start, we can appreciate that at the level of our bodies, effort and the release of effort are both necessary to get just about anything done. Without this fundamental oscillation, we can't digest, breathe, pump blood, process sensory motor information, or walk across the room. As we go along in the book, we will also tie this to our relationship with gravity. Briefly, there are 2 ways to produce most movements: by efforting into gravity, like raising your arm by contracting a muscle, and by letting go into gravity, releasing the muscle contraction in that arm as it falls with gravity. We will also see this on larger levels. To wake up in the morning, we gear up, and to go to sleep, we let go. Both not being able to work and not being able to let go of work interfere with our well-being. Later, we will expand this cyclic notion out to a spiral of work, play, rest, with the word play being equivalent to the word inquiry. So what has all this got to do with things like therapeutic change, learning, art making, and getting the kids off to school? Art, learning, and therapy all involve some kind of change. Art is famous for taking one thing and helping you see it differently. Learning opens you up to a new experience, and as a result, you know something new. Therapy involves letting go of old habits of being and doing, and finding new ways of being and doing in the world. This concept of change is applied to art making by Gretel Bauer in Chapter 11, where she uses a specific conscious moving practice called pressure, pleasure, and inquiry to process different kinds of grief. To accomplish change, as Gretel notes, we need to know how to change with deliberateness and care, and as we have seen, complex movement can show us how that can happen. We can use the skilled actions of our bodies. These movements have evolved over billions of years from a myriad of oscillations, cycles, and spirals in the natural world as a template for engaging in deliberate change. Principle 2. Movement continuums abound. Likely because of movement's oscillatory home base, the distance traveled across any space generates a continuum. Movements range from small to large, from simple to complex, from highly constrained to mostly free, from flexed to extended. Health can be defined as adaptively moving along the breadth of a movement continuum. From this idea, we might think that a healthy person can get big and small. They can curl up into a little ball or extend their arms and legs out to their limit. This idea, however, is reductionistic and fraught with the potential for bias. Anytime we look at movement and assign value to it before we ever look at a particular moving person and their physical and sociocultural embeddedness, we are setting ourselves up for prejudging, which is antithetical to well-being and equity. Unconsciously, we can begin to make some movements more or less healthy, more aesthetic or less aesthetic, or more or less sophisticated. We create judgments about these binaries where there once was a simple oscillation of life. Our work will be about deliberateness in motion rather than maximizing a range of motion. We don't strive for more is better. We work to consciously move with what we are already doing as a means of supporting what we want to do going forward. To expand on this more is not necessarily better notion, we can see all human bodies as oscillating within a restricted range of movement. Humans can only see a certain range in the spectrum of light, the visible spectrum. Our knee joints can only move in a flexing or extending manner. When we confine movement within certain limits, we define who or what that thing is. Defining a human by how it does and doesn't move helps us understand identity and how we can both celebrate and challenge our identities. By working consciously with movement continuums and the limits they hold, conscious moving allows us to both take ourselves seriously and not too seriously. Principle 2 of conscious moving also speaks to a continuum involving the amount of energy we need to move ourselves. One of the first things to note is that the more complex a movement is, the more energy it tends to use. Our brains, for instance, use way more calories per gram of weight than any other part of our body. The brain does some simple operations, but it is most famous for its biggest energy hog, consciousness. Consciousness is so metabolically expensive that we regularly have to turn it off to conserve energy, sleep, so we can do other things like repair cell damage. Looked at from a different viewpoint, evolution holds that organisms try to conserve energy wherever possible because you never know when you will need that energy for something more important. For this reason, we form habits. To put it a bit too simply, our body is programmed to pick up on any action it is doing repeatedly and make it a habit, a motor plan. Habits take much less energy to perform than conscious tracking and organizing. Remember when you were first learning a new skill, like throwing and catching a ball? At first, it was clumsy and fraught with mistakes and took a lot of energy. But as you practiced, it got easier. Now you barely have to think about it. Your body just knows the moves. Our bodies love to form habits, and this is good. It frees us up to do other things like grow and learn and play and heal. Returning to the issue of movement continuums and adding in the notion of effort, we can play with the idea that deliberately investigating our movement continuums through both efforting and releasing effort can expose the restricted ranges that form our identities. We are not everybody and everything, though we are related to everyone and everything. But playing around the edges of our range allows us to play with the limits of our capacities, which can be a healing, educational, or aesthetic process. Our identities live in the constraints and freedoms of our moving bodies. Principle 3. The movement of attention structures and determines experiences. The term conscious holds within it the idea of paying attention. We can define attention in a few ways, as a turning toward something, as an ability to focus selectively on a stimulus or task, or as a selection and tracking of an event. Paying attention occurs when the nervous system begins to sort through incoming sensations and decides which are important enough to be dealt with unconsciously, automatically, and which need to rise to consciousness so we can work with them in a complex way, using thoughts and feelings. Conscious attention is quite metabolically demanding. We have to pay attention to a task until it becomes automatic, yet even then it takes some attention in the background until the task is done. We actually pay attention subconsciously to lots of different actions we do ongoingly, such as maintaining our posture or being minimally alert to potential dangers. Attention holds a special status in conscious moving because it sits at the beginning of so many types of movement and influences them so deeply. Attention also interests other disciplines, notably biology, psychology, education, and especially contemplative practices. One of the features of attention is that it is selective. We unconsciously and consciously select what to pay attention to and what not. What we make important enough to attend to strongly influences how we see the world and how we construct our sense of self. Many psychologists see this process as fundamental to mental health and mental illness. Psychologist and creativity researcher Mihai Csikszentmihalyi puts forth the idea that the names we use to describe personality traits, such as extrovert, high achiever, or paranoid, refer to the specific patterns people have used to structure their attention. Educators see children as able to attend well or not in learning situations, and this basic skill underlies their ability to learn. Artists specialize in attending to the world in different ways, enabling us to play with how we see a vase of sunflowers. Let's unpack those last few sentences in more detail, starting with psychology. Many psychologists focus their work on what a client is aware of, thinking about, obsessed with, feeling frequently, or repressing, seeing these actions as indications of well-being or illness. These actions result from how attention is allocated and ordered. Early childhood experiences of parental attunement, neglect, or abuse are seen as structuring the child's attentional resources. Because attention is a limited resource, an abused child who needs to constantly monitor how drunk their mother is as a way to stay relatively safe doesn't have leftover energy to pay attention to states like curiosity, play, feelings and wants, or learning. All their attention goes to what is most important, staying safe in an unsafe world. This child can grow up emotionally stunted, educationally challenged, and isolated from others. Psychotherapy and contemplative practices such as meditation work to help people to get more control of their attentional systems. They attempt to give people strategies for turning attention away from dissociative states, for instance, and putting their attention on a stabilizing resource, such as being able to stay in eye contact with a loving friend. In education, professionals investigate how attention relates to learning, often through the mechanism of sensory processing. Kids with learning disabilities are often assessed for conditions such as attention deficit disorder and attention deficit and hyperactive disorder. What experts have uncovered is that when a child's nervous system screens out too many stimuli so that important information never gets processed, or it doesn't screen out enough so that the sensations flood consciousness and overwhelm it, the child's ability to pay attention and manage their behavior erodes. Learning falls away because new information cannot get accessed. Mental and emotional illness have more opportunity to take root. In art making and creativity studies, attention becomes a powerful plaything. Normal ways of seeing are upended. Normal ways of moving fly out the window as a dancer rolls and leaps. Everyday perceptions of color, shape, and identity get challenged in a painting. Artists will oscillate between strict practice, 1,000 pliés in ballet, scales on a piano, and more open freedoms that come under the rubric of improvisation. The value here lies in acknowledging that attention becomes habitual due to the need to conserve energy and create a stable sense of self, and that attention must also be routinely upended in order to update attentional habits in the surface of creativity. We will see this in practice in Gretel Bauer's chapter 11, where she works with found objects, and by seeing them differently, she creates new objects. A sock becomes a bird, or a fanciful coronavirus. Perhaps more than any other discipline, the practices of meditation and contemplation can be seen as training attention. Many Eastern philosophies, and a few Western ones, see the ability to achieve bare or evenly hovering attention as the pinnacle of practice. What gets interesting is that bare attention focuses on the act of attending itself and not on the contents of what we are paying attention to. Having good control over where attention goes and doesn't go, how long it stays there, and how easily it can disengage from a stimulus sits at the intersection of art, education, and therapy, and has largely been articulated and taught through meditative practices thousands of years old. My Buddhist teacher, Thich Nhat Hanh, was fond of saying that attention is like sunlight and water to a plant. What you pay attention to will grow, and what you withdraw your attention from will wither. We can grow and become better people when we consciously pay attention to what benefits ourselves and others. And we can withhold attention from characteristics inside of us that hurt ourselves or others. Good attentional practices generate increased awareness and the ability to be awake more consistently. Using a different metaphor, attention can be seen as being like a telescope or a microscope. By focusing the lens of attention, we can become aware of bigger and smaller things that are there but that we couldn't see before. The world becomes bigger, richer, and more wondrous. In psychotherapy, common wisdom states that we have easy access to all the stuff of consciousness, but that we also possess an unconscious that stores images, emotions, memories, sensations, and attitudes that we operate from but are largely unaware of. These stored elements, usually laid down in childhood, can be partially accessed by using attention as a lens, as a way to focus on something currently not in view. Sigmund Freud used the practices of hypnosis, dream analysis, and free association to work with the unconscious directly. Free association involved talking in a kind of improvisational manner, gradually relaxing conscious defenses that obscure the unconscious. It also involved, according to Freud, the therapist suspending their critical faculty, or the tendency to critically evaluate the patient's experiences. All this points us to the observation that attention is thoroughly embodied, inextricably linked to sensory-motor processes. Psychiatrist Alan Shore has noted that our senses are active constructors of our experiences. Psychologist Alan Fogel talks about the term embodied self-awareness, which he defines as our ability to pay attention to ourselves, to feeling the textures and depths of our sensations, to explore the nuances and depths of our emotions, and to perceive our movements in relation to others and our surroundings in the present moment without judgment. Fogel also includes the idea of body schema, saying that it is actually impossible to have smoothly coordinated social action without body schema self-awareness, the sense of where my body leaves off and yours begins. In more medical circles, physician Edmund Jacobson back in the mid-20th century found that when we relax our muscles, attention tends to wane and we tend to get sleepy. When we tense up, we initially get more alert, but if the tension becomes chronic, we habituate to it and stop paying attention to it. When we visually attend to something, we must use small muscles around our eyeballs to focus on it and see it clearly. When we meditate, we are often instructed to sit on a cushion with a relaxed but upright posture. This posture relaxes our large movement muscles but engages our small spinal postural muscles, which in turn creates optimal circumstances for our ability to attend to attention. Because attention is a process of turning toward something and therefore turning away from something else, this act of turning requires an engaged body. Yes, the brain is working to generate attention, and the brain is certainly part of the body. But in addition to the brain, the rest of our body structures and determines our attention just as actively. Interestingly, in education, attention deficits are addressed in children largely through movement and sensory practices. Some children are given earphones that screen out sounds that could overwhelm auditory processing, and gloves to minimize tactile stimuli. Physical and occupational therapies involve lots of movement because sensory processing disorders are linked to deficits in a child's proprioception, their ability to sense where they are in space, their body position, their balance, their locomotor movements, and their postural tone. In these sessions, kids are helped to swing, roll, somersault, leap, and make other movements that change their relationship to gravity and help them wake up proprioceptive skills, which in turn helps develop functional sensory processing and, by extension, attentional skills. Public playgrounds are proprioceptive laboratories. Educator Joanna DeBelt in Chapter 9 will speak to this when she talks about learning as a result of attending to small movements and body voices. In conscious moving, we train attention directly through the moving body, calling it physical free association. Attention naturally oscillates. It constantly moves, detaching from one thing and moving on to another, changing what is attended to. We oscillate our attention in and out. We notice something inside our bodies, hunger, tension, pleasure, and then we point our attention outward into the world, noticing the sky, the dog, and the teacher in our classroom. If we stay too long in one place, we dissociate from the other. Conscious moving works with the in and out oscillatory process deliberately, and this is done for personal exploration as well as for training facilitators of conscious moving. Other practices work with other attentional oscillations, such as the ability to oscillate between a focus on some small detail, like the tiny muscle at the corner of your mouth, back out to a panoramic awareness of the entire atmosphere you occupy. Having control of this oscillation helps us to pick up information from a myriad of sources, large and small. Oscillating attention is also seen as a practice of getting unstuck when our attention is fixated. In Chapter 13, Thomas van Stuckrad uses videos of moving cycle sessions to illustrate this physical free association that arises from careful, calm, and open attention. The high-quality attention that the witness in a conscious moving session gives to the mover acts as sunlight and water to the focus of attention in the mover. This shared attention to what spontaneously arises becomes quite visible in these videos. Another way conscious moving works with attention is to specifically study attentional patterns and wounds. We have seen previously that a normal part of development involves turning repeated attentional foci into habits as a way to become skilled at something and conserve energy. We deem certain stimuli as unimportant or unsavory, so we learn to ignore them. We develop fascinations with certain things or people or events and have trouble not attending to them. Attentional habits are normal and ubiquitous, and they can also get quite dysfunctional. We have to find ways to alter the old patterns of attention when they no longer serve. Conscious moving works to illuminate our attentional patterns through various movement practices and to help them change where needed. One way to look at the development of dysfunctional attentional patterns is to inquire into how we were paid attention to in our early years and to acknowledge how we might have been attentionally wounded. We can be wounded by attentional neglect. We were invisible in our family. Or certain things about us were attended to while others were neglected. We might have been attended to when we were fulfilling expectations and neglected when we did things that were deemed unimportant or wrong. Another attentional wound arises from critical attention, where we learn to fear being attended to because it meant being constantly evaluated and judged. Still, another attentional wound can form in an atmosphere of constant attention, where we are always being monitored and never left alone to relax and be with ourselves. These attentional wounds structure our adult relationships so that we experience others through their distorting lenses, often creating a series of self-fulfilling prophecies about who others are and how they feel about us. Several of the movers in Thomas's videos report getting in touch with these early grooves in their attention and how they were able to move differently in this current context. Conscious moving goes to the root of attention via conscious movement practices so that these wounds can be healed. Principle 4. Movement is phenomenological. The nexus for learning, healing, and creativity lies in the lived experience of our body, the phenomena of the body, if you will. This means that while it can be interesting and useful to think about experiences, living them in the present moment locates us in the territory of creative, educational, and healing resources. As Elizabeth Benke said, when we inhabit an experience from within, without making it right or wrong, Something about that quality of attentional inhabiting makes things possible that aren't available when we step back and abstract ourselves from an experience in order to think about it or talk about it. Basically, we are able to move with it, move through it, and move on from it. These three movings awaken learning, healing, and creativity. To put a fancy word on it, conscious moving is a phenomenological enterprise. The work occurs within movement experiments that use high-quality attention and physical free association, which in turn support emerging movement sequences, which then support actively holding what has emerged in an atmosphere of caring and reflecting, and then ending with adapting these movements for use in daily life. These are the 4 phases of conscious moving. There is no ideal way to move and no magic movements that address all ills. We simply allow our unfolding experiences to be our guide. This can be harder than you think. Similar to Anna Freud's observation that we can endlessly defend ourselves against how we really feel or what we really think, we can also get stuck in movements that are familiar and distracting. We can hide out in stereotyped gestures and well-worn paths of action. There's nothing wrong with these movements. They can be a great comfort and guide in many circumstances. But in the special time and space of a conscious moving session, we find ways to sink down underneath these familiarities to more poignant places. Conscious moving employs a few specific strategies to support this temporary dropping of normal consciousness. First, we can suspend any interpretation, judgment, analysis, or explanation about our moving. We enter a kind of movement meditation, where attention is evenly suspended and we simply occupy the moving experience. We don't try to control or solve. We often call this staying in description, where we are noticing movement and cooperating with it rather than trying to accomplish something with it. Description implies finding words for something, yet in conscious moving we are supported to temporarily suspend any kind of wording at all. We call it postponing meaning-making. By postponing meaning-making, we allow movement narratives to become more clear as they are, without the distortion of our typical explanations of them, explanations that often come from habits of interpretation, called appraisal by neuroscientists, and old attentional wounds. When we can tolerate and even immerse ourselves in this phenomenological process, what arises are associations. When we stop interpreting and explaining and trying to fix, the natural and creative force of associations begins to bubble up into consciousness. Remember, Sigmund Freud went after associations through talking. Conscious moving practitioners go after associations by moving. Associations occur naturally in the central nervous system. A stimulus comes into the central nervous system, and before anything else, areas of our brain compare that stimulus to our previous experiences, our stored memories of tastes and smells and actions. First, is this a sign of danger? Is it something I have really loved or hated before? What from my previous experience can I associate it to? If it is a good fit to a previous experience, we associate it with that, categorize it accordingly, and organize a motor response. This all occurs before we are ever consciously aware that we are experiencing this stimulus. We can watch this process in action when we daydream, when our reveries flit from the green field we are looking at to the green wallet we had when we were young, to the lack of money in our purse right now. Other folks would look at the same green field and go into very different directions. This process was leveraged for art's sake when Virginia Woolf and others pioneered stream of consciousness writing. Freud loved free associating because it gave him access to the contents of his clients' unconscious. What happens when incoming stimuli get misattributed or when they awaken traumatic memories, as is the case in post-traumatic stress disorder? What if the stimulus doesn't particularly fit any of our previous experiences? This is the stuff of art, education, and healing, as well as conscious moving. Associations are invited in via high-quality attention to our present moment experience, and rather than being interpreted, they are simply braided into the ongoing experiences we are having. This braiding of sensory associations tends to activate motoric responses, or what we call movement impulses. Our attention and our associations want to move us, often in unexpected ways, because we are not controlling them. Back to the "this can be harder than you think" comment. Associations and their movement impulses are not necessarily sweetness and light. Often we have kept them out of our normal awareness for good reasons. This is why conscious moving and other disciplines uses strategies for keeping things like shame, self-criticism, and dissociation at bay during this time of altered consciousness. This is often why conscious moving needs a facilitator to be there so that we can stay associated rather than dissociated from our lived experience. This is why we have teachers, therapists, and art mentors. All this is to state the obvious. Conscious moving is experiential. While there are moments of talking about experiences, the most profound work is often accomplished at the level of doing. When doing is paired with high-quality attention, particularly open attention to oscillations and micro-movements in our bodies, direct experiences of knowing, creativity, and healing arise naturally from within and from the relational spaces around us. Principle 5. Sensation is a type of movement. Sensation occupies all life forms in some way, and sensation can be seen as a specialized type of movement that life uses. One of the features of life is that organisms gather information about their inside and outside conditions. One of the common definitions of life is that it involves adaptation, the ability to change in the face of changing conditions. In order to adapt, an organism needs to know what is happening so that it can organize a response. Single-celled organisms react when poked. Sunflowers turn to follow the arc of the sun, but most animals have evolved nervous systems to accomplish adaptations. Nervous systems always involve a loop called the sensory-motor loop. Stimuli excite sensory neurons, and these neurons always hook up either directly or indirectly to motor neurons. We sense and we act on what we sense. While most people say that the response is some kind of movement, conscious moving asserts that sensation is also a kind of movement that the body does. Just like all our other cellular moving, the sensory motor loop is a loop of movement that connects experience with action. When we look at the moving human body, we can never exclude sensation. Sensation is a special and important kind of moving that we work with intensively and extensively in conscious moving. The movement of sensations makes feeling and emotion possible. I feel a clench in my gut, and I organize an emotion as a way to address that feeling. This realization that movement underlies emotion, emotion, or move out, likely explains why we read each other's emotions through bodily actions, and why so many forms of therapy pay attention to conscious moving as a way to explore our emotional lives and our relationships. Principle 6. Movement generates bodily authority. In our sixth principle, we challenge some old notions of what power is and how to use it. In conscious moving, we get curious about movements we are already doing, and rather than try to modify them or figure them out, we occupy them deliberately. For instance, By paying open attention, I become aware of a micro-movement at my mouth, a slight pursing of my lips. I turn my attention to it further and notice tiny details of it. Perhaps it's a bit stronger on the left side, or it seems related to some tightness in my jaw. As a method of inquiry, I do the same thing deliberately that I was once doing automatically. This brings up an association, a memory of my mother who did much the same micro-movement. I braid in the image of my mother with my felt experience of my mouth as it purses. This causes my mouth to begin moving on its own and to start to form what I call a body narrative. It is a story that my mouth needs to tell about something I feel and remember that my conscious self wasn't tracking or interested in. Conscious moving takes off. Our final conscious moving principle, one that many disciplines practice, begins with this idea of deliberateness. It comes down to this. When we identify an automatic or unconscious action we are already doing and then replicate it consciously and respectfully, we change it from being done automatically to being done deliberately. And this means we are consciously choosing that movement. We are empowering the movement, and the movement in turn empowers us. We are taking ownership of that movement and allowing its voice to be heard. We are awake and attentive as it happens, and this allows its story to be expressed. We can, over time, integrate its voice into our ongoing chorus of identities. This fluid identities notion is expanded on by Laya Yorba Galdos in Chapter 7. Laya talks about how identity shifts and adapts according to who you are with and the social context you are embedded within. Identity moves with your moving body. Where power is located along a continuum from personal to systemic locations influences your sense of self. All movement involves power of some kind. When we study our movement, we empower ourselves. We feel more powerful within our various identities. I am moving in this way. It is me that is doing it. It is me that is producing this movement. Physics tends to define power as the ability to do work or the rate at which work is done. Defined more socially, power tends to have a bad reputation, implying an action that uses force to dominate or control. This reputation is well deserved as history is replete with instances of the abuse of power. But in the moving body, it arises simply as the ability to do something. Engaging with power during conscious moving, working with what we want to do, what we don't want to do or can't do, and what we are already doing, we have an opportunity to work with our relationship to power, with our memories of feeling powerless or times when we abused our power, as well as our longings to be able to do something more. The effective use of power begins at home in our moving bodies. Again, we can look to the structure and function of the human body. Our bodies are an energy system, consuming, producing, and expending energy, and converting it into the ability to work, power. When this sequence of events flows smoothly, we get things done, and this helps us feel effective in our lives. There's a relationship between wanting something, such as a glass of water, and fulfilling that want by reaching, grasping the glass, bringing it towards us, and tipping it to our mouths. This completed action feels satisfying and just a bit empowering. There's also natural limits to power. I am not able to lift 500 pounds or run at 50 miles per hour. But I can already do many things, and I can train myself to do a bit more in some instances. The body provides a template for our study of power. We tend to think that power creates fixed hierarchies according to who has more or less power. In the body, hierarchies are certainly present, but they are transient. Depending on what is happening at the time and what is most important, different hierarchies come and go. At one moment, the liver becomes more prominent, and when circumstances change, the heart exerts more influence. Yes, the brain holds a lot of power, but not in the sense of being a master controller. Its role might best be seen as a coordinator or a moderator of all the input from far-flung areas of the rest of the body. It acts on input from all over the body and organizes responses that take into account the cooperative information sharing of the whole. It helps us create transient hierarchies. This natural relationship to power, one that operates with transient hierarchies and multiple information cooperatives, allows us to understand power more deeply and use it more effectively. When this happens, we can say that we do things with authority. I become an authority of my own experience. Anthropologist Brigitte Jordan called it the authoritative knowledge of the body, where we directly experience a sense of authority concerning what we feel and what is best for us. We might consult professionals who are authoritative about bodies in general, physicians, trainers, etc., but we are an authority on our own bodies and their individual ways of operating. This authoritative knowledge of our bodies can push back against people or systems that abuse power. Herein lies the foundation for social activism, beginning with our authoritative knowledge of our bodies and sequencing to our contributions in the world. Empowerment begins in the consciously moving body, and conscious moving gives this process special attention. Empowered with these 6 principles of movement, conscious moving moves us forward. Our next level of organization will be to map 4 stages onto these principles. Within these 4 stages, the discipline of sequencing figures prominently. By understanding what needs to be built before something else can happen effectively, we can navigate the terrain of our lived experiences with authority and grace. Conscious moving guides us, but is not a formula, an algorithm, or a recipe. What follows talks about sequencing and principles of action, but art, therapy, and education all point us to the idea that knowledge must always be tempered with improvisation, experimentation, and play. Conscious moving centralizes a process orientation and does not get overly involved in what product will emerge. Just like there is no ideal or normal body, particularly in terms of how it looks, but also in terms of how it moves and functions. Conscious moving trusts that what is produced at the end of a session is an organic expression of the process of living into direct experience. Chapter 2. The Awareness Phase of Conscious Moving. Instructions for living a life. Pay attention, be astonished, tell about it. Poet Mary Oliver. We only see what we look at. To look is an act of choice. John Berger in Ways of Seeing. Awareness is medicine. Alan Fogel in The Psychophysiology of Self-Awareness. Attention shapes the self and is in turn shaped by it. Mihai Csikszentmihalyi in Flow. These next 4 chapters guide us through the 4 phases of conscious moving, phases that show up similarly in art making, contemplative practice, therapy, and learning. In order to avoid getting too rigid, we may want to begin with an image, that of an ocean wave as it approaches the shore. All waves go through phases. The water swells, a peak forms, the peak breaks over the front surface of the wall of water. And after some time, the churning fizzles out, and that particular wave gets absorbed back into the ocean, the sand, and the air. There is both a thrill and a comfort in the repetition of ocean waves. Yet we can also say that no 2 waves are alike. Each one swells, breaks, burbles, and recedes differently, with different shapes, sizes, and rhythms. That is what the phases of conscious moving are like. We can make some general predictions about where things are going, but the individual dance of each conscious moving experience can be exquisitely detailed in its individuality. The idea that its sensory motor experiences occur in a phasic manner is not unique to conscious moving. We can see echoes of this idea in the somatic psychotherapy practice of Hakomi, which uses what they call the sensitivity cycle, the phases of which are called clarity, effectiveness, satisfaction, and relaxation. In the discipline of body-mind centering, movement phases are looked at in terms of how the body organizes core movement sequences. Interestingly, they call it the satisfaction cycle, which contains the sequence of yield, push, reach, grasp, and pull. Psychologists Mihai Csikszentmihalyi and Howard Gardner felt that the process of creativity occurred in 5 steps. 1. Preparation and immersion in ideas. 2. Incubation, where ideas churn below the threshold of consciousness. 3. Insight, called the aha moment. 4. Evaluation, deciding what is worth pursuing. And 5. Elaboration, putting it into a form in the world. Similarly to what we see in conscious moving, all these systems pay attention to the feeling of satisfaction when a movement experience is seen through to completion. In the field of education, David Kolb developed experiential learning theory, which is based on the assumption that people learn through direct experiences, learning by doing, and these experiences come in a 4-stage learning cycle: having an experience, reflecting on the experience, learning from the experience, and trying out what you have learned. Joanna de Belt will discuss Kolb's work in Chapter 9, and particularly how it relates to a kind of triangle that gets formed when we alternate between work, play, and rest, and another triangle formed by the cooperative actions of breathing, moving, and sensing. When children are exposed to learning by doing, Kolb's 4 phases reveal themselves, and when a teacher can actively cooperate with these phases, learning is enhanced. Others, such as psychologist Fritz Perls, who developed a here-and-now experiential therapy called Gestalt, enjoyed talking about psychological processes through the metaphor of digestion. First, you bring the food experience into your mouth and get to know it and chew on it. Then you decide to own it by swallowing it. This experience is now yours. Then you digest it by working with the experience and transforming it into a form that diffuses out and nourishes your whole body, expelling what can't be used. Clearly, this idea of experiential stages possesses some gravitas. Take a moment right now to observe your breathing. Just be aware of your breathing without trying to control, judge, or analyze it. Be with it, noticing particular details of the action, what parts of your body move and what sensations are happening. You are now breathing more deliberately, attending to something you weren't attending to a few minutes ago. Stay with it a bit longer and notice the movements when it is just you breathing, nothing more. There is just this action, breathing. You are your breath, just for a moment. Breathing is a kind of wave. It builds, crests, falls into gravity, and peters out. The next one comes on its own. It embodies Principle 1 from the last chapter, the fundamental oscillations that permeate our world. It has phases, yet there are different details and rhythms in each individual breath. Paying attention to our breathing, just being with it, witnessing it, and participating with the wave of it and its myriad details, embodies the first phase of conscious moving, awareness. If there is one idea that all education, art-making, healing, and contemplative practice share, it's an abiding focusing on how to become more aware and how to be more deliberate about what we are aware of. Think of a beam of light and then what that light illuminates. In Buddhism, the word Buddha translates into one who is awake, and being unconditionally awake generates enlightenment. To become more awake, we need to practice, to hone our capacity to be what I call an attentional athlete. To use the beam of light analogy, we need to be able to tune and focus the beam depending on what we want to illuminate. This enables us to access more exquisite detail and nuance in what we are attending to. The object of our attention becomes richer, fuller, and more available for us to appreciate. We can see things that we weren't seeing before. A good analogy might be to the astronomer Galileo, who, when he made a more powerful telescope, discovered several of Jupiter's moons. Wherever you are, take a moment to become more aware of the act of reading a book. You are holding the book or reader at a certain distance from your eyes in order to optimize focus. The tiny muscles that hug your eyeballs constantly stretch and contract to minutely alter the shape of your eyeball so you can focus on the words. All focusing involves muscular action, similar to turning a knob on binoculars in order to see something clearly at different distances. The awareness phase of conscious moving involves practicing the athleticism of focusing so that the muscles of attention, both literally and figuratively, are more exercised, more toned, and more graceful. What tones when we can athletically focus our beam of attention is called the figure-ground relationship, first described by early experimental psychologists. And it involves the ability to bring some object or sound or touch into focus as it stands out from the background. When you look out over a crowd of people and pick out your friend in that crowd, you are making them figural, and the rest of the crowd becomes the background, like in a Where's Waldo book. The figure is what is important to pay attention to at this moment. Newborn human babies can only focus their eyes at a limit of about 18 inches. Interestingly, that's the approximate distance between their eyes and their mother's eyes during nursing or caregiver bottle feeding. This act of mutual gazing can be one of our first trainings in visual focusing, and this focusing on each other can be seen as one of our most important human bonding experiences. As the infant grows, ongoing and varied visual experiences extend their focal distance and sharpen the ability to create figures against backgrounds. This figure-ground athleticism predicts the ability to attend to particular stimuli while backgrounding others, a critical skill for learning, where a school child must tune out other sounds in the room in order to pay attention to their teacher's voice or see a written word as distinct from the words around it. This skill remains underdeveloped in children with learning disabilities and, interestingly, is involved in challenges with resisting temptations. To extend sensory-based attending into art making, perhaps one of the most central skills of an artist is their ability to see things differently and to help us to do the same. An artist wants us to question how we look at things by using light, color, sound, shape, movement, or words in an unusual and provocative way. They mess with our figure-ground relationship by making something figural that wouldn't have occurred to us. They upend our habitual way of experiencing a tree or a person or an action. Experiencing art can activate our ability to be awake in the world. Most meditation practices work with altering consciousness through the practice of deliberate attentiveness, which works on our patterns of attention rather than the contents of it. The following quote speaks to what is called bare attention. Bare attention is defined by two technical paradigms, a particular form of deploying attention and a particular management of affect. Cognitively, attention is restricted to registering the mere occurrence of thought, feeling, or sensation exactly as it occurs and enters awareness from moment to moment, without further elaboration. One attends to the process of thoughts, feelings, and sensations as they come and go in our consciousness, not to their content. Affectively, stimuli are attended to without selection or censorship, and without reaction, without preference, comment, judgment, reflection, or interpretation. If physical or mental reactions occur, they themselves are made the object of bare attention. Intriguingly, much of the same process can be channeled with any of the healing arts. The joke attributed to Rita Mae Brown about the definition of craziness as doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result carries a strong element of truth here. Many of us go into therapy when we are stuck, when we can't change or get the world to change. Therapy often helps because it involves changing how we pay attention, as well as what we pay attention to. We noted before that this started long ago when early practitioners experimented with hypnosis, looking at dreams, and free associative speaking. These days, modern Western psychotherapists are opening up to psychedelics as an effective treatment for PTSD, anxiety, and depression. Several newer forms of therapy, such as dialectical behavioral therapy and cognitive behavioral therapy, specialize in helping clients to challenge and push back against thought processes that are invasive, recurring, and outside of the person's ability to control. All these therapies are going after a similar result, changing awareness, both the ability to focus the beam of attention and to be more at choice about where it lands. An analogy lies in the origin of the word addiction. It comes from a Latin root meaning devoted habits. One of the primary features of addiction is that it sucks up all of your attention. You are less and less aware of anything other than the substance, the behavior, the way it makes you feel, and how to get more of it. This topic is explored in more detail by Rachel Jansen in Chapter 8, where she works with folks experiencing addictions in a way that helps them alter not only their actions, but their attention. In a related way, we could see anxiety as a kind of helpless devotion to fear, and long-term depression as a devotion to a sense of powerlessness. We get stuck in a washing machine of certain thoughts or get sucked into a whirlpool of certain emotions. Healing can be seen as an exit ramp from the deep groove of limited or habitual attention. Our awareness operates best when it is both free to play across inner and outer sensory-motor landscapes and free to withdraw from something in order to become aware of something else. Learning, contemplation, therapy, and art all involve altering our awareness in order to strengthen it. Apocryphally, it has been said that Albert Einstein, when asked how he saw such novel and counterintuitive solutions to existing problems in physics, quipped that you can't solve a problem in the same state of awareness that the problem arose in. He used thought experiments that pulled his concentration outside the restricting box of classical physics. Indigenous healers use psychedelics, trance dancing, and other rituals to alter states of consciousness in individuals, families, and communities. Hypnosis puts you in a dream-like state. Free association shortcuts some of the momentum of what you are usually thinking, thus allowing unthought material from the unconscious to emerge. Meditation works by enabling us to sustain and withdraw attention at will, thus accessing an altered state where we are simply inhabiting the present moment. Feeling our feelings allows us to be moved by them, moved to a different place, a different consciousness. All these examples point to Principle 3 in the previous chapter, the principle that attention structures and determines experiences. It all addresses this central issue of working with the skill of being increasingly awake to our inside and outside worlds in productive and playful ways. Awareness of micro-movements. At this point, we want to introduce one important way to support and encourage what we can pay attention to as we work with awareness deliberately. This attentional practice takes the form of recognizing and caring for micromovements. Many diverse people have noticed that we tend to make small, often unconscious movements when something hits home, or when we are right at the edge of some emotion. Philosopher Elizabeth Benke wrote about them, as did Anna Freud, researcher Paul Ekman, and others, including myself. Micromovements can occur anywhere in the body, but many occur in the face. They are often missed either by the micromover or the witness, since they can be quite small and it is in their nature to stay as quiet as possible. They are closely related to tells in poker games. They could be a slight squeeze of the eyes, a small pursing of the mouth, a quiet rubbing of the thumb against the index finger. They occur when we are responding to something that moves us, usually emotionally, and we are not yet aware of what we are feeling, or when we don't want to broadcast what we are feeling. We can be quite aware of our micromovements or clueless about them. In conscious moving, we subscribe to the idea that we are multiple selves, that some of these selves are more public while others are more private, and that some are more supported while others are marginalized. We tend to internally oppress aspects of our identities and emotions that have been persecuted or neglected. We bite back emotion that may not be appropriate in current conditions, but that emotion remains present in a tightening of our jaw. Micromovements often occur when associations arise during an experience that have some charge to them. They need care, support, and encouragement. One way to get down below our normal habitual consciousness and our usual defenses is to identify and care for micromovements and to support them to do what they want to do. They are usually the leading edge of an impulse to move in some novel way that hasn't yet been acknowledged or supported. This caring for micromovements can uncover wounds, but they also uncover information and creative impulses. By working with them, we can access powerful resources. The awakeness phase is a way to begin an athletic practice. How do we cultivate these altered states of consciousness that allow our awareness to strengthen? Picking up ideas from our 6 principles in Chapter 1, we can construct 3 basic awareness phase practices. Playing with these practices distinctly, like practicing throwing and catching a ball before playing a game of baseball, can help us put together an awareness phase that speaks to our learning, healing, art-making, and contemplative life. These practices are not unique to conscious moving. Many have their origins in meditation and psychotherapy, for instance. They are included in conscious moving because they have a long history of being effective for broad populations of people. Practice 1. Oscillating attention. This first practice does consciously what we are already doing unconsciously. By doing it deliberately and precisely, we increase our ability to do it better. The particular type of oscillation we are going to practice here is the oscillation of attention. These practices work well when we use our eyes, but can be applied to any of the senses. In and out. Begin by having your eyes open or closed. Take some time to just notice what it's like in there or out there. Then change it, open to closed or closed to open. Notice the details of what you are experiencing, landing your attention on something specific outside or inside your body. Just go back and forth, open eyes to closed eyes and back for a minute or 2. You can follow it as it occurs naturally, and you can do it deliberately. Focus on the act of doing it. Eyes open gives you the data about the outside world, and eyes closed foregrounds information about your inside world. Both locations are important sources of safety, discernment, and interest. By oscillating in and out, you tone the attentional muscles that allow for a balance between them. We get out of balance when we pay too much attention to ourselves for too long. We also get out of balance when we spend too much time monitoring the outside world. By oscillating deliberately, we athleticize our ability to play across both inner and outer landscapes and to minimize getting stuck in either location. Panoramic to narrow. Let's begin with eyes open, not looking at anything in particular. This tends to create a broad field of vision. The center of your vision is no more important than your peripheral vision. Just allow a general sense of color, shape, movement, and atmosphere to emerge. Then oscillate to looking at some small object quite particularly. When you attend to that one thing, details about it can emerge. Go back and forth deliberately a few times, and then just notice moments when it happens naturally. This second attentional oscillation can be illuminated through the analogy of a flashlight. We can create light with a wide beam, one that takes in a broad expanse but doesn't illuminate much depth or detail. We can also create a narrow beam, like a laser, that homes in on small details, dropping out of the panorama. Both are sources of safety and discernment. By oscillating from panoramic to narrow, you tone the attentional muscles that allow for a balanced life. We get out of balance when we only see the big picture, and we get out of balance when we get stuck in details. By oscillating deliberately, we athleticize our ability to play across tiny specifics, as well as take in the entire scene, and minimize getting stuck in either location. We tone our figure ground capabilities. Other types of oscillating attention are available to us. You might want to try practicing an oscillation between different senses, switching deliberately from using your eyes to using your ears, or from your sense of taste to your sense of smell. Although humans are a visually dominant species, we can still access important information from all our senses, and this tends to create enriched experiences of ourselves and the world. Immersion and observing. Let's start by observing something going on inside your body. It could be a painful or pleasurable sensation, or it could be neutral. Try them all at some point. When observing inside, you create two selves, one that is in the experience of the sensation and one that is observing the experience. This is your oscillation. Take a few moments to be in the experience without thought, evaluation, or commentary. Then take a metaphoric step back and observing yourself having that sensation. This observing self will likely come up with words, images, sounds, new sensations, memories, or emotions as a way to express what is being observed. This can be hard to do descriptively without judging, evaluating, or critiquing. Just do your best. Take a few more minutes to oscillate between being in and witnessing different experiences. This oscillation can be very challenging to pull off and very rewarding when it happens. It athleticizes two capacities. The first tones our ability to be more at choice when we are immersed in something, and the second capacity enables us to be a bit more detached from it. In a sense, it's like oscillating between being an experience and having an experience, between this experience is me and this experience is not me. Both those realizations can be useful for learning art, healing, and contemplation. I can give myself over to an experience completely, like moments during good sex, while listening to an amazing piece of music, or when taking the first bite of a juicy orange. I can also step back from experiences while still seeing them in context, like the moment when I experience being angry while also realizing that I am not my anger, that it will come and go, and that I want to express my anger with care for others. I can also describe my experience to myself and others. This ability to immerse in an experience develops our capacity to share states with others directly, body to body, and to feel connected to others and the world. Our ability to witness ourselves within an experience allows us to swim in an experience and not drown in it. It gives us ways to work with the experience. However, this swimming requires a companion athleticism spelled out in the next practice. Practice 2. Pushing back against judgment, control, analysis, criticism, and meaning-making. We have looked at the idea of immersion in an experience and then oscillating into witnessing it. In immersion, we embed ourselves, and in observing, we take a step back. We could say that in the first practice, we don't think. In fact, we push back against the urge to think about what is being experienced. We just are that experience. Philosophers call this being pre-reflective. In the second practice, we engage in reflection, but we push back against any thinking that critiques or categorizes the experience. We use associations rather than explanations as a way to reflect. This can be hard to do, as this is why most practitioners see these practices as needing to be done for the rest of our lives, much like exercise, meditation, and staying socially connected. The saving grace is that they can be quite satisfying and can increase well-being almost immediately. Much like the immersion exercise in practice 1, we take some dedicated time with simple, direct experiences like breathing, sensing, or simple movements. We actually immerse unconsciously all the time, calling it spacing out or zoning out. When problematic, it is called dissociation, as when therapists see clients exit the here and now and get sucked into traumatic memories. In this practice, we are attentive within the immersion, much like artists and athletes report when they are in the midst of painting, dancing, sculpting, tumbling, and swimming. The psychologist Mihai Csikszentmihalyi called these conscious immersions flow states. In flow states, we enter into the action and inhabit that action consciously. In flow states, we become more creative, and our creativity spills over into our productivity. Just Immersion 1. As a meditation, take a few minutes to find a quiet spot and let your body become quiet. Notice the bare details of what your attention lands on. The pressure of your body against the surface of a chair, the movements of your breathing, and the color of the sky outside the window. Whenever you notice yourself thinking, no matter what, just acknowledge that and bring your attention back to your direct experience. Start out with a few minutes and work your way up to as many minutes as feels right. Just Immersion 2. Find a space you can claim for yourself, either indoors or outside. Start in any position and bring your attention to your body. Notice small details of your sensation. Just notice, being aware that some sensations can be pleasurable, some painful, and some neutral. Practice not favoring any one of those sensations. They all have equal weight in your attention, and they are just there, like a voice. Be with each one without prejudice. If you notice yourself making a sensation right or wrong, just notice that and go back to simply sensing your body as it is. If you notice yourself thinking about any of these sensations, just notice that and go back to being within that sensation. Start out with a few minutes and work your way up to as many minutes as feels right. Just Immersion 3. Create a space where you can move around easily. Start with simple movements like shrugging your shoulders, wagging your finger, or lifting up a leg. Just experiment with moving for no particular purpose, just seeing what comes. It could be a gesture, a shiver, or a dance move. One movement sets you up for the next movement. When you notice that you are thinking about the movement, planning what comes next, criticizing what you just did, or explaining what it meant, just notice that and go back to playing with the movements. Just immersion 4. With one or both hands, make a fist. Take a moment to look at your fist and notice small details about it, the feeling of the muscles working, the feeling of pressure, the original details of it. You might notice an association to some emotion coming up. This association is fine, but see if you can put it to the side and just let it be a fist. You might notice different associations coming up. Just acknowledge them and go back to holding the details of making a fist. The trick of these 4 exercises is to choose to be awake within an ongoing experience and to push back against thinking of any kind because it causes us to begin separating from that experience. And once we begin to separate from it, we have a strong tendency to evaluate, to criticize, and to categorize. Nothing is wrong with these mentalizations. It's just that they take you away from direct experiences, and they often chatter about the experiences in ways that have more to do with your wounds and biases than with your actual ongoing being. You might notice that all 4 of these exercises sound a lot like versions of meditation practices. Most contemplative traditions use meditation as a means of training attention toward the reduction of suffering, the suffering that comes from investing mental energy in the mind's tendency to gossip, brag, tear down, point fingers, puff up, and misconstrue direct experiences. Being able to choose direct experience and to sustain it for periods of time hallmarks art making, learning, and healing, as well as many spiritual traditions. Immersion in experiences taps into places inside of us that inspire, teach, challenge, and illuminate. Now we will work with oscillating deliberately between being in the flow of direct experience and reflecting on that experience, because sooner or later we all need to think about things, and we might as well get that as clear as possible. Some psychologists and philosophers have talked about these practices as the cultivation of the observing self or our witness consciousness. In conscious moving, we say that I am oscillating among immersing in ongoing experiences, observing them, and then describing them. Description tends to be thought of as something that anyone would say about what they are experiencing or observing, something that is unarguable and only tries to get at the features of it. For instance, the book is blue with white edging. The shoe is red and is missing a shoelace. If I say the sunset is pretty, I am not describing it. I am saying something about how I experience it. Sunsets can be quite pretty in anyone's experience, but what we are after here is relating to something that literature calls original detail. Have you ever read a book in which the author described something like snow falling on cedars in such a rich way that you felt like you were there? That's the power of original detail. Too often we skip over the richness of simply describing something, closing off details that don't align with our interests, or not even realizing that our reflections about something are suffused with self-interest and pockets of blindness. Descriptive detail fleshes out an experience and gives us more access to its true nature. Reflection number 1. Staying in description. Take a few minutes to play with one of the preceding immersion practices. Then choose to reflect on this experience by putting it into words that are as descriptive as possible. We are playing with finding words for things because that is what humans do. You can keep the words in your head, or you can say them out loud, or write them down. Keep at it until finding more details feels challenging. Notice when you slip into interpretation or categorization or critique, and just turn your attention back to the original details that any of your senses pick up about that thing you are observing. Try this both with something you notice inside your body as well as something in your outer environment. Notice which things are easy to describe and which are more challenging. We often find it more challenging to describe things we care about. Reflection 2. Describing an ongoing experience. This exercise is more easily done with a partner but can be adapted to being solo. Sit facing your partner. Taking turns, describe one thing you are seeing about your partner. Their head is tipped to the side, let's say. And one thing you notice in yourself. My throat is tight. Alternate describing these details for a few minutes. Be as precise as you can about unarguable, original details. Then talk about what the exercise was like. Did you feel like you wanted to argue with some of your partner's descriptions? Was it a bit boring? Did you notice that some of the descriptions related to each other? Did you feel seen or examined? Did you feel nervous or calmer? Often an exercise like this can surface attentional wounds that we might not have realized we had. I can remember having to practice not cringing when people looked me in the eye, especially women. When I worked on this in therapy, I uncovered an association of how my mother would look at me over her glasses right before she would criticize something I had done or how I looked. Being seen equaled being criticized. By practicing description, we can really see the details of a tree before painting it, experience emotion as it is before dancing it, or rest into the richness of an orange before we peel and eat it. We can also paint or dance how we feel about the tree, but then it is a dance about feelings, and the tree becomes symbolic of the feeling. Versions of the next exercise are often used in psychotherapy, and we can see it used extensively in body-centered and experiential disciplines. I use it in the moving cycle and have seen it used in Hakomi, focusing, sensory motor psychotherapy, and somatic experiencing, just to name a few. It involves oscillating between immersion and reflection so that we don't get swept away by either, and so they companionably inform and enrich each other. Reflection 3. Describing a challenging experience. This exercise is best done with a partner who you trust to hear you and who cares about your well-being. Choose an experience you have had that was challenging. Please don't pick something traumatic or intense that you are willing to talk about with your partner and that doesn't take long to describe. Begin by closing your eyes and remembering the event, taking some time to recall the details. Notice any emotions or reactions that might come up. Now open your eyes and alternate between describing the event and describing what you notice in your body as you retell the event. Stay with that oscillation for a bit, and then if you feel willing and able, go to the more challenging level of describing your emotions, both then and now. Let yourself feel the sensations and possibly the emotions for a bit, and then deliberately shift your attention to verbally describing the experience, so you go back and forth between experiencing and describing the experience. Be on the lookout for making any part of the experience right or wrong. If at any time you can't manage the oscillation between experiencing and describing, stop the exercise and take care of yourself by doing something else with your partner, something relaxing, fun, or nourishing. Being able to have one foot in the here and now and one foot in the there and then, and to both feel and describe these places as we alternate between them without critique or extrapolation, underlies the skill of being able to learn from our experiences and make something creative or educational or healing out of them. We need immersion and distance, closeness and separation. We can cultivate an athletic ability to enter a state that can enrich us as well as exit a state that overwhelms us, giving ourselves the power to make productive use of them. By staying in description when we talk about them, we push back against emotional and cognitive distortions that sap our power to learn, to be creative, and to heal. Staying descriptive also makes us better partners in our relationships. We are less likely to wound with our words and more likely to communicate our willingness to see others clearly and accompany them in their experiences. Practice 3. Sustaining attention on present moment experiences and welcoming the ensuing associations. We have noticed before that when we simply pay attention in an open and relaxed way, our experience can begin to shift. Associations arise. Have you ever been brushing your teeth and all of a sudden that person's name you couldn't remember from yesterday in the grocery store just pops into your head? That's because of associations that are going on subconsciously. In conscious moving, we use these associations to explore more deeply what we are experiencing, to the point of bringing up material from parts of the brain that aren't conscious. It involves noticing what comes up when you hold something in particular in your awareness and staying curious about it. Welcoming associations 1. Begin by focusing your attention on something or someone that you care about. Take a few minutes to sustain your attention there, coming back to it, them, whenever your attention wanders. Stay attentive to anything that comes up. It could be a color, a sound, an emotion, a memory, or a sensation in your body. It could seem strongly related to it, or it could seem like some random weird association. Why, when I remembered their name, did I see the color blue? Now braid that association into what you are attending to. Trust that something is there to explore, that person's name and the color blue. It could be that nothing seems to come up. In that case, nothing is the association. Take a few minutes to let this associative process go wherever it wants to go. Each sound or image or feeling that comes up is included as you trust that somehow the person, thing you care about is associated with what's coming up. Don't try to figure out the connection. Just welcome each association as it arises in a creative jumble. Let it be a jumble rather than an organized thing. This exercise is a training in enriching our perceptions of someone or something. The associations that come up can be used for contemplation and reflection, or they can be an inspiration to draw a portrait of your cared-for person in blue colors. Who knows where it can go? Our subconscious can be immensely fertile and creative, and this exercise works to welcome associations that arise in ways that allow us to explore and play with more than the everyday obvious. We often think of knowledge or information as a resource that exists outside of us, and we have to pull it in. Authoritative knowledge is also within us, and we need methods for accessing it. Importantly, we postpone putting this knowledge to use. We first assemble associations without interference. Later, we will find ways to shape what we know into usable forms. We do this even when the associations that arise make us uncomfortable. In the early 1900s, a developmental psychologist named Lev Vygotsky asserted that we learn best when we are in a state of mild discomfort. He called it the zone of proximal development. The idea is that when you are super comfy, like when you're on the couch in your jammies with a glass of wine, you're not learning anything. You are doing other important things like resting and recuperating, but you're not working at accessing something new. Psychotherapists notice this as well. When a client tries to stay in their comfort zone at all costs, they tend not to confront challenges or explore alternatives. You don't learn when you are far away from your comfort zone either. If you are scared or stressed or really sick or in over your head in a situation, learning goes out the window, and things like defense, protection, or survival become most important. The sweet spot for learning and for healing and creating is when you're a bit on alert. Your senses are active, you are attentive, you care about what's happening, and your body is neither too tense nor too loose. This is also the zone where associations emerge. How do we find this zone? Practice may be our best bet, but in addition, we need to develop skills for when painful associations show up so that they don't take us too far away from the comfort of what we know and where we feel safe. If we have strategies for dealing with painful associations, then association can be a friendly and rewarding experience. Welcoming associations 2. Pick an experience that was uncomfortable for you. Please don't pick anything intense unless you do this with a therapist. Take a few minutes to remember the experience in as much original detail as possible. In order to work with this memory effectively, use your skills of oscillation to alternate between being in the memory and then oscillating to describing it. You can also oscillate between attending to the memory and shifting your attention to something or someone else, like your therapist or friend, or a tree outside the window. The important thing is to feel that you have control over your oscillations such that you feel the memory but don't get stuck in it. Notice what associations come up: sounds, images, sensations, emotions, and different memories. Just include them and hold them in your attention without trying to figure them out or do anything about them. The associations that arise can be clues to how you have positioned this memory within your worldview, and they also form seeds for the cultivation of learning, making art, healing, and leading a reflective life. I remember well the first time a friend told me I was beautiful. My knee-jerk response, old motor plan, was to say, "No, you're wrong. You're just being nice." But when I was able to oscillate out and really look at him, at the expression on his face, I realized that he looked quite sincere, and I allowed for the possibility that he was being honest with me from his vantage point. This shook up my worldview, one that had constellated around a belief that I was homely. It was actually a painful experience because I realized that my worldview required that I mistrust my friend and that I continue to feel bad about my looks. When we really stay with our experiences, when we postpone our typical responses and really take in the associations that come up, in this case, flushing of the cheeks, embarrassment, feeling very young and fragile, these associations provide an exit ramp from old reflexive attitudes and actions. We empower ourselves and occupy the present moment where change, creativity, learning, and being awake reside. Painful experiences are a part of life, and when we empower ourselves to work with them directly, we enable them to be our most powerful teachers. This process cannot be rushed, and it cannot be manualized. You know best how to work with your own suffering. The first stage of working with any experience, from the mundane to the dramatically intense, is to wake up to the exquisite details of it and allow it to access resources buried within you and around you. Putting an awareness phase together, practice examples, and an open recipe. Let's put all these exercises together in a more practical way and play with what the awareness phase of conscious moving might look like in different conditions. We can begin with some examples from my work that have been generalized for privacy's sake and collapsed a bit for brevity's sake. These examples represent the beginning minutes of a conscious moving session. Example number 1, a therapy session. The client and I are sitting facing each other. The client has told me they are experiencing mixed feelings about an upcoming visit with family members. Me. Just take a minute and notice what's happening in your body as you talk about this. Client. My chest feels tight. Me. Yes, I notice too that your hands are rubbing your thighs a bit. Client. Yep, that too. Me. Let's assume that your chest and your hands are saying something about this family visit. Would it be okay to pay attention to your tight chest and your rubbing hands? Just let them do what they're already doing, trying not to judge them or make sense of them. Client: I feel nervous. Me: yeah, nervous comes up too. Can we experiment with that? Would it be okay to keep doing the tight chest and the hands and the feeling of nervousness and see what else comes up? Client: when I do that, a memory comes up. I'm about 6 years old and I'm waiting for my father to come home from work. I'm excited, but I'm also scared of him. And now I feel like I can't breathe. Me: would it be okay to look at me for a moment and take some time to pay attention to your breathing rather than the memory? Me: we are here now. We are breathing, and we can either stay with breathing or go back to the memory, or both. Client: I think I want to talk about my father. Me: yep, let's do that. And just take care of your breathing at the same time. Make your breathing just as important as talking about your father. Do you see the oscillations, the original details, and the associations embedded in this awareness phase? Example 2, a dance choreographer. Artist: the piece I want to make is about gender, about when it is defined rigidly and when it is fluid. Me: would it be okay to begin by standing here in the studio space and taking a moment to alternate between noticing the space you are in and noticing what is going on in your body? Artist: I know this space so well. I feel comfortable in it. Me: take a moment to just be with that feeling, comfortable. Artist: I feel safe here. In some spaces, I don't feel safe. Me: ah, so the experience of safety may be a part of the dance. Artist: yes. Me: what do you notice when you pay attention inside? Artist: my feet hurt a bit, and I notice my upper body is swaying slightly. Me: let's work from the small hurting and the swaying and the sense of safety in this place. Holding these things in your attention, what happens when you say the word gender to yourself, either interiorly or out loud? Artist: my toes are curling and I feel unstable, like I might fall over. Me: that's it. Just let your body feel all that and see what wants to happen next. Artist: I want to play with feeling off balance. Me: yeah, trust that. See where it takes you just to play with off balance. Every so often you might want to check in with your feet. Did you notice the descriptiveness and the postponing of meaning? As a dancer, this person tends to form physical associations in the form of bodily actions. Example 3, a first grade classroom. Teacher: what do you notice about this letter O you are writing here? Student: I can't get the beginning and the end to hook up. It keeps being open. Blah. Teacher: yeah, what does the open O remind you of? Student: it looks kind of like a teapot and all the water could pour out. Teacher: oh, cool image. Is there something you would like the O to look like? Student: my mom and I are reading this book where a snake figured out how to roll down a hill by putting its tail in its mouth. Teacher: what a cool image. Can you draw that? Student: there, the snake is munching on its tail. Teacher: I'll say, and it looks like a perfect O. Did you notice the reframe from making the letter wrong to making it into a descriptive association? Associations can function as skills bridges. An open recipe for awareness. Conscious moving is designed fairly loosely in order to embrace lots of different people, situations, and contexts. Trust your own bodily authority in terms of how conscious moving operates for you. The assumption here and in the next few chapters is that you will find it and work with it within yourself first. Chapter 16 will be devoted to how it can be applied to working with others. The following is a recipe that you can try, one that includes the elements spoken about earlier in this section. But first, a note of context for this idea of a recipe. A recipe is a guide for making something. In a cooking recipe, if you follow the instructions exactly, you will likely get a nice loaf of banana bread. With more practice, you will start playing with the recipe, adding or substituting ingredients. Further on, you will know how to make banana bread without the recipe because you have internalized it. And even further on, you might find yourself developing recipes for others to try. The following recipe is like that. It is assumed that with practice, you will play with it and make it yours. In conscious moving, there are 2 ways to start a session. The first is called the here and now practice. It involves staying in the present moment with your bodily state, noticing what is happening in any of your senses. You might notice the pressure of your feet as you stand, a gurgling in your belly, or a tightness in your throat. The idea is to hold these sensations in your attention, coming back to them whenever you catch yourself in thought or distraction. When you hold your ongoing states with high-quality attention, associations begin to emerge. They could be other sensations or images, sounds, words, emotions, memories, and so on. The second way to begin is the there and then practice. This involves bringing in a topic you want to work on or study. You start by describing the topic to yourself or someone else. It's important not to go on in your description of the theme. Just a bare description is best. It could be something like, I want to choreograph a dance about gender, or I'm worried about an upcoming family visit. Beginning with either practice. Take a moment to find a quiet space where you won't be disturbed. Decide where in the space you want to be and whether you want to start standing, sitting, or lying down. Just be careful with lying down. Don't do it if you get sleepy and have trouble paying attention. Decide whether you want to do a here and now practice or a there and then practice. Make the call by noting how you are feeling right now and what circumstances you are in. For instance, I only have 15 minutes. Here and now. Begin by following your breathing for a minute or so. Notice your inhale and exhale. You can play with just observing it the way it is or altering it a bit. Next, pay attention to the details of your bodily experience. You can oscillate in or out to do this, but the most information will come when your eyes are closed and you are paying attention inside. You can do this systematically, like starting at your toes and checking into each successive body part up through your head. Or you can do it just by making your focus more panoramic and noticing what sensations stand out. Both strategies have upsides and downsides, so please experiment. Make sure to pay attention to all kinds of sensations, pleasurable, painful, neutral, without prejudice. Sometimes it can help to put your noticings into words, but sometimes it's better to just be with them wordlessly. With each sensation you notice, allow your attention to linger and hold the sensation in your attention without trying to do anything about it. Notice the original details of the sensation. Pay particular attention to sensations that may be a bit novel or intuitively interesting. It may be more intuitively interesting to linger on the tightness in your chest as opposed to the way your clothing feels against the side of your leg. But who knows? As you do this, you might notice that associations emerge, colors, sounds, words, urges to move, feelings, and so on. Braid them in, including them alongside the sensation itself. An example is, I am aware of a tightness in my chest, a bit stronger on the left than on the right. As I pay attention to this, I feel like I want to rotate to the left. Over time, you might notice that one sensation, along with its associations, is getting more of your attention. Go ahead and choose this particular experience, taking your time to let things emerge and more associations to show up. When it feels right, take a moment to acknowledge the experience you had and to take a few moments to oscillate your attention in and out, gradually letting yourself be more out. You can write down details of the experience, or you can relate it to someone. Don't analyze it or try to make sense of it. There and then. Begin by identifying a theme. For the purpose of this exercise, it should be short, simple, and not too intense. Something on the order of, I lost my keys for a few minutes this morning and it almost made me late for work. Take a few conscious breaths to help establish your bodily presence. Take a few minutes to focus on the details of the theme. You can do this by using words or wordlessly. Flesh out the memory or theme a bit with small details. Now oscillate your attention back and forth between the theme and how your body responds to the theme. You can use words if you like, such as, when I recall looking in the closet for my keys, I noticed that my hands were making fists and I heard the sound, ugh. Give plenty of airtime to your bodily response to the theme and to any associations that emerge. Check into parts of your body that you might not normally check into. If you don't notice anything, not noticing anything is the association. When it feels right, take a moment to acknowledge the experience and take a few moments to oscillate your attention in and out, gradually letting yourself be more out. You can write down details of this experience, or you can relate it to someone. Don't analyze or try to make sense of it. Remember, this is not a full conscious moving session, but just how it starts. As we progress in the next few chapters, we will add more to the session until it is complete. The following is a shorthand version of the awareness phase for easy access. A shortened open recipe for the awareness phase. Begin by tuning in either to your interior world or the world around you, or a combination. Be deliberate about what posture or position you want to be in. Take some time to just noodle around with your attention until you find some experience or sensation you want to focus on. Turn your attention in a concentrated way to this sensation and come back to it when your attention wanders. Notice the details of this experience without commentary. Just be with it as it is. Notice if any words, images, memories, other sensations, movements, or emotions come up as a result of this opening concentration, and welcome them. Be particularly attentive to any micro-movements that might be present. Just be with them. End the exercise when it feels organic to do so. You can take a few minutes to move around, draw, or write if that feels right. In general, the awareness phase is about waking up to more than what you were paying attention to before and using these new elements to consciously move so that your bodily experiences give you the resources to learn, grow, make art, and lead a reflective life. In the next chapter, we see how working with sensations and associations naturally facilitates movement impulses to emerge and be supported. These movement impulses carry their own associations and enhance our ability to respond to what we sense and feel, which in turn helps us understand what we want to do with what we experience and how our experiences generate our body stories. Breathing, moving, and sensing all support one another toward an outcome of well-being. Unbalancing them over time tends to cause distress and ill health. This is because moving, contracting muscles, requires oxygen, yet too much oxygen that doesn't get used up by muscle contraction causes your acid-base balance to unbalance, which in turn causes metabolic stress. And if you don't pay attention to the signals coming from that, you can't make changes to get back into balance. The balanced triangle of breathing, moving and expressing, and sensing and feeling can be seen as one of our most fundamental sources of ongoing health and the source of spare energy that can be used for learning, reflecting, and art making. Expressing is added to moving to include sounds and words. Feeling associates with sensing because sensations form the ground of emotions. The breathing, moving, sensing, self-regulation triangle enters a conscious moving session deliberately and is often used as a means of keeping the owning phase workable and productive. Because when things get sticky, one of the angles in this triangle stops functioning properly. When we enter an experience that is too challenging for our current resources, we disturb our breathing, or we disturb our moving, or we mess up tracking sensations. This destabilization can set off metabolic alarm bells that can actually make us think we are under threat when none is there. Unbalancing this triangle likely sits at the root of many panic attacks. It can nudge you to think you are in the midst of a trauma response when all that is happening is that you have a habit of holding your breath when things get sticky. With enough practice, we can come back to balance by ourselves, but we often need help from a teacher, a therapist, or a mentor to notice what is going on and get back on the triangle. Feeling balanced within the challenges of a stressful experience enables us to feel that the experience is workable and instructive and points us to a feeling of more wholeness, both hallmarks of a successful owning phase. One of the paradoxical elements of conscious moving and many related practices is the commitment to tolerate some uncomfortableness in order to learn, heal, and grow. Calling on the educator Lev Vygotsky, we venture a bit outside our comfort zone in order to gather previously inaccessible resources and skills, and then bring them back and integrate them into our sense of self and into our aspirations. This is why the owning phase should get sticky. We put one foot in the landscape of the less known and the less predictable, because the known and the comfortable contain no new resources. Getting control of the gas and the brake. Most muscles come in pairs. On one side of a bone, like in the upper arm, a muscle contracts to produce an action, like the biceps flexing the arm, and on the other side of the bone, the opposite action occurs, like the triceps extending the arm. In a smooth action, one contracts while the other stretches, one works while the other lets go, a very basic and powerful oscillation. Both actions are required in order to produce many of our movements, especially the bigger ones. Our movement tends to get clumsy when this pairing gets out of sync. Tension from this perspective can be seen as both the flexor and the extender contracting at the same time, much like having your feet on the gas pedal and brake pedal at the same time. There's work going on, but it's likely not accomplishing much, and, like in cars, it can cause damage if done too often. To drive across town efficiently, we oscillate between our foot on the gas and our foot on the brake. Much the same happens with bodily tension. There are plenty of reasons to hold tension in the body temporarily in order to accomplish a task, like lifting a heavy object or freezing in place. But we want to let go of that pattern of effort as soon as the action is finished. Judith Aston Linderoth of Aston Kinetics calls this functional holding, the tension that lets go when the function is completed. Judith also talks about structural holding, tension patterns in the body that are so ingrained that we can't release them. The stiff neck, the raised shoulders, the tight lower back are all examples of tension that had to be there for some reason, and then became habituated and automatic. The back and forth oscillation of contraction and release diminishes, and we get bound up. We chronically overwork in some parts of our bodies and our lives, while collapsing or underworking in other parts. We unbalance and become more vulnerable to illness, accidents, and upsets. We tend to feel frustrated or powerless because our ability to act effectively diminishes. Our next owning phase oscillation now unfolds. How do we transition from having both feet on both pedals into alternating go and stop, gas and brake? The answer lies in the control of attention and the actions of the muscles. The awareness phase teaches us to pay attention to the tension and refrain from criticizing or analyzing it. Just be with it and welcome the details of it. This allows associations and responsive movement impulses to show up. The body starts to talk about the tension in a free associative kind of way. Now, as the owning phase appears, we can use deliberate movement to allow the story to be told with increasing levels of active coherency. We do this by consciously tensing, consciously supporting and enacting what we were doing habitually before. Judith Aston Linderoth calls this matching. We match an action we were doing automatically so that we are now owning it. We are intentionally doing it. Elizabeth Benke, you might remember, calls this inhabiting the movement from within. This practice of intentional tensing in order to decrease tension was pioneered in the 1930s by a physician named Edmund Jacobson, who called it progressive relaxation. The idea was to help the tense person to gain control of the ability to let go by first increasing the muscle contraction and feeling the details of it. In order to take your foot off the brake, you must first feel the braking, own the braking, by doing it on purpose and possibly discover its original purpose by listening to the associations that arise. By consciously doing the tension, we are not only giving it a much-needed voice, but we are creating more capacity for letting go. In this practice, we respect the tension and the letting go, allowing that they both carry legitimate voices about our experience. We also leverage entering and relieving by gradually oscillating a bit more into tension, then a bit more into letting go, all the while balancing our breathing, moving, and sensing. What can show up is a movement sequence that embodies a bit more consciousness, a bit more creativity, a bit more information about the details of our lives, and a bit more feeling the empowerment within our lives. It also helps us to drive across town more gracefully. The alternation processes cited previously expose the organization of the movement centers of the brain. Our brains have many different areas that assemble movement. We have a center in the brain whose only job is to plan complex movements. We have another center that specializes in initiating movements, and another whose job is to inhibit movements. Lots of different kinds of movement require not only that certain muscles contract to produce an action, but that other muscles contract to inhibit unrelated actions. Parkinson's disease tends to erode the brain area that inhibits extraneous actions, which is why we see tremors and other unrelated movements in these folks. To move in one way, we need to inhibit other actions that might interfere with that movement. Part of what happens in conscious moving is that we not only pay attention to how we are already moving, but also to how we are already inhibiting movement. Part of what makes any movement efficient and easily executed is the coordination of enabling and inhibiting movement. A more visible analogy might bring in our ideas about decision-making. At work, I might get mad at my boss and feel the urge to punch her in the nose. If I suffer from low impulse control, I have trouble deciding not to do that action. It just erupts like a reflex. Inhibiting actions not only makes complex movements more efficient, but also enables us to make and stick to decisions. It can be a really good decision to inhibit certain impulses. This inhibition skill is not yet developed in young children, which is why they have tantrums and feel emotions so intensely and unrestrainedly. The course of childhood development gives them practice at controlling some impulses while supporting others. For many of us, this maturational process worked fairly well. and for others, the development of the skill has been disturbed or ignored. As adults, we have opportunities to work on these impulses as a means of turning away from actions that harm ourselves or others, while moving into actions that promote healthy relationships and a balanced life. The owning phase helps us to consciously inhabit the inhibition of movements as well as their expressive opposites. Given all these owning phase elements, let's transition to specific practices that can support owning and then add owning into a conscious moving session. Practices for the owning phase. We've already gotten a start on some of these practices. Make sure to adapt them as you know best and trust that you know how far to take them. If any practice feels like too much, you may want to do it with a friend, a therapist, a teacher, or a mentor. In all these practices, make sure you put yourself in a space that feels comfortable and that allows you to move around a bit. Practice 1, the sensory motor loop. This practice helps you get a feel for the linkage between gathering information and acting on it. You can begin with either sensing or moving, but this example begins with sensing. Often an exercise like this begins by turning your senses inward. You can start there, or you can begin by attuning your senses to the outside world. Let's assume that you are starting inward. Land your attention on some specific sensation. Take a few moments to just rest into the attending, noticing small details and pushing back against thinking about your experience. Notice any associations that arise and welcome them. It may happen that a movement impulse naturally arises as a result of this attention. If so, go with that and support the movement to do what it wants to do. Or you may want to nudge the process by asking yourself, what does this sensation want to do? What comes next when this sensation is invited? Be patient. The answer doesn't always come right away. And watch out for moving in a way that tries to control the sensation. For example, noticing tension and then stretching to relieve it. Any movement that tries to change a sensation comes from trying to manage your experience rather than be with it. To be with it, it's important to find out how the sensation actually wants to move you. For instance, noticing a tension and aligning with it require you to support the tension as is. I am tense here. I am tensing here. The tension may actually want you to curl up a bit. For a few more minutes, just experiment with the idea that each sensation is a movement that wants to organize and emerge. Notice the movements that show up may stimulate more associations and different sensations. Play with this idea that sensations are tiny actions, ones that often want to move us in larger ways. Variations on the theme are that you can attend first to movement to start the ball rolling. You can attend outside your body as a way to begin. You can pick a pleasant sensation to work with. You can pick a neutral sensation to work with. You can pick a painful or uncomfortable sensation to work with. Practice 2. Micro to macro movement, interior to exterior. Take a minute to notice some small interior movement going on inside. Your heartbeat or your breathing are good places to start, but any movement will do. Now find a way to move with that action in a slightly more full-bodied way. It may be that the movement of your breath gets just a little bit bigger, or that you tap your finger on your leg in time with your heartbeat. Gradually play with it, getting more inclusive of more of your body, which will also make it more visible until it takes up as much of your bodily action as you feel comfortable with. At this point, it pretty much becomes a heartbeat dance or an inhaling and exhaling dance. Notice what associations arise. Notice what emotions arise. Is it fun to dance in this way? Is it a bit scary to be this visible? Take it back down to the original interior movement and notice the possibly changed details of that. Practice 3. Attunement, closeness, and separation. This exercise can be done by yourself or with someone else. If you do it by yourself, you'll want to find something in the room to attune with, something alive like a plant, or something moving like curtains wafting in the breeze at your window, or music. You can also do this with a pet or with a friend. Babies can be especially helpful partners in this exercise. Begin by taking some time to observe this other thing or action or being. Notice the details of it without commentary. When you're ready, begin to take on aspects you have noticed about the other. It may be their shape or their rhythms of movement or some action they are doing. You don't have to do the same thing, but it might be a way to start. The idea is to be in your body in a way that is more plant-like, dog-like, roommate-like, or 6-month-old niece-like. If the object or being is moving, be with the movement in a way that your body feels good about. Just be with it and move with it in a way that feels like you are more together. Then take a bit of time to step back from this togetherness and pay attention just to yourself. Come back to yourself. Notice any small ways you may feel different because of your attuned interaction, and just hold them in your attention and move with these differences so that you feel more like yourself. Then you may want to observe the other and just notice any small natural oscillations of closeness and separation from it or them. Practice 4. Matching. This practice can be done with many different states, but in this case we will explore a tense place. Begin by purposefully putting tension into your hand. Either contract your fingers into a fist or extend them out into an open hand. Now take your other hand and put it onto this hand, shaping it as much as you can around the tense hand. This could look like clasping the tense hand with the same quality of tension, for instance, or just match the shape and the tension as much as you can. Notice what association comes up as you match the tension rather than try to get it to go away. A variation would be to notice or put some tension into your shoulders and then match as much of the qualities of that as you can using your hand. It is as if your hand is showing you now what your shoulder tension looks like and feels like. Notice what associations arise and welcome them. What tends to happen in this practice is that the tension becomes more foregrounded. This is important for your ability to work with it in some way. As balance, find an area that is relaxed or get into a relaxed position and match that letting go process in other parts of your body as much as possible. Practice 5. Movement impulses to body narratives. Begin this practice with attention to a sensation that feels interesting, one that you want to explore. Attend to the sensation in a way that allows it to move responsively. Welcome this movement impulse and play with it a bit if you want. You're not trying to change it, just be with how it feels. At some point, work to follow a movement impulse that interests you and see where it wants to go. The important thing here is not to assume anything about where it will go or should go. If you can predict where it's going next, or if you feel impelled to do some specific movement, pause and listen further. Let the movement itself take the lead. It knows where it wants to go. If you want to give it a bit of encouragement, you can ask, what does this movement want to do now? Expect the unexpected. Our emerging right hemisphere body narratives are actually more creative than our left hemisphere comments about what should happen next. This practice might be called the dance without a dancer. The body is dancing itself. The dance becomes a nonverbal story told in motion. Be sensitive to when it feels complete for now, and be with this ending consciously. Notice afterward how you feel and what associations helped support the dance. Practice 6, entering and relieving. In this practice, pick something that is bothering you. Please, no traumas or intense situations. It could be someone you are irritated with or a small fright that got resolved, like falling off your bike, but you were okay afterward. If for some reason something unmanageable shows up, back out of the practice and only try this with someone there to support you. Begin by picking some mildly upsetting situation you want to work with. Now enter this by remembering it and finding some small descriptive details of it. Work to step away from the rabbit hole of blame by saying to yourself, "Now I notice I am blaming." See what associations as well as what movement impulses come up. Now deliberately exit this process and notice something different, something pleasant or aesthetically pleasing. It could be looking at the tree outside your window or at a framed photo of a loved one, or it could be the steady rise and fall of your breathing. Rest there for a bit. If you want to, oscillate into and out of this entering and relieving. It's not about resolving the issue particularly. It's about toning the muscle of your attention so that it can enter and exit states under your own power. Practice 7, the triangle of work, play, rest. This practice doesn't need a special time or place, and in fact, it can best be done in the midst of your day. It simply involves consciously moving between phases of work, of play, and of rest. They don't have to be in perfect thirds. In fact, during a workday, the work angle can be more prominent. At the end of the evening, rest becomes more foregrounded. It can be as simple as pausing to tell a joke in the break room or stepping back from your desk every hour and stretching and breathing. The play angle can look quite different for different people. For some, it's playing cards, sports, or music. My only caution would be not to count anything on your phone or laptop as playing or resting. By moving easily between all three phases, each one can be more effective. By valuing each angle of this triangle, we support a balanced life. Practice 8, the triangle of breathing, moving, sensing. We got a start on this last exercise within Chapter 2. The idea is to strengthen our ability to stay in balance with these three angles because they need each other for ongoing support, and because their imbalance constitutes dissociation, exiting the present moment and not being able to keep your paddle in the water. One of the best ways to exercise the ability to balance the three is to unbalance them deliberately, and then find your way back to balance under power. Doing this deliberately strengthens the muscle of attention, but it also strengthens the literal muscles of turning into and away from different movements. In the deliberate unbalancing version of this practice, we consciously hold back one element, breathing, moving, or sensing, and study what happens when we do. We then reintroduce that angle and study what happens when the balance returns. Deliberate unbalancing happens naturally at times and presents no problems. What we are working with here are habituated or predictable exits from balance that we do unconsciously, automatically, and habitually, habits that interfere with our well-being, our learning, and our creativity. Tune in to bodily movements going on right now. They could be big or small. It could be that you are walking to work. Be awake to the sensations of moving and breathing as you go. Just notice how they relate to one another and enjoy that experience. Put your attention to it carefully and with ease. Consciously practice their interwoven relationships as you go so that it becomes more familiar and easier. Putting an owning phase together, practice examples, and an open recipe. We can now apply owning phase concepts and standalone practices into distinct areas of daily life. How does taking ownership of the depth and breadth of bodily experience translate into specific domains? The following examples are generalized and collapsed a bit for brevity and privacy. Practice example 1 in a classroom. In a third grade classroom, the teacher brings out large pieces of paper, each one large enough for a student to lie down on. Students pair up, and while one lies flat on the paper, the other draws an outline around the edges of their body. Now each student has a large page with an outline of their body on it. With a number of crayons and markers, the teacher begins the lesson by showing the class images of the interior structures of the body, bones, organs, muscles, and asking each student to draw that structure where it belongs inside their outline. The teacher gives examples of what several structures do and asks the students to give a voice to that structure, either verbally or by writing it on paper. It could sound like, I am Keisha's lungs. I inhale and exhale. I bring air into her and let it back out. That's good for all the parts of my body. As an ending, all the students do a breathing exercise together where they feel their inhale and exhale. In a fifth grade classroom, perhaps some details about oxygen and carbon dioxide could be added. In this example, learning is embodied. The lungs are not just out there in a book and you have to memorize where they are in their functions. You have lungs. They do these things in your body, and they support you to run and do lots of other things. You give them a voice and listen to that voice. Practice example 2 in a therapy room. The session begins as the client talks about their grief from their beloved old dog dying a few weeks ago. Therapist. As a way to just be with the sadness, would it be okay to take a minute and notice how that feeling lives in your body? Client. I notice the tears and my eyes are squeezing to hold them back, and I notice a tightness in my jaw. Therapist. Okay, just stay with those sensations as they are for a bit and let's see what happens. Client. Pausing for a few moments. I feel both the urge to cry, just wail, but I'm embarrassed to do that in front of you. Therapist. So part of you wants to cry and part of you wants to hold back the crying. Yes. Therapist. And you have this feeling but don't want to show the feeling. Client. Well, a little bit of feeling is okay, but a lot of feeling is not okay. Therapist. Would it be okay to repeat that statement and see what comes up as you say it? Client. A little bit of feeling is okay, but a lot of feeling isn't okay. Oh, when I say that, I hear my older brother's voice. He would tell me all the time not to be such a baby. Therapist. Yeah, just take a minute with that memory and see if there's anything that your body wants to do with it. Client. Her jaw tightens visibly, her hands grip at her sides, and her brow furrows. Therapist. That's it. Just be with what your hands and your face want to do. It could be a little or a lot. Get a feeling from your hands and your face exactly what the volume of the feeling wants to be right now. Client. Her fists shake a bit and she makes a low growl. Therapist. Keep breathing as you do that. Client. Take several audible breaths while growling and shaking her fists. Therapist. Would it be okay to look at me while you growl and make a fist? Client. Takes a few quick glances at the therapist while shaking her fists. Therapist. Leans forward slightly and says, yeah, quietly a few times, while fisting her hands quietly in her lap. Client, dropping her hands and relaxing her face, takes a big breath and lets it out on a sigh. It was hard to look at you. Therapist. Yeah, I bet. I appreciate your willingness to try that. It wasn't easy. In this therapy example, you can pick out the moments of attunement and the work to stay on the breathing, moving, sensing triangle. The session also could have gone in another direction, where client and therapist played with entering the grief and finding ways to relieve it. At the time, it seemed more figural to take ownership of the empowerment encased in the patterns of tension. Could you also see the simultaneous gas and brake, and then the foregrounding of the brake as a way to separate the actions of crying and holding back tears? This turns a stuck simultaneity into a sequence, which then generates the ability to get somewhere. Also present was the practice of doing something slightly uncomfortable, looking at the therapist, as a way to carefully lessen the grip of an old body memory of looking away as a way to lessen the upset at a bossy and rude older brother. Practice example 3. While reading a contemplative book. This is a report from a friend who was reading a book by Thomas Merton, a Christian contemplative philosopher, while sitting on the couch during a snowy day. Every few paragraphs, I would have to put the book down and gaze out of the window at the snow. What Merton was saying was so powerful that I would have to take some time to digest it before reading on. He was talking about God as a quiet presence, a presence that you could distract yourself from or open up to. There were moments looking out at the snow where I could feel this presence very distinctly. Sometimes it made me want to cry because it felt so overwhelming, and in others it just felt so simple and easy. At one point I realized that I had forgotten to eat lunch, and when I sat down to my sandwich, I realized that God was a quiet presence inside me as well, in my hungry belly as well as in the act of eating the sandwich. It later struck me that a good definition of prayer would be this opening up to the presence of God in these ordinary moments. This short email poetically describes an immersive experience in multiple acts of owning. They, their pronoun, deliberately oscillated by entering and relieving the act of reading, creating a workable rhythm that enhanced the experience by shaping it to be both a mental and a sensory act. It became an immersion and then a reflection, according to inner felt dictates. It both challenged and soothed them. It opened up learning and a kind of aesthetic participation with immediate experience that might be said to be full of grace. Open recipe for an awareness and owning phase. As in the previous chapter, the recipe that follows can be engaged with as is or played with in minor or major alterations. Be aware that it is only going to coach the awareness and owning phases, so it might leave you hanging a bit at the end. Do what feels right to complete the experience. Begin by tuning in either to your interior world or the world around you, or a combination of both. Be deliberate about what posture or position you want to be in. Take some time to noodle around with your attention until you find some experience, sensation you want to focus on. Turn your attention in a concentrated way to this sensation and gently come back to it when your attention wanders. Notice the details of this experience without commentary. Just be with it as it is. Notice if any words, images, memories, other sensations, movements, or emotions come up, and welcome them into your focus of attention. Focus on how this experience and the attending associations want to express themselves. How might you already be moving with this experience? Could it be a small gesture or a face you are making? It could be a sound that comes up, or it could be a feeling of tension somewhere. Try not to make anything up or assume how your body would want to move. Be patient and wait for the movement to arise organically. Be alert to the tiniest of movements. They are often the most relevant ones. Support them to happen as they are, and if you notice yourself trying to control or shape them, just go back to being with your experience. If you want to nudge it, ask yourself what this experience wants to do right now. As you focus on moving, paying attention to how your breathing and your sensing support that is important. If you notice one element falling away, take a moment to reestablish it consciously. Allow the movement to keep going where it wants to go and surfacing new associations. Notice the sequence of events that accompany the moving. You could even support this by asking, where does this want to go next? It may help to repeat any sequences that develop so that they can be tweaked or refined. If any disturbing or challenging associations come up, practice entering and relieving. Touch into the power of the association, then rest away from it, attending to and doing something else. Your body will start moving back into the immersion when and if it's ready. Trust when it feels complete for now. Take some time to breathe, notice both inside and around you, and perhaps wiggle around a bit. How can you use the triangle to enter back into ordinary life? If it feels interesting, take a few moments to draw, write, sculpt, or something similar about the exercise. Chapter 4. The Appreciation Phase of Conscious Moving. We can be clear about confusion. It is wild, random energy. We can use that energy. We can convert it into force. We can make it into sense. Writing makes sense. It makes experience into form. Leonard Rubinstein, from Writing, A Habit of Mind. The psychiatrist and author Dan Siegel specializes in how the physiology of the brain, as it processes childhood and ongoing adult experiences, becomes not only more complex, but also more integrated. His work posits that our brains not only need lots of neurons in order to grow and be healthy, but also those neurons need to connect to and influence each other by forming a neural network. Early childhood development starts with a profuse overproduction of undifferentiated neurons, and as we grow and interact with the world, these neurons learn to specialize and to connect to one another, and connections that are reinforced are strengthened, and connections that aren't used will die off, called pruning. Our brain's neurons grow toward multiple neighbors, and the more neighbors they connect with, the more options the brain has for sophisticated sensory motor experiences and actions. Siegel calls this neural integration and champions the idea that neural integration lies at the heart of healthy functioning and meaningful relationships. Siegel states that a failure of these neural nets to develop and complexify equates to mental and emotional illness. Neural integration aligns with the saying, "It takes a village." It takes a village to raise a child, and it takes multiple neural villages to raise a healthy human. Elsewhere in the body, we also find integration at play. Praxis, the ability to plan and sequence unfamiliar actions, reflects sensory integration. Quite literally, all the different sensations associated with a complex movement must work together to get that movement to happen. What your eyes tell you has to match up with what your ears are sensing, which has to coordinate with your proprioceptive sense of where you are in space and the level of tension in your muscles. When this comes together, you can get the basketball in the hoop. When this sensory integration fails, learning and language disabilities often ensue. The appreciation phase might be seen as a process of integration, metaphorically akin to neural and sensory integration. New experiences have occurred through awareness and owning, much like new neurons being produced in the brain. And in order to stick around, these experiences need to integrate with other previous ones, as well as be reinforced by practice or be deliberately allowed to wither. This allows experiences to continue to support a nuanced and enriching quality of life, even in situations of challenge and suffering. We could also compare this neural and sensory integration metaphor to our sense of self. We might say that knowing who we are is composed of lots of smaller structures, a myriad of continuing experiences that leave their traces in our body memory, some just a whisper and some a shout. These experiences also connect to one another, forming networks of associations that can be recalled through activating any part of the network. These networks may be equivalent to my sense of who I am. I am the person that fell off my bike and broke my arm when I was 10. I am the person who likes to eat chocolate chips out of the bag. And I am the person who has chronically tight shoulders. Lots of different experiences network together to compose my identity. My identity is made up of lots and lots of different elements, lots of different selves. Laia Yorba Galdos will write about this in Chapter 7, where she notes the different selves that show up in different social contexts, and that our identities are mapped onto our movement patterns. One way to work with conscious moving begins by holding multiple and varied experiences, because they are all me. Part of me wants to have that donut for a dessert, and part of me doesn't. One part of me wants to stay in this relationship, and another part wants to hit the road. By holding and owning both of these wants, by supporting all of my voices without judgment, and by alternating my attention to their voices, my subsequent decision to eat or not to eat the donut can include more of who I am. I feel more at choice, more myself. I have strengthened the inhibition of reaching mindlessly for the donut. This is what the appreciation phase strives for. In the owning phase, we immerse into and rest out of enfolding experiences, stepping into challenging associations, and finding out which associations are networked with these experiences. We move within these experiences. In appreciation, we create an increased sense of self-coherency by integrating those experiences consciously and deliberately. By doing that, we enable creativity, self-reflection, and learning. Remember old radio dials where you would manually turn them, and in between the stations there would be this scratchy static? And when you landed on a radio station, all of a sudden you were hearing voices or music? Both the static and the music are radio waves, but in static the waves are jumbled. At the station, they are lined up so that they make sense. They become music. Another way to put it is that when we drop into a radio station, incoherent waves become coherent. What was insensible becomes sensible. The potential for information transitions into usable information. One of the definitions of the word coherent is the quality of forming a unified whole. In the appreciation phase, we spend some time developing and reinforcing this feeling of a unified whole. This increased coherency gets its start in the owning phase as movement impulses cohere into body narratives. What remains for the appreciation phase to accomplish is to integrate those right brain dominant movement coherencies into identity coherencies. We are shaping the experience for use by asking the left and right hemispheres of the brain to begin to work cooperatively with what has emerged and been expressed. We integrate the experiences into our identity, thereby changing our sense of who we are just a little. By other names, this would be called learning, healing, or growing. Up until now, we have been pushing back against meaning-making as a way to invite in possibilities that exist outside our old way of making sense of things. In the appreciation phase of conscious moving, we gradually invite new meanings to arrive organically as a result of our embodied experiences. We form new coherencies as a result of dialing into new stations and accessing new music, new news, and new podcasts, to belabor the metaphor a bit. These new meanings take shape as a result of our engagement with our bodily authority. By trusting the physical processes of our bodies as a means of exploring, uncovering, challenging, and playing, we access creativity right here at home. Originality emerges organically from original detail, which then gets supplemented with original responses, which then get networked together into original coherencies. The word originality harkens us back to the idea of origins. Originality, one of the synonyms for creativity, brings us back as close to square one as we can get, back where potentialities live. As a professor for over 35 years, I have read and graded my fair share of term papers, master's theses, and doctoral dissertations, a task at times blissful and at other times excruciating. One of the main elements that separate a blissful from an excruciating paper is whether or not it is coherent. Many evenings I would find myself scratching my head at what read like a student's stoned rap, only able to discern meaning from occasional words or phrases. This act of not making sense can also be seen in couples or family therapy, where two or more people say things to each other that fundamentally don't make sense to the other. Head scratching ensues. They don't get me ensues. One of the most powerful moments in couples therapy is when one partner says something like, "I feel invisible to you." And I might step in and gently ask, "Are you being visible?" Frequently, the other partner has not even realized that their lover feels they have been sending coherent signals, but the signals are in the form of static noise. The task is to help each partner shape their movements, their expressions, into communications that are sensitive to the receiver and therefore land and are interpreted correctly. In the appreciation phase, we are leveraging our newly won internal coherencies into narratives that can be spoken, written, sculpted, or presented in a boardroom, ones that emotionally move others and make sense to them. The appreciation phase first rests into our inner wisdom and then oscillates out into being understood more externally. How can we begin to share our narratives such that they can be meaningful to others? This requires a kind of shaping or polishing. Most artists want their work to be seen and engaged with. They want people to be moved by their work. Teachers want their lectures or activities to land in a coherent way for their students. The priest in a pulpit or the Zen master on the cushion hopes that their talks inspire, move, and assist the people present. The shaping or polishing required to accomplish those external connections often oscillates back inward and increases internal coherencies as well. Our polishing generates integration, both with internal and external systems. What does coherency feel like? How do we know it when we see it? My personal opinion is that it looks and feels like grace. Isn't it interesting that the word grace has two distinct meanings, one for movement, LeBron James's layup was so graceful, and one for spiritual experiences, Hail Mary, full of grace. Perhaps these two processes are related? When some physical action is first attempted, when LeBron first picked up a basketball, His motions of grasping and aiming and throwing and bouncing tended to show up in a jumble. It took time and practice with each one separately, and then time and practice to coordinate them so that the ball had a good chance of going through the hoop. Not only does each individual action need to be learned, but the multiple actions required to shoot the ball must be linked to one another in a coherent sequence. When that happens, we start to see grace. We watch basketball games not only because we want our team to win, but also because we want to feel the awe of seeing folks like LeBron execute some of the most graceful movements possible. Just to be in the presence of that grace moves us because we subtly attune to it. We feel just a little bit of our own bodily grace. This grace has its origins within LeBron as a result of his years of effort and play, but it also results from his interaction with his teammates. When they move together as a group, they all approach the basket in a kind of gorgeous synchronization, one that may reach its conclusion through LeBron, but was enabled by the whole team, even by the other team. Even those of us attending the game contribute to the team. Grace travels in groups as well as individuals. Antje Scherholtz will speak of this interactional synchrony and group coherence in Chapter 12 as she discusses her moving cycle-based psychotherapy groups in Germany. Is there a contemplative equivalent to this? Likely. One equivalency has to do with the fact that one of the central features of almost every religion is that it can be practiced either alone or with others. When it occurs alongside and among others, the attunement we feel to each other helps our own practice feel more supported and more graceful. Think of singing together, of praying or chanting out loud together, of sitting in meditation next to others doing the same. These communal actions lift us all up and help us experience moments of contemplative grace. The same logic applies to classrooms. We create an atmosphere that allows us as students to oscillate between the material to be learned and our own responses to it, as well as the presence and engagement of other students around us. But the basic equivalency of grace between practicing a sport and contemplative practice lies in the initial jumble of simple elements, new undifferentiated neurons, separate parts of complex actions, separate words that will later form sentences, and the resulting coherence when they line up and work together. We might begin a prayer with the feeling that we are just calling out, but after some time with it, we may feel a sense of presence, a sense of being held or cared for. We could be sensing that presence as a deeply internal experience or as a coming from outside of us. We feel connected, whether to a divine presence, a higher consciousness, or the whole universe. This sense of holding and caring as an experience of grace occurs in the appreciation phase of conscious moving. This coordination of basic actions into graceful sequences gets its start in owning, as movement impulses begin to link together into coherent sequences of motion called body stories or body narratives. As a therapist and educator, when I witness a student or client begin to coordinate their experiences into coherent actions, I do feel a bit of awe. How does the appreciation phase support this awe? Previously, we talked about the importance of owning what arises in us by moving experiences as they are. Now we will talk about caring for what has arisen as a kind of long-term connecting device between the discrete elements of experience that engender a sophisticated feeling of coherency that can be replicated in daily life. Neuroscience has long known that one of the best ways of committing something to long-term memory is to care about it and to have an emotional experience of it. Caring does not have to be gushy happiness. It can involve fear or anger, as any of us who have ever held a grudge can attest to. Emotions fill out the details of a body story in ways that facilitate its endurance. Likely, the body narratives that produce gifted athletes, like LeBron James, get their start in the sheer joy of doing the action, in loving the act of drawing a tree or yoga or singing a song. Anger and fear in the long run are so physiologically expensive that they don't always support effective or graceful action, but they can endure at a cost to ourselves and others. Emotions like fear or anger are crucial capacities in any human, but hopefully can be rare and can be let go of when the need for them ceases. Paradoxically, one of the reasons we do conscious moving is to find the body story of our anger and fear, and by caring for it as it is, gradually shape it into productive and positive identities, as well as powerful art pieces, essays, and community actions. By doing so, we both respect and use these feelings, as well as enable them to feel satisfyingly complete and therefore able to be let go of, transitioning to a stored memory and a potential for future action. Emotions anchor experiences so that they endure in memory and can be retold and changed slightly with each careful retelling. This storing, calling up, and retelling reinforce a sense of open identity, all the way from the personal to the communal. In appreciation, we deliberately and consciously hold our body narratives and polish them a bit with our caring. We do this by taking some time to deliberately oscillate between holding the experience carefully and talking about it carefully. Fogel talks about this specialized kind of speaking as evocative language and invokes Eugene Gendlin's focusing technique. See the interview with Ann Weiser-Cornell at www.consciousmoving.com as an explanation of the difference between regular speaking and this kind of embodied verbalizing. In evocative languaging, quote, words are used to evoke a concrete internal experience felt directly and in the moment. When used this way, words will resonate in the felt experience of that person. They will sound true or deep or powerful. Words spoken by other people that similarly address our embodied state can also resonate, unquote. Another way to put it might be that in evocative languaging, our left and right brain hemispheres are working together to communicate experiences. In the previous chapter, we worked with an example of raising the shoulders deliberately and then letting the chest fall deliberately because we became aware that this was what we were already doing in a clunky way. What gets us into the appreciation phase is our conscious support of these actions while braiding in emerging associations. This allows a spiralic movement sequence to develop, and this sequence to feel coherent and even a bit graceful. Now it is time to use evocative languaging to begin to share it as a way to polish it. First, let's look at an artistic equivalent. A dancer goes into their studio with the intention of choreographing a dance that can be performed for an audience. After warming up, often with classic, well-practiced dance moves, they begin to improvise, just playing with different movements that come up as a result of paying attention to a theme they have chosen, or perhaps that arise from open movement play. They start to repeat moves that feel interesting or right, perhaps changing them a bit as a way to refine the sense of rightness. Then they begin to string different interesting moves together to form what dancers call movement phrases. They repeat the phrases and keep playing with them, refining them and helping their body remember them. They may occasionally look in a mirror as they move as a way to get a sense of how the phrases might look to others, hoping that the emotions they feel as they dance can be visible. They also might show it to other dancers. These phrases evolve into whole stories, ones that can be told as a named piece of choreography. As they begin to refine the movement story with an eye toward performing it in public, the artistic appreciation phase ensues. A similar sequence occurs in music making. A few strung together notes become a phrase, and different phrases are played with and strung together and further refined to become a coherent song with a beginning, middle, and end. After singing and playing the song a number of times and performing it for various audiences, the musician commits to recording a version of it that will be released to the world. Musical appreciation phases occur as the song is prepared for recording. It's in the studio, getting ready for the larger world. Gretel Bauer works this way, as she writes about in Chapter 11. You can listen to some of her songs via the links she has provided on the www.consciousmoving.com website. The therapeutic equivalent in appreciation work happens when the client feels complete, for now, with their explorations and begins to oscillate between being with their experiences and talking about their experiences, typically with the therapist. The ability to talk about one's experiences could be said to be equivalent to showing one's art to others and polishing it before taking it out into the world. Within these often tender moments, the therapist often models how to hold and care for what happened during owning by offering supportive observations such as, "I noticed that when your chest came down, that seemed to be when you felt the sadness you were talking about most intensely." The movement story is held and cared for by being witnessed very carefully, and then it is shaped into a meaningful experience. Meaning-making arises creatively and organically through the balancing of left and right hemisphere processing. The act of caring in this way integrates the experience into ongoing identity, thereby enriching it. Now that we have all these appreciation phase elements in mind, let's see how this looks in freestanding practices and conscious moving sessions. I have hesitated to use the word love as a part of this phase, fearing a kind of mushy, sappy association to the word. But what I realize is that this phase is about love, but not in the way we usually use that word. When we say that we are in love, we typically mean with someone or something. Our love has an object it connects us to. In the appreciation phase, the love we feel does not often land on an object. We are in love the way we are in an environment. We are occupying love, embedded within it. Love in this sense is a field, like a magnetic field, that simply exists and does not have to be confined to locations, objects, or people. An awareness and owning and appreciation of this field may constitute our experience of grace. Standalone appreciation phase practices. These exercises can be done on their own and don't need to be integrated into experiencing appreciation as a part of the phases of conscious moving. Exercise 1. Improvisation to polished peace. Put on some music and enjoy a few minutes of moving freely to it, just attuning to its rhythms and messages. Now, repeat some of the movements you have done with deliberateness and care. String them together with the idea that you could teach them to someone else so that they could do them too. Feel them as a sequence with a beginning, middle, and end. Notice how it feels to do this small bit of choreographing. If you want to extend this exercise, you could actually teach this tiny dance to someone else and see how it feels for the both of you to do it together. You can also do the equivalent for making your own music or other performance arts. Exercise 2. Stream of consciousness to small essay. Write out a small event that you can remember, like running into an old friend at the grocery store or accidentally dropping and breaking a plate on the kitchen floor. Just write enough detail to jog your memory of the details of the event. It doesn't have to be complete sentences. Now, imagine that you are going to publish this small story in a magazine. Take some time to imagine other readers who have different associations to this event. How would you refine this story so that you could help them see the experience from your perspective as a result of your associations? Work with just a few sentences or the whole thing as a way to get this sense of shaping for use and for caring about the experience enough that you want to share it with others. Exercise 3. Knowing how to do it to teaching it. Think about something you know how to do quite well, like riding a bike, making spaghetti, or memorizing your times tables. If you were to teach this skill, how would you do that? Construct a map from beginning to middle to end of what you would do first, and then what would build upon that all the way to the end of the process. Was the map you created coherent for someone else? How might the construction of this map help you to understand the skill more deeply? Exercise 4. Caring for whatever comes. Choose some small instance in which you did something you now regret, such as saying harsh words to your child or committing some minor thoughtless act with a friend. Take a few moments to recall the event as best you can and push back against the tendency to get distracted by self-criticism, justification, or shame. Just be with the details of it, breathing, moving, and sensing as you recall. Now take a few minutes to work at actively caring about those details. There is a subtle but important difference here between caring for yourself and excusing yourself from responsibility. It tends to feel something like, I did that. It hurt my friend, and I'm holding myself and them in a caring way about it. In this sentence, I care about myself and I care about my friend as well, and I care about the effects of my actions. I care about it all. Putting an appreciation phase together, practice examples, and an open recipe. In appreciation, caring for one's experiences creates a kind of glue that holds the experience together as a unit, creating an inner state of increased coherency. This coherency allows for connection of the experience to other experiences that have formed our identities, establishing a more integrated system. We are thus slightly changed by what happened, and that change is integrated through our conscious efforts. The following are some standalone exercises for the development of appreciation. Practice example 1 at a meditation retreat or on the street. Many of the world's religions have some way of helping people care about themselves, each other, and their world. In Buddhism, the practice is often called Maitri, or loving kindness practice. The word Maitri also translates as goodwill, active interest in others, and wanting others to be happy. It develops as a result of our unconditional acceptance of ourselves. Maitri practice typically takes place during sitting meditation and goes something like this. Begin by calling up some way that you dislike yourself, something small. Now hold that dislike in a loving way, much the way a parent might hold a crying infant. Just keep returning to this act of self-kindness, to the feeling of it rather than the thought of it, even if you get distracted. If you find that you are incapable of this goodwill towards yourself, then work to hold your inability to do it in a loving way. The next step in this practice is to choose someone that you dislike, a mild dislike, and hold this dislike of that person in a loving way. Work to feel the feeling of loving kindness toward them, and if that seems undoable, hold your inability to do it in a loving way. In these practices, you don't absolve yourself or others from responsibility for their actions. it's important to acknowledge harm and be accountable for it. A Christian version of this practice was taught to me in high school, loosely called Christ at the Door. It comes from a story about Christ showing up at someone's door in disguise. You never know, it could happen to you. Simply put, whenever you meet someone at your front door or on the street, you imagine they could be Christ in disguise. Christ is giving you an opportunity to practice Christianity. How would you treat Christ if you met him? He would want you to be that way with everyone. A social version of this practice can be found in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that formed after the apartheid government in South Africa fell. The idea was to heal the wounds of apartheid by getting the perpetrators and victims together in an ordered and public space, and have the perpetrators tell the truth of what they did, and having the victims tell their stories of what happened to them. Ideally, they would listen to each other and be moved by what they heard. In this way, the trauma and suffering could be healed and integrated into society going forward. A version of this in other countries' judicial systems is called restorative justice. In these examples, notice how the act of caring creates a holding environment for coherencies to reverberate inward to our sense of self and outward into our relationships and communities. Practice example 2 in a therapy room. A client has been working with feelings of anger and resentment toward his romantic partner who slept with someone else while in their monogamous relationship. In the awareness phase, he became aware of tension in his gut as well as all up and down his arms. After focusing on those two areas of tension, he noticed they seemed to hold different associations. When focusing on his belly, the client reported fear coming up, along with an urge to shrink back. When he touched into his arms, he had an association to movement. He wanted to aggressively fist his hands and push his arms downward. We worked with those two actions and sets of feelings, first allowing the fear and shrinking, and then allowing the aggressive and quick pushing of his arms toward the floor. Client: when I stay in touch with my gut, I want to cry. I feel very young, like I hear this little boy saying, "Don't leave me." But when I focus on my arms and fists, I feel really angry and I want to shout, "Fuck you," as I stomp on the floor. Therapist: let's trust that both of these reactions have a voice and want to be heard. Would it be okay to alternate between the two in your own timing for a bit? See what else develops when you support these two reactions. Client: for about 10 minutes, he spends time fleshing out the two sets of impulses, finding a sequence in his belly that included raising his arms up in a pleading gesture and crying. In the arms, the pushing down developed into a pushing away gesture. When both these sequences emerged, he felt a sense of recognition of an old action that a previous boyfriend had accused him of, a pattern he called, "Come here, go away." Therapist: let's spend a little bit of time with both those actions. As you attend to the "come here," just be with it in as friendly a way as possible. If you were to be a friend to it, what would you want to do? Client: his hand rests on his chest and he rubs it gently. I wish someone had comforted me all those times when people left. Therapist, rubbing her own chest: yes, is there anyone you would have wanted to ask for comfort? Client: yes, my dad. Therapist: would it be okay to imagine your dad here now? What would you have wanted to say to him? Say it as if he were here. Client: Dad, I wanted you to give me a hug. I wanted you to tell me I would be okay when Uncle John died and when Grandma died. Takes time to feel the sadness. Therapist: does it make sense now to shift and do something similar with the angry arm movement, or should we work on that next time? Client: Let's do that next time. This feels so tender right now. Therapist. Yes, tender. Take a few moments to see if it feels okay to give some of that tenderness to yourself right now in your current situation. The session progresses with the client imagining his partner in the room and talking about his feelings of loss of connection, loss of exclusivity, loss of intimacy. Notice the associations that came up through the body in this session and how the client's capacity to greet them and work with them allows for a deeper truth-telling to emerge, one that he might be able to take home with him in the action phase. There is also a developing coherency between the client's past and present situations and an oscillation between different body narratives. Practice example 3, in a classroom. The students in a suburban high school take a trip to a local nature preserve where they hike up a hillside to sit and look down on the local river that goes through their city. Their art teacher begins by asking them to draw the scene before them, paying special attention to the curves in the river and to the vegetation. He asks them to do several versions according to how they feel about being there. The science teacher then points out the layers of rock strata and talks about how different geological processes deform the strata so that it curves as well. She also helps them calculate the relationship between the length of the hike and the elevation gain and the number of calories they used as they walked. After lunch, the science and art teachers lead a discussion about how the students felt about what they were looking at and what they knew about the relationship between rock, water, vegetation, and animal life. As a homework assignment, they were asked to form groups that will study the history of their city and this river, how the water is used by the city, and issues of water safety and conservation. Notice how learning can be integrative, just as experiences when being in a particular environment are holistic. As well, experiential education, because students embed themselves in an experience, creates an atmosphere conducive to caring and to realizing that things are connected, that there is a relationship between this scene before them and the water that comes out of their tap. Open recipe for an awareness, owning, and appreciation phase. Appreciation navigates sensitive and challenging terrain, helping us to use feeling and caring as a means of discernment, learning firsthand the difference between forgiving and forgetting, between caring and enabling, between regret and self-hatred. By moving consciously and carefully with these states, we ready ourselves and empower ourselves to take action in the world. The following example illustrates a possible journey from awareness to owning and into appreciation. Tune in either to your interior world or to the world around you, or a combination. Be deliberate about what posture, position you want to be in. Take some time to noodle around with your attention until you find some experience, sensation you want to focus on, and come back to it when your attention wanders. Notice the details of this experience. Just be with it as it is. Notice if any words, images, memories, other sensations, movements, or emotions come up, and braid them into the experience. Begin to focus on how this experience and the attending associations want to express themselves. Try not to assume how your body would want to move. Be patient. Be alert to the tiniest of movements and support them to happen as they are. If you want to nudge it, ask yourself, what does my body want to do right now? As you focus more carefully on moving, pay attention to breathing and sensing. If you noticed one element falling away, take a moment to reestablish it consciously. Allow the movement to keep going where it wants to go and surfacing new associations that you include. Notice the sequence of events that accompany the moving. Where does this want to go next? It may help to repeat and tweak any sequences that develop. If any disturbing or challenging associations come up, practice entering and relieving, touching into the power of the association, then rest away from it as often as feels right. Trust when it feels complete for now, when it is coming to an organic conclusion for now. Take a few minutes to go back over the events of the experience and acknowledge them. I did that, and then that came up, and then I felt a bit fearful. You can also talk about them to a friend or write them down. Take some time to actively care for what came up, especially the parts that were challenging. You can help this along with gestures if that feels right, gestures like putting your hand on your heart or lightly caressing your arms. Take some time to breathe. Notice both inside and around you, and perhaps wiggle around a bit. How can you use the triangle to enter back into ordinary life? Chapter 5. The Action Phase of Conscious Moving. Practice means to perform over and over again in the face of all obstacles, some act of vision, of faith, of desire. Dancer and choreographer Martha Graham. I could have spent 15 years in therapy talking about my reluctance to be intimate. Guess what? I just did it and got better. Once you say, this is just a muscle that is weak in me, if I developed it, I'd feel better. Once that's clear, it's common sense. Push the weight. Kelly Butler, founder of Living on Purpose. All song forms that have grown up to stir mankind to mass action and concentrate the efforts of human physiological power are based upon the rhythms of muscular action. Margaret H. Dobler, in Movement in its Rhythmic Structure. When we walk out of the classroom, therapy office, or art studio, we re-enter our daily lives with all their sharp edges and quiet comforts. One of the values of conscious moving is its attention to applying the work to our daily lives. How do our experiences in these special circumstances, classrooms, studios, mosques, etc., make themselves useful in our relationships, our work in the world, and our society? We take time at the end of a conscious moving experience in order to create and support this link, because no healing, no art making, and no learning make a lasting difference if they are not applied and shared. This chapter delves into the art of using movement to help make our experiences useful in some way, from simply making our lives a bit easier or more beautiful to social activism. We have spoken before about conscious moving being shaped for use. In the action phase, we learn to understand this shaping from a social perspective. Human beings are a social species. We thrive when we are connected to each other, and we fail to thrive in conditions of social isolation, much like neurons and sensory experiences. The work we do in specialized places, such as studios, classrooms, and chapels, needs to be integrated into our daily lives, and this takes special practice. The appreciation phase integrates our new experiences into our sense of self and can begin to integrate these experiences into relationships. The action phase integrates our work into our relationships, our families, our work in the world, and into society at large. It is here, for instance, where action becomes activism. It is here where we can change the world. I once had a psychotherapy client who was seeing me because she had been in a devastating car accident that had almost killed her and had left her health an ongoing concern. She was coping fairly well with the physical changes and challenges that had happened as a result of the accident. But what brought her to therapy was her sense of rage and helplessness because the accident had been caused by a defect in her car, and the car company was denying this and laying the blame on her. She had seen online that other people were reporting this same defect in the braking system of that particular model, but this did not seem to sway the car company. She felt powerless, mistreated, and ignored, and this was causing her to feel depressed and suicidal. She didn't want others to go through what she had been through. Our work over a series of months focused on how her body experienced powerlessness and power, the overarching question being how she could get her power back. She spent a lot of time allowing her body to collapse and feel heavy while studying the associations that emerged. Then she would allow what she felt were more powerful movements, often associated with anger, to energize her and help her feel like she could accomplish things. Her action phase work began as she used these practices as an inspiration to go up against the Goliath. By supporting both the collapse and the energizing rage, she glimpsed the possibility of transforming the dead weight of her body into a sense of letting go and of rest. But she knew she wouldn't be capable of that until she had also transformed the helpless rage into efforts that got something done in the world. She began to research this car model, creating a website that published records of complaints and reports about brake failures. She invited others to share their stories about their accidents. She made up flyers with links to her website, and she put them under the windshield wipers of this same car model when she spotted them in parking lots. The people she gathered to her banded together and initiated a class action lawsuit against the car company. Right after this, the car company finally recalled this model and repaired the brake systems. The lawsuit was settled out of court years later, and although my client was not allowed to share the details of the settlement, she glowed as she told me, "We won." This example dramatically illustrates an action phase, one that made a substantial contribution to my client's well-being, as well as the well-being of others as they drove. Not all action stories are so bold, or so clear-cut, or have such satisfying endings. Not all of our behaviors rise to the level of action movies, though this one certainly could have, reminiscent of Erin Brockovich. Most action phases are quieter, more personal, and more nuanced. In an educational environment, action often takes classic forms, such as handing in term papers at the end of class, or taking the bar exam after graduating from law school. Ideally, exams and tests not only demonstrate that you learned something, but also that you can apply that learning to life's challenges, because it is not enough that you went to school. You also have to demonstrate that you can practice what you learned in real-life situations. This is often why many professions have internships: medicine, law, different kinds of therapies, plumbers, electricians, and teachers. Internships give you the time to practice your actions in real-life settings under supervision. In this sense, the action phase looks like a kind of mini internship. In art making, the action phase holds the transition between being creative and producing art that will be published or performed or simply shared. While the appreciation phase polishes creative processes into a piece, the action phase sets up shows, performances, social media postings, and publications as a means of showing the piece and having it influence the world. It's a bit trickier to talk about the action phase in contemplative practice, but it seems visible in Dharma talks and sermons, where longtime practitioners tend to offer guidance on contemplative practice as they address everyday problems and challenges. Moving and acting along the continuum from personal to the political. As we know from our movement continuums, not all actions are large and visible. The same goes for the action phase of conscious moving. Bigger is not necessarily better. Small actions can be just as powerful, sustainable, and enduring as large ones. They are also just as important and impactful as the big stuff. For instance, my friend and colleague Ray Johnson, one of the interviewees for this book, has published a book called Embodied Activism, in which they offer the term micro-activisms, a relative of micro-movement and an answer to microaggressions. Microactivism comprises small acts that contribute to social and environmental justice and equity. It could be that you take a bus one day instead of driving your car, or you speak up when a person in the room has been subjected to a microaggression due to some aspect of their identity. It could be the tiniest little thing, but it matters because it tones your body toward taking action in the world. It keeps your paddle in the water of the systems we all live in, and it makes an ever so slight difference in the world. The cumulative effect of microactivisms cannot be understated. In conscious moving trainings, we work with the power of the witness, for instance. At times, simply being there and being attentive to someone without judgment or analysis, and with curious and compassionate intentions, can make all the difference in the world. We also see the power of this witnessing of another's movement in Barbara Dilley's work called contemplative dance, as well as a type of dance therapy called authentic movement. In conscious movement trainings, we frequently work in pairs where one person is called the mover and the other is dubbed the witness. The mover moves and the witness sits off to the side and holds the mover in a beam of high-quality attention. We train the skills of seeing and being seen as being fundamental to any subsequent capacities, such as making interventions in the process. Witnessing could be called a microactivism since it uses such quiet and respectful actions. But witnessing someone or something can also create huge effects. Quakers have used it as a way to bring various forms of social violence out of the shadows. Bystanders using their cell phones have created personal and social accountability in cases of violence and the abuse of power. Bearing witness can save lives and hold people and systems responsible for their actions. We use the simple yet powerful skill of paying attention as a form of influencing action. In the action phase, we experience our movements as within us as well as shared with others in the back and forth oscillation of influence, an oscillation that connects us all with each other and the world. From this vantage point, all movement lies on a continuum from the personal to the political, from the individual to the systemic. There are times when we move just for ourselves and times when we move for and with others. Yet both these movement locations influence each other ongoingly. We all have experience with how uplifting it can be to be in the presence of someone who is cheerful, and how difficult it can be to remain cheerful in the presence of someone who is relentlessly grouchy. Lots of research over the years has confirmed that when we are interacting with someone we like, we gesture similarly to them with similar timing. We unconsciously move with the emotions of others. When we hold an infant to our chest, their heartbeat and breathing start to link up with ours. When someone's movement clashes with ours, we tend to give them more space. In so many ways, we are all in this together. Another way of putting this is that we are all influencers. We all possess the power to influence the world around us via our actions. At times, we hold our movement close and oscillate our attention and actions inward so that movement can reverberate through our flesh and bones and blood and assist in an experience of inner coherency, a kind of knowing ourselves as well as altering ourselves that empowers us and orients us toward what feels right now. And there are times when our inner reverberations form the infrastructure of more external, public, and socially influential movements that, because of their visibility, have the opportunity to make a difference in the world. Have you ever noticed yourself sitting up straighter in the presence of someone with good posture? I am amazed at how my spine aligns and lengthens when I am in the presence of Judith Aston Linderoth. Have you ever noticed how a spiritual teacher, just by the quality of their embodied presence, affects your ability to be awake? I have felt this intensely during times when I have been fortunate enough to share space with Thich Nhat Hanh and the Dalai Lama. Teachers of all kinds are, whether they track it consciously or not, teaching with their bodies. One of their most fundamental skills lies in their ability to maintain their bodily integrity and authority, even when people around them are not able to do so yet. This same skill holds true in the therapeutic relationship, the child-caregiver relationship, and in the creative process. Our bodies are our own, yet they also belong to, embed in, and shape the public sphere, where the personal presence of another being, often on the level of micro-movements, calls out to our bodies in a back-and-forth reciprocity, one that alters our identities and alters our actions and activisms. This is why working on the level of micro-activisms and micro-movements can be such a powerful means of working in the world. Of course, this embodied activism can go in destructive and hateful directions as well. Being with someone who is depressed, critical, tense, or aggressive challenges us to make a decision to either move toward them in a gesture of helpfulness or to retreat from them in an act of self-preservation. How we move at that moment depends on how empowered we are, how much bodily integrity and authority we are able to sustain. Can we be the ones who use their energy in this encounter as a form of activism that stands up to and contrasts with what others are doing? Or, in the interest of safety or the conservation of energy, do we get some distance so that we are not battered by the toxic actions of others? By engaging in movement practices that athleticize our sensory-motor awareness, that tone our ability to include novel or challenging experiences, and that strengthen our capacity to appreciate and integrate new self-coherencies, we can position ourselves to make informed and effective decisions about our actions in the world. All this talk of action relies, however, on a foundation of bodily authority. Repressive social systems want to keep us physically docile so that we will work where and when they want us to work, buy what they tell us to buy, question our own experience so as to defer to authoritarian power structure, and fail to question abuses of power. By working with our body's signals and ongoing actions, by trusting them to be an important part of how we make decisions and how we support ourselves and others, we counteract the body insecurity that can be bred into us by consumer culture, repressive social systems, and authoritarian regimes. The action phase of conscious moving carries the dual functions of helping us apply our learning and healing to our own lives, as well as helping us apply our own contemplations and creativities to more social locations. Our actions radiate out as well as in a kind of oscillation of influence. What comprises an individual action becomes the same stuff as activism as it radiates outward. Action and activism arise from the same movement impulses and sequences. As we shape movement sequences into body narratives, and from there learn to care for and polish them, they tend to specialize as contributions in one direction or another, though action in any direction influences all other directions. In action, we make a difference in the world, that world that lives within us and outside of us. Another piece of good news comes to us from the movement continuum, because taking conscious action as a result of our conscious moving experiences sets up good action habits. Being responsible in the world can be like riding a bike. You never forget how to do it, how to consider others, how to put your money where your mouth is, how to turn off the light when you leave a room. The action becomes semi-automatic. We tend to be amazed and entertained by big, heroic, single-handed acts, but the cumulative effect of small contributions forms its own kind of everyday heroism. Another result of taking action after stepping outside of special conscious moving experiences occurs as a result of the phases of conscious moving cycle. Taking action stimulates and links to new awareness phases. Our actions reverberate into capacities for being awake, and the cycle starts again, this time at a different location on the spiral of our development and evolution. The more we take conscious action, the easier it gets to be just a bit more aware and to discover new experiences we can use to make art, grow, and learn. This can take the form of simple movement acts like noticing tightness in your chest, working with movement impulses and associations so that some old fear or creative block surfaces, working with these surfacings to find that conscious breathing helps you listen to the issues and organize their body stories, and telling those stories by moving them and caring for them. In the action phase, the breathing you used is practiced, perhaps with some challenging circumstance in mind. At the very end of the session, you craft a standalone breathing practice that will help create a new and more supportive breathing pattern. Over time, as a result of that new breathing practice, you find that some experiences you used to find challenging aren't so challenging anymore, and you realize that doing this kind of breathing when caring for your small children helps everyone in the room take a breath. In the example of my client who had been in a car accident, we started small, local, and personal. She murmured during one session, "They don't want me to do anything about this." I asked her, "What does your body want to do right now?" She found an impulse to clench her fist. By supporting that, it developed into a shaking fist and the statement, "I'm not going to take this lying down." The action phase from this session ended up with the simple practice of her committing to literally not reading about the car company while lying down. Subsequent sessions began to involve standing up as she worked with a new metaphor of standing up to the Goliath. Once she started standing up during sessions, she gradually found practical action plans for dealing with her longing for justice. In a contemplative application, action begins when we walk out the door of the meditation hall or church or our own quiet space and realize that what we did there is connected to what we do out here. How does the golden rule, "do unto others as you would have them do unto you," play out at a school board meeting or while waiting in line at the grocery store? It's not enough to just know they are connected. What are the practical ways we can link one to the other? The action phase helps us to engineer that link. We begin to craft that link while still within the session by practicing with our therapist, teacher, or mentor, like an internship. We then might take the action home and practice it with those we love and who have our backs and who can give us feedback. Then we might take it into more challenging circumstances and more far-reaching applications. The same goes for art making. On a very literal level, movements during a conscious movement session can be shaped into a dance that might be shared with others. With an eye toward how you want to be seen, you might start with a shaking fist and see where it wants to go. Where it goes can be elaborated and practiced and shown to others, who then can have their own experiences of how shaking their fist feels and moves them. This process can assist individuals and whole communities in making meaning out of their lived experiences, meaning that arises organically from inhabiting the experiences from within, rather than passing on meanings internalized from dysfunctional systems. My friend and colleague Ray Johnson and I engaged in a research project some 10 years ago. We interviewed people who identified as belonging to various marginalized social categories, and we asked them to talk about how marginalization or oppression felt in their bodies. Their visceral descriptions of daily life were so powerful that we realized it would not feel right, respectful, or complete to just write an article about the research and publish it in a professional journal. We asked people who were willing to work collaboratively to create a performance at my university's yearly somatic arts concert. Several graduate school somatic counseling students, plus several of the interviewees' co-researchers, participated, and working from the audio recordings of the interviews, folks played with how the spoken words felt and moved their bodies. These movements were polished and integrated into a public performance piece that was shown in the spring. The resulting project felt like an important way that we all learned about taking action that arose from direct experience. We didn't do it perfectly, but we worked hard to use the process of choreographing, rehearsing, and performing as a way to give voice to people whose voices were not being heard. We used transient hierarchies, conscious movements that arose from lived experiences, and feedback from co-researchers as our means of making art. The process and the product were crafted using the values of bodily authority and the inclusion of the phases of conscious moving. On another occasion, I paired up with my transgender colleague Owen Karcher and worked in much the same way. He and I staged a performance from our research. These are other examples of a large and elaborate action phase. Again, large and elaborate actions take a lot of time and energy and are not necessarily the best way to feel complete with your conscious movement. Micro actions can prove just as effective. Both large and small actions in the world generate new awareness phases, as we said before. The other result of taking conscious action comes from our willingness in earlier phases of the cycle to postpone meaning-making. By valuing description over evaluation as long as possible, we enable a novel and perhaps more effective sense of meaning to coalesce through the actions that show up in our world. In the therapeutic story cited earlier, if my client had just stayed with her experience of her body as dead weight and her statement that they don't want me to do anything about this, these meanings would have likely kept her in a sinkhole of powerlessness. By holding those experiences differently, neither believing them nor disbelieving them, but simply letting them have a voice, they could metamorphose into resources for action. And from these resources, new meanings can emerge, meanings that contribute to creativity, inclusion, learning, and reflection. By postponing old inherited meanings and working with the raw data of lived experience, then richer, more nuanced, and more effective meanings can blossom. A fresh and perhaps challenging perspective can be experienced by engaging with art forms that live outside received pearls of wisdom, though art that expresses received wisdom does have its place. Contemplations that push back on explanations rooted in blame and powerlessness, giving ourselves time to simply breathe, feel, and sense our inner and outer worlds, allow for a more spacious and clutter-free relationship to those worlds. This action means something useful. This is an action that helps us to feel complete with something and able to move on to the next thing. One of the most important features of any action phase is the sense of completion it can engender. The sense of completion can be a powerful reward for all our hard work. Why not feel complete at the end of something? We all know how frustrating it can be to not feel finished with something, to not have the option or the know-how to accomplish that completion. Conscious moving uses bodily experiences of moving until something feels complete, or at least as complete as it can get today, as a means of linking endings with a sense of satisfaction and closure whenever possible. In the owning and appreciation phases of the session, this may take the form of playing with effort and the release of effort, or noticing how movement sequences have a natural beginning, middle, and end. Or it can start as an experiment in noticing when you are not exhaling completely, not letting go into gravity as the air falls out of your body, such that you are holding too much air in your lungs each time you breathe. What are the associations that come up when you notice that? These practices act as a microcosm for learning how to navigate larger endings. The action phase foregrounds the idea that it takes conscious moving to make sure that we feel as complete as possible with experiences. In art making, this idea can be echoed by the perennial question, how do you know when a painting, sculpture, book is complete? Does it need just a few more daubs of paint? Or will that take me into another painting that is different than this one? Should I add one more paragraph about a related topic? Or am I done? Doing conscious work to craft an ending helps us mitigate the stress of these kinds of questions and access our felt sense of completeness as a guide. At the end of things, evaluations commonly occur. We look back and decide what was helpful and what was not so that we can get better at that thing next time. Evaluating an experience also helps us feel complete with it because it oscillates us from looking back to looking forward. This oscillation from past to future creates a bridge that allows a crossing, a walking from the bank of the river we have been on to the other bank, where we will be as we step back into our daily life. This bridge exists in the present moment, in the details of the action phase, where we consciously decide what we will take with us into the future. It can be as simple as asking, how did that work? What happened, and what does that mean to me going forward? It can help us to learn from two different sources, from what went well and what went badly. Acknowledging these events as we overlook them from our position on the bridge can contribute to our feeling of completion. All this is to say that at the end of things, we enter a transition. We are in a small in-between moment between sacred and ordinary, between altered and normal, between what was and what will be. Transitions can be as commonplace as leaving the house or finishing a meal, or as fraught and complex as the breakup of a long-term romance or a funeral for the dead. Transitions carry within them a suspension between two things, a moment when there is no ground underneath us and we have to reorient to find the new ground. Most parents will tell you that children have a tendency to melt down during transitions. And most therapists will tell you that clients seek therapy because of painful, powerful, or traumatizing life transitions. By spending conscious time with the action phases ending, we learn to anticipate and perhaps welcome that state of suspension during a transition and increase the athleticism of moving through transitions with as much grace as possible. Standalone action phase practices. Several of these practices will feel familiar and like no-brainers. What this speaks to is the enduring power of coming to a satisfying conclusion, feeling complete with a project in a way that makes it visible to yourself or the rest of the world carries within it a deep human urge to see things through until the end, much like the motor plans we discussed in the movement continuum. Ultimately, this can lessen some of our existential fears, such as of death or loss. Many people, as they approach death, seek to tie up loose ends. We feel more at peace with endings when we feel complete with the process coming toward that end. Serenity, in this sense, may be defined as feeling complete as an ending approaches. There is an apocryphal story that Socrates, as he lay on his deathbed, was asked by his students what was his most important teaching. As the story goes, he simply said, "Practice dying." We take this to mean that our lives hold many endings, large and small, and learning to do what it takes to feel, as much as possible, complete and satisfied at those ends creates a sense of meaningfulness and grace. Example 1. In an elementary school classroom. A teacher works with their students to learn about various wild animals. In science class, this looks like discussing the difference between wild and domesticated animals. In art class, this involves drawings of various wild animals. And in gym class, students become various wild animals and dance their movements. The teacher enlists parents to help some of the students make wild animal costumes that they can wear in their community's yearly parade. Example 2. In a church, mosque, or synagogue. A sermon or talk is given to the community on the practice of giving to those in need. At the end of the sermon, talk, handouts are left at the exit of the building that list various charities and resources for helping people in need. The community also organizes a support group for people volunteering on their own. Example 3. In an art studio. A writer finishes a book, a memoir on their journey from being able-bodied to being in a wheelchair. At the end of the book is a whole section on resources for folks in wheelchairs. The author also arranges with their publisher to give out free copies to folks in VA hospitals. Putting an action phase together. Practice examples and an open recipe. Practice example 1 in a counseling session with an 18-year-old woman. Therapist. So today we worked on the grief of losing your grandmother who meant a lot to you. Is there anything else you might want to say or do about that before we end today? Client. I realized that she meant a lot to my brother as well. I just had a thought that I could call him and just talk about her with him sometime. I'd like that. Therapist. Would it be okay to take a few minutes right now to imagine yourself on the phone with your brother, talking about her? Would it be okay to role play that a bit, as if he was here with you and you were talking? Client. Okay. Hi, Jim. Do you remember that time that Grandma brought us to the baseball field across town and we watched the local team play? Do you remember how loud she was, how she yelled at the players and we were so embarrassed? Client tears up a bit and laughs. Therapist. How do you think your brother might respond to that? Client. I think he would laugh too. I hope he can tell some stories about her too. I want to remember. Therapist. Yes, you want to remember. Take a breath into that. Perhaps that's an intention you'd like to set. Client. Yeah, it just occurred to me that I could make a photo album of her and of us with her. Therapist. I'd love to see that. Therapist, is there anything else from the session you'd like to take a look at before we go? Client, no, I'm good. Therapist, okay, maybe we could just make a transition here. The session is over and you're going back out into your daily life. Would it be okay if we just stood up together and faced the door? Client and therapist stand up, shoulder to shoulder, facing the door. Client, as I stand here, a thought occurs to me. I have to go back to school now to a theater club meeting. I don't want to cry in front of everyone. Therapist, yeah, some feelings can be more private. What do you want to do with your body to help keep these feelings private in that setting? Client, playing around a bit with her breathing and moving. If I breathe deeply, I want to cry, but if I stand like this, feet wider apart, hands by sides, a bit more tension in her body, I feel more like I can be there without losing it. Therapist, great. Sounds like you found a good strategy for both feeling it with your brother and holding it privately when the time's not right. Did you notice entering and relieving as a way to manage daily encounters? The therapist and the client really took the time to plan for how she would be in the social world while feeling the loss of a loved one. Notice how experiential it all was. She didn't just talk about it, she literally practiced it. These are all features of the action phase. The session also used the relationship with the therapist as a bridge. Vygotsky would call it a scaffold for going out into the world, and the client herself came up with actions that would feel helpful to her grief and her love for her grandmother. Practice example 2 at a meditation retreat. Meditation teacher. Okay, so we're coming to the end of the retreat. We have a bit of time now before we go to see if anyone has any lingering questions or comments on the retreat. We have about an hour, then we will go to lunch, then everyone packs up and goes home. What feels important to say as we come to an end? Participant. This was a very powerful experience for me. I almost didn't come because it sounded so boring to just sit here all day. I struggled a lot with that, but there were moments when I found this utter place of peace, just being here, even with the junk that came up, even with the backache. Several other participants express gratitude to the teacher, complain about the long line at the food tent, express what they got out of the retreat as well. Meditation teacher. Thank you for all your comments. I will make sure to pass your comments about the long lines on to the food service folks. Long lines suck, but long lines also happen. So in the days ahead, notice that you now have more of a choice about how you experience the long lines in life. Be aware of your urge to control the experience you are having. You can meditate while standing in line as well as on a cushion during a retreat. You can show compassion to yourself for your irritation and show compassion to the others who are waiting with you. You can practice relaxing into the experience since there is nothing you can do about it. You can speak compassionately to people who could make a difference in how long the lines are in the future. Notice that evaluation can be an important way to feel complete with an experience. Looking back over it and stating what worked and what didn't, what feels complete and what doesn't. Part of the action phase is seeing what wants to happen next as we go through daily life events, much like Anne Weiser-Cornell talks about the body as always leaning into the next thing in her interview for this book. The meditation teacher just cited started by stating the ending structure of the retreat so that people could plan for how much they could say and how the transition would go. Transitions are always a kind of ending, and small endings such as this one can be a rehearsal for how to manage bigger ones. Practice example 3 at a vocational school. Teacher. Okay, everyone, over to the main table and listen up. For the last 3 weeks, we have been working on how to make simple furniture pieces with wood. We started by cutting lengths of wood in straight lines. We played with different ways to join the pieces of wood together, and when and how to use nails, screws, and glue. We also covered sanding, both what gauge to use and how to work with the grain. Looks like we got some benches out of this, a step stool, and a storage box. Starting on Monday, we're going to add finishes. But before we call it a week, do you have any questions about what we've done so far? Students. One student asks about the thickness of the wood for different projects. Another complains about her shoulder hurting from all that sanding. Another asks when they can take their pieces home, and so on. Teacher answers all the questions, including demonstrating how to use a sander without straining your arm. Teacher: Okay, so next week we will finish the pieces by doing stains and finishes and adding on any metal hardware needed. Then they can go home. Going forward, we're going to make it harder by making a new piece that uses different types of wood and learning how to saw angles and arcs. Be thinking about what you want to build that has curves in it, and read the handout on different types of wood. It's important to get to know their grain and their relative hardness. Take some photos of what you have done so far to show off. This teacher is doing a good job of what Vygotsky called scaffolding. Scaffolding uses the image of creating a bridge to the next thing, so that learning progresses in a stable and sustainable way. Scaffolding links what has been done to what wants to happen next and forms a vital part of any action phase. This way, a learner feels a sense of accomplishment that is connected to how that accomplishment can be applied and extended. The teacher reviews what has been done, makes sure that students feel complete with those skills for now, and then introduces the next steps that will be taken and how the students can prepare for those steps. Open recipe for the entire conscious moving cycle. The following practice outlines how a conscious moving session might work. It works as a guide, not a prescription. Play around with it from your own bodily authority and your own interests. Begin by tuning in either to your interior world or the world around you, or a combination. Be deliberate about what posture or position you want to be in. Take some time to just noodle around with your attention until you find some experienced sensation you want to focus on, and gently come back to it when your attention wanders. Notice the details of this experience. Just be with it as it is. Notice any associations that come up and just braid them in. Begin to focus on how this experience and the attending associations want to express themselves. Be alert to the tiniest of movements and support them to happen as they are. If you want to nudge it, ask yourself, what does it want to do right now? As you focus more carefully on moving, pay attention to your breathing and sensing. If you notice one element falling away, take a moment to reestablish it consciously. Allow the movement to keep going where it wants to go, including new associations. Notice the sequence of events that accompany the moving. Where does this want to go next? It may help to repeat and tweak any sequences that develop. If any disturbing or challenging associations come up, practice entering and relieving. Touch into the power of the association, then rest away from it as often as feels right. Trust when it feels complete for now. Take a few minutes to go back over the events of the experience so far and acknowledge them to yourself. I did that, and then that came up, and then I felt a bit fearful. You can also talk about them to a friend or write them down. Take some time to actively care for what came up, especially the parts that were challenging. You can help this along with gestures. If that feels right, gestures like putting your hand on your heart or lightly caressing your arms. Now imagine yourself back in your daily life, either what will happen as you walk out the door into your next thing, or by putting a scene with someone into your mind's eye. Take a few minutes to imagine and then practice how you might take the events of the session into that circumstance. You can practice this with a friend, mentor, or counselor, or you can try it on your own. It might be something like taking several full breaths, ones that you used in the session, as you imagine a tricky interaction with your boss at work. Or it could be a gesture from the session that you modify to use when arguing with your spouse as a way to become more visible to them and potentially feel more understood. It might be a simple decision to do something like look up resources on the internet or practice relaxing muscles that you usually tense. Be careful not to get too project-oriented, however. Start with micro actions that can be practiced and tweaked. It may happily stay at that level, or it may progress to larger actions. All along that continuum is good. We have now completed a full cycle of conscious moving. Awareness, owning, appreciation, and action all progress in a way that can inform and extend our learning, art-making, and healing. In the next section, various authors show us how they apply these theories and practices in their own work. The practice of conscious moving is an invitation to be innovative and contributive from our own locations and aspirations. Part 2. Applying conscious moving to healing, the arts, contemplative practice, and education. Introduction. Over the years, I've been honored and humbled by the thousands of students I have taught. I have worked with young adults just out of college, as well as seasoned professionals. I have taught at universities, at conferences, and in private trainings. The work of training conscious moving for others to take into the world has been one of the most meaningful and fulfilling actions I have ever undertaken. In the following chapters, people who have studied with me are writing their thoughts and actions as they do this work in their own way. Some of these authors are newly minted conscious moving practitioners, and some have been studying this work for decades. For over half of them, English is not their first spoken language. They live primarily in the US and in Europe. Several take this work into therapeutic directions. Most take it into artistic and contemplative directions, and several use it in various educational settings. All began this project with a strong sense of their own bodily authority, using their lived experiences of the work to guide their writing. You can see their photos and contact information in the Chapter Contributors tab of the www.consciousmoving.com website. This section of the book is offered as a way to see how conscious moving lives and works in the world. Ultimately, it might invite you to find your own way with this work, your own methods of moving consciously for some purpose, or no purpose at all but the sheer feeling of the experiences. Chapter 6. Working with Trauma and Oppression in Multicultural Contexts. Amber Gray is an award-winning dance movement therapist, human rights psychotherapist, and authorized continuum teacher. She has worked for 25 years with survivors of human rights abuses, war, torture, historical trauma, and oppression. Equally artist, advocate, author, educator, and therapist, she, her clients, and mentors co-create survivor and spirit-centered, polyvagal-informed approaches to somatic and dance movement psychotherapy for interpersonal and collective trauma that are holistic, relevant, and emergent. Quiet friend who has come so far, feel how your breathing makes more space around you. Let this darkness be a bell tower and you the bell. As you ring, what batters you becomes your strength. Move back and forth into the change. Rainier Marie Rilke. Introduction. The restriction of movement from micro to macro levels is an effective act of oppression. One way to define oppression is the suppression and repression of sovereign movement in service of the oppressor's control and power. Trauma, as a defining life experience, reshapes our bodies in its capacity to express itself through movement. With trauma, conscious movement is undermined by a wide range of often unconscious, disconnected, fragmented, and distorted movement patterns arising from fear-based physiological states. Ongoing adherence to these movement patterns and fragments is what gives the oppressors, whether they are an individual or collective, ongoing power. The reclamation of conscious movement is core to the restorative process with survivors of human rights abuses, violence, and long-term oppression. This chapter explores the integration of the 4 phases of conscious moving as expressed in the moving cycle with a body, dance, and movement-based phasic approach to working with interpersonal, collective, historic, and ancestral trauma in many contexts and with many communities. As always in this work, clients are our teachers. The work shared here reflects their steadfast courage in entering and navigating the dark corridors of fear and terror their bodies have become mined with through acts of torture, sexual violence, and individual and social persecution. Their bodies, which can feel like maps of suffering, become maps of the heart, the noblest human map. These maps are guided by restorative movement psychotherapy, a somatic and dance movement therapy clinical approach co-developed with clients through 25 years of work and play together. This approach integrates the moving cycle, polyvagal theory, and indigenous perspectives and practices. This chapter is dedicated to all who have known the pain of restricted, limited, and immobilized movement. A defining feature of my client's experience is displacement from land, home, family, the things that ground them to a feeling of belonging. Our sense of belonging is a filter for our attentional and movement capacities. Whether we are displaced by gentrification, war, colonization, genocide, torture, persecution, or constant exposure to the hostility and violence of racist, phobic, cruel, oppressive, and exclusionary white societies, our movement is affected. We may have to plan our movements to stores, schools, and places of worship to coincide with emptier streets, so we are not disrespected, attacked, violated, or subjected to judgmental gazes. We may have to move our family to a place that has no history of our people, no favorite corner store, no friendly neighborhood where a child can be tended to for a few hours. When our outward movement is restricted, our inner movement, breath, heartbeat, is forced to change. How we pay attention becomes how we are vigilant. We literally change our shape to accommodate the oppressor and/or the loss that defines displacement, and our inner movement and voice become lost in forced patterns from the tiniest movements to how we walk, behave, act, and express ourselves. Working with trauma. Trauma, a term that is used to describe the way survivors act, behave, or feel, is sometimes confused with a clinical diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. I have observed that many people can be traumatized without meeting the specific criterion for PTSD. While PTSD is defined by a specific arrangement of diagnostic criteria, being traumatized might be reflected in the inability to sleep properly or eat or eliminate regularly for extended periods of time, without those specific criteria present. This is as distressing and disruptive to bodies as the many symptoms that comprise PTSD. PTSD is most often cited as a behavioral or affective condition. Being traumatized is often categorized as pathology or something to fix. These are important distinctions when working in multicultural contexts, and being mindful of the body is core to the restorative process. Culture, which is inclusive of religion, spirituality, familial beliefs and ways, social norms, educational influences, and everything from home that helps shape us, becomes an internal guidepost. From a neuroscientific and, more specifically, a polyvagal perspective, it seems plausible that our neuroception, our autonomic nervous system's subconscious capacity to help us seek safety and scan for danger, is influenced by culture. This is an essential idea for therapists who work in multicultural contexts, or simply with cultures that differ from their own, to understand. Because we therapists who center the body and movement in our work consciously focus on attention, and more specifically the oscillation of attention from inner to outer, interoceptive to exteroceptive, implicit to explicit, we must acknowledge that although neuroception is universal and exists below story, culture informs the expression of this inner physiological process. Neuroception informs our interoception, our inner voice, which in turn informs how we see the world. Hindi, citing Fogel, describes a continuum of inner to outer sensing as essential to somatic awareness. Somatic awareness is a synthesis of embodied awareness, our feeling of an experience, and conceptual awareness, our thinking, evaluating, or talking about our experience. To be traumatized is to be forever changed. From the perspective of the body, this is an important distinction. Both trauma and PTSD, which I prefer to refer to as perpetual traumatic spiritual reordering, are the body's and the whole person's response to a reordering of their world. Whether brief or sustained, single or multiple instances, exposure to an event that is perceived as dangerous or life-threatening is core to being traumatized, diagnosably or not. This is the reordering of our world, how we react in the moment of exposure, which is a forced shift of attention, becomes the imprint that fosters our PTSD symptoms or our traumatized state, which then manifests through the ways we move, sensing, feeling, expressing, perceiving, acting, and more. Being traumatized shifts our capacity to pay attention to the continuum of human experience. This continuum of human experience is also a continuum of embodiment and conscious movement. This continuum contains an ever-evolving hierarchy of influences, which I language in ways that honor my clients' descriptions of how they relate to their bodies. At both the beginning and the end, a true continuum has neither, is the mystery, a spirit, the divine, soul, creator, God, Allah, however a person describes this level of experience. At the continuum's bottom, the deep subconscious evolutionary gift of the autonomic nervous system seeks safety and scans for danger, called neuroception. And this process relies on sensation, our key informant. Bodily sensation is always the root of what we perceive, feel, think, and how we act. Sensation comes in three branches: interoception, our inner feelings; exteroception, the stream coming in from the outer world; and proprioception, or tracking of our body's position, tone, and balance. These three branches braid together to inform how we pay attention. Impulses arise from this physiological dance and lead us to movement. Movement can be described as our primary language. Conscious movement is the integration and recruitment of the whole continuum in service to moments such as when we notice the quality of light coming through a window or warmth against our skin, or when we dance across a floor in performance. It's movement that we do while paying attention. Above impulses and movement lies the neural-rich brain highway, our belly brain, heart brain, and brain. Heart-mind refers to the indigenous wisdom of a heart-informed brain. The simplest way to describe this is in the biointelligence of the fetal curl we are all in at our earliest development. Indigenous wisdom has long promoted the necessity of our embryological curl so that the brain and heart are in close proximity in order to facilitate communication between them toward our greater and more evolved wisdom. The transpersonal level of the continuum might best be described as our understanding of a greater purpose, and then we reach the eternal return of mystery. The whole process, which I call the continuum of human experience, might look like this: mystery, transpersonal, heart-mind, cognition, brain; feeling, emotion, affect, heart-brain; intuition, belly-brain; movement, impulses, perception, attention, exteroception, interoception, sensation, neuroception, and mystery. In an experience of fear or terror, our attention shifts and disrupts the continuum, truncating the fluidity of spiral sequencing or flow that we might usually experience. We either uber-focus on the danger using a limited range of action options, we might fight or flee, or when we experience terror, we shut down. These actions arise from neural circuits of survival in the autonomic nervous system. There are also many emergent, blended, and hybrid actions that in simpler terms can be described as freeze, defensive play, submissive play, placating, posturing, appeasing, and many more, with many more culturally incongruous ways to speak about them, that we engage in service of our survival. The balance between our inner and outer landscapes is altered. Some clients remain so internally aware that every pain, tension, or difficult breath becomes a landmine of fear, disabling their ability to connect to the world around them. Some are so focused on the external, the space around them, that they disconnect from their interior, and everything in between. For most, if not all, the fluid connection between inner sensing and the information we take in from the world around us is disrupted. This is why many survivors of trauma lose their beat and experience and express an imbalance between their external and internal worlds, finding the oscillation of attention very difficult. The work. Restorative movement psychotherapy evolved over many years of work with newcomers, refugees, survivors of torture, asylum seekers, and others with a wide variety of legal statuses and therefore supportive social resources, within the experience of displacement and forced migration. There are many influences on this work, a primary one being the moving cycle, which is the emphasis of this chapter. Other influences include polyvagal theory, indigenous practices from medicine teachers, my work in indigenous communities, my own heritage, and body-mind centering. These practices are implicit and are bowed to, but won't be centered here. When therapists are working with survivors of complex trauma, it's widely considered essential to use a phasic approach. Most phasic approaches begin with some form of establishing relative safety. They then work on reconnecting to resources, recovering relational connection, and processing the trauma itself, though they may differ in the order in which these occur. RMP's phasic approach might be considered a mirror of the moving cycle. The concept of mirroring is an important and auspicious one, as it is at the heart of many children-centered developmental approaches and dance movement therapy itself. Mirroring is how we learn to be seen and how our being seen is reflected to us in service of our development toward holism. In my own spiritual tradition, everything is considered a mirror. For every feeling, thought, action, breath, spirit, there is a mirror. It is in this mirror that the truth of our existence and our meaning is reflected to us. Relative safety and dynamic stability, awareness. The first phase of RMP is relative safety and dynamic stability, a term that acknowledges the reality that we are only ever as safe as we can be in an uncertain world, and that stability, the capacity to regulate and ground ourselves, is an emergent journey. This first phase is important in the beginning of our work with clients and throughout. We cannot work with clients if they do not experience some sense of safe enough with us as therapists and with their own embodied sense of self. The therapist's ability to co-regulate with the client, described as assisting clients to shift from states of fear, distress, stress, and discomfort to states of increased ease, presence, calm, and connection, promotes client self-regulation, their ability to connect to themselves and make any changes that support them to be more present. This can take a little time or a lot and is not possible without refining the client's awareness and attention so that they can begin to state shift from fear to ease. In this framework, the client practices awareness by noticing internal and external cues to determine whether they are safe as can be or unsafe. What does this look like when working with clients? I worked with a woman in her 20s, newly married, who arrived in the U.S. as a refugee and is part of an arranged marriage. I will call her Anna. She and her family fled their home country because they had long lived in the same town as the long-ruling dictator who was responsible for countless disappearances, torture, and violence against his own people. She came to see me because she considered herself very overweight, and this bothered her for health and aesthetic reasons. She wanted to lose weight so she might be healthier and move easier. Her weight contributed to a sense of depression, and she also wondered if it might be linked to trauma, which she has learned about through classes her husband encouraged her to take so she could choose a career path. In our initial sessions, I did not know much about her history other than that her home country was a site of long-time civil war and oppressive rule, and that her weight made her uncomfortable. I asked about her history of her body and weight and initially tried to learn a bit more about her personal development than I usually do with clients whose primary presentation is adult torture. She shared that she felt her weight issues began when she was young and that she couldn't really think of reasons why she was the sole family member to be as heavy as she was. She did not wish to be super thin and was well aware of what she called the American obsession with thin bodies. I knew from my time in the Middle East that larger, curvier, and more voluptuous bodies are celebrated, and she confirmed that. Her concern with her weight was based on a distressing inability to understand why she could not lose weight, despite healthy eating and a dedication to consistent exercise. Anna had what I perceived as an unusual weight distribution, which she spoke freely about. Her weight was all around her middle in a shape that could, at times, literally appear like a ring. She felt both protected and smothered by it. Whereas she focused on her feelings of being smothered, I intuited that her sense of being protected was more central. My curiosity was this: what is she protecting herself from? Her descriptions reflected a positive and affirmative family experience from very early life onward. Here is an excerpt of an early conversation at a time in our work when she continuously talked about being smothered. We had worked with smothering numerous times and were in a stuck place with it. We agreed not to use the word smothering to see if we could learn something new. Me. Let's forget about the history and focus on now. Before we do that, is there anything you'd like to do to get settled and be prepared for our work? Anna. I'd like to do the feet on the ground practice and some dimensional breathing. Note, these are both structured stabilization practices most of my clients learn. We took the time to do these to prepare. Me. Ready? Anna. Yes. Me. Great. Remember, any time you want to pause, feel your feet on the ground and or find your breath inside you. We can do that together. Pause. Me. As we talk about your weight, what do you notice in your torso? Do you have any sense of this weight? Anna. It feels too heavy. Me. Can you describe this heaviness? Anna. I told you, I feel like I cannot breathe. Me. What would it be like for you to find your breath and just focus on your breathing and occasionally shift your attention to that heaviness? You can use the dimensional breathing practice if it helps you. Anna. Quiet for a while. Then, I don't feel it. It's either too heavy or I don't feel it. I need to feel it to lose it, but every time I feel it, it just smothers me. Me. There's that word. If you can, just feel that heaviness without being smothered. Pause. Me. Which is more bearable for you now, to feel the heaviness or not to feel it? Note, at this point in her work, I knew she could oscillate between both. This was not true in our earliest work. Anna. I don't want to feel it. Me. Okay, let's go there. Pause while Anna took some time to sense and bring her awareness to her experience of not wanting to feel her weight. Me. Just checking in, Anna. Are you aware of not feeling your weight? Can you still sense that it's a part of you? Is there a way in which the physical sensation or absence of it is different than other areas of your body? Silence. Anna. Maybe it's the lack of feeling there that is different. Me. Okay, let's focus on the lack of feeling. What do you notice? Anna. I don't feel myself. It's as if I am here and not here. Me. Great, that's an important observation. Let's stay with that and see which is truer now, being here or not here. Anna. When I am in this part of my body, I am not here. This excerpt of our work together is an example of establishing relative safety and inviting awareness. Anna already knew the two practices we used to settle, prepare, and ground. while she explored some uncomfortable sensations and feelings that had previously caused her to panic and become very distressed. Beginning with already learned practices that clients find helpful and at times even pleasurable, fosters a safe as can be therapeutic space and reminds clients like Anna of their own ability to stabilize, regulate, or balance, whatever language suits them, their own body. A primary focus of this session was increasing Anna's awareness of how she experienced the area she specified she wanted to work on, her weight. For another client, the process of promoting safe as can be and enhancing her attentional capacities was very different. This client, who I will call Betty, came to me with two specific requests. One was to learn yoga so she could relax. She was a women's rights activist from a country with a horrible history of violence against women, and she and her loving family, husband and 2 children, had fled when she and her husband were threatened. She self-described as anxious and in Western diagnostic terms met the criteria for generalized anxiety disorder and PTSD. Her second request was to learn how to be safe enough to leave her home, which she could not do. She had left her country of origin, but since her arrival to the U.S., she had become terrified to go out, despite knowing that she was in a safer place. Each time she tried to go somewhere, she panicked and ran home. Her husband encouraged her to get help, despite therapy not being something she would have considered back home. Because of her interest in yoga, which was unavailable to her back home, she sought out a therapist who worked with movement and found me. Our early work consisted of establishing relative safety. This was challenging as she truly did not feel safe anywhere. I spent several sessions asking questions and offering ideas for where she might experience some relative safety. When she could not think of any, I invited her to get up and move around my office, which she felt was a comfortable place, and let me know where she was drawn to and where she felt the most comfort. Both comfort and ease have been more accessible than safety for my clients, with high levels of fear and intense mobilization or defensive reaction. She liked being near my plants, which are near a large window that looks out on a green area. She said this was where she could breathe a little easier. Breathing easier, she became aware of more space in her chest. This awareness helped her to be able to identify the micro-movements, sensations, breathing shifts, and a swift change in her feeling state that always preceded her panicking and losing herself in fears that kept her at home. Her home play was to find a similar space in her home. When she returned the following week, she had decided that a window that looked out on a large cluster of trees with many birds was her easiest place. She had a large, soft lounge chair she loved, and she had moved it closer to the window so she could sit and look out. She noticed she began to feel more ease because she was more able to track and support shifts from states of panic toward tiny physiological and emotional states of comfort and relaxation. This newfound ability was our beginning place. Contact and connection, owning. The second phase is contact and connection. Contact describes an embodied sense of self-experience, akin to Gendlin's felt sense. From a conscious movement perspective, contact also refers to our ability to beam our attention on our present moment reality, to be able to oscillate attention from internal to external in a natural rhythm, and to stay present or associated with what we notice. Contact facilitates connection and owning. We go beyond noticing with a greater sense of safe as can be and stay affiliated with our experience. Like the moving cycle, the sense of somatic contact in RMP is key to how we own our experiences. In this phase, we are simultaneously restoring our connection to ourselves from micro neurophysiological movement to the macro perception of who we are in the world and how we relate to it. The therapist facilitates connection through the deepening of contact. Connection includes clients connecting to their experience and to the bond between therapist and client. Conscious movement facilitates this relationship between contact and connection through the oscillation of attention from self to other and from self to the larger context. For my first client, Anna, this phase was particularly difficult and painful. She was aware of her tendency to either be smothered by her weight or to completely dissociate from the feeling of it. She was frustrated that she could not anchor into where or when that came from. She would make a little progress in the form of a few bits of emergent memory. She began to associate her not being here with the invisibility she required to survive living in a cruel dictator's hometown. She went to school with his children, so invisibility was hard work. As we danced closer to this past reality, she began to have some glimmers of how this experience morphed into either being smothered or disappearing. She gradually described feeling myself a little more, although she still had a difficult time staying present for more than a few moments with either of these polarized experiences. I experienced her as having a hard time landing in how the sociopolitical context she grew up in lived in and shaped her body. While she sometimes could offer a movement to express the unspeakable things she felt inside, these movements lacked energy or vitality and died out quickly. One day, feeling frustrated with my stuckness within our stuckness, I decided to approach her about playing with a movement practice originated by Emily Conrad called Continuum. At that point, Continuum was not a usual part of my work, but it is now central to all work that I do with trauma and the moving body. Acknowledging our stuck point, I asked her if she was willing to try something different and a little bit wild. She didn't hesitate, a yes. I explained Continuum's emphasis on respect for all movement, from the tiniest micro-movement to larger, more expressive movements, and how it privileged non-patterned, free-flowing, organic movements arising from our 70 to 80% watery body. I briefly demonstrated with the lunar breath, an inaudible but mighty oceanic breath that can initiate a sense of internal fluidity and often looks and feels wave-like. Emily also posited that it was a parasympathetic breath. I invited Anna to get comfortable and gave her options for remaining in her chair or lying on the floor. She chose to lie on a yoga mat so she could relax. I taught Anna the lunar breath and invited her to slowly fill her torso with it, allowing any sensations, micro-movements, or larger movements to express themselves. She grew very still, so still that I became concerned. There was no movement, just immense stillness. I breathed with her as I had promised to do, noticing all the little ripples moving inside me, curious about what she was noticing. After about 10 minutes, I saw the tiniest ripples on the skin above her chest, over the sternum, and in her neck and throat. She slowly opened her eyes, and they were moist. She smiled the slowest growing smile I've ever seen, and then she said, "I am home, in my body. I found my body home." With this contact to the deeper layers of her embodied experience and through conscious and mostly imperceptible movement, she made a powerful connection and landed in her own experience of her body. I have been protecting myself with all these layers above this deep, quiet place. I have been afraid to come here. I think I now know how to be in my body without being so afraid, she said. In my contact and connection sessions with Betty, we explored relaxing with yoga as she requested. These sessions consisted largely of me offering her specific sequences she could do on her own at home to support complaints such as fast breathing, not sleeping, and needing to calm down. I invited Betty to begin a daily practice of sitting in her chair overlooking the trees and birds. As she did this, I invited her to pay attention to changes in her breath, posture, sensation, until she could become more comfortable staying with her inner landscape. This practice enhanced her attentional capacity. When she first came to me, any sense of her inner world contributed to or amplified her panic. We continued the comfort and relaxed state she experienced sitting in her chair to the comfort and relaxed state she experienced with session-based yoga practices. This bridging of in-session and at-home experiences nourished her capacity to pay attention to her internal experience, interoception, in different environments. This in turn helped her become aware of the internal sensations and changes in her breathing that preceded her panic states. While in session one day, the image of dawn and dusk emerged, the time when she felt God closest to the earth. She described the skies she often saw while praying at these times. This memory became a visual memory and a cue to promote this relaxed, calm state. Like Anna, she landed in her body and contacted her innate ability to self-regulate, to be in connection with her body and therefore herself. Simultaneously, Betty's home play assignments expanded. Each week, after finding comfort and relaxation in her chair, looking at the trees she loved, she would walk a little farther, staying connected to the relaxed state. When she began to feel the internal sensations that preceded her panic states, she would go back, restore, and refresh, and then resume walking. She worked her way from the door to the room, to the door to her house, to the elevator of the building, to the door to the outside, and then a quarter, half, and a full block away. Weaving the narrative and meaning-making, acceptance and appreciation. As Betty progressed, she began to grieve the loss of freedom she experienced back home and the loss of home she experienced by being displaced to the United States. We began to process aspects of her traumatic loss. She and her husband were followed and threatened for many years, including threats to her children's lives. She had spent so much time in hiding, literally and figuratively, her movement repressed and oppressed, that she realized she had learned to always be running. Through our remembering of both the threats and the fear and terror she and her family navigated, and by her weaving in of the support her husband and other human rights defenders always offered, she recognized her current anxiety and panic states were from her conditioning to always be running. She was able to clearly express this as all the ways they changed my movements. The third phase, weaving the narrative, is a meaning-making phase. Meaning-making is not just cognitive. It weaves together sensation, movement, perception, emotion, cognition, spirit, and all aspects of how we make meaning. This is the phase in which the processing of traumatic memories is held. Not all memories need to or should be processed. The preceding phases enable us to identify with clients what haunts them most and what merits deeper work. Relative safety, dynamic stability, contact, and connection are consistent threads throughout the entire restorative process, like a braid. We continue to resource and source our clients as well as our own resilience and strength while we work through the trauma. It is in this phase that we offer space for grieving past experiences, acknowledging the harvests, both painful and helpful. We form, reconnect to, and share our story, grieving and celebrating as we can. A braid has 3 strands. The third strand is the third space, a term my teacher, Tony Lee, a Larakia medicine person, uses to describe the unique space we co-create when we work with another human being. Anna and I spent many months weaving her verbal and nonverbal narratives. Our mini continuum exploration expanded to much longer movement inquiries. I taught her more of the sounding practices of continuum. For example, O and E sounds made on long exhales. We often worked in her torso and spine and then extended out to her arms and legs. It is not always possible with complex trauma to begin somatic and movement work. For Anna, it was necessary. These longer conscious movement sessions, hybridizing continuum and dance therapy, were always accompanied by conversations about hiding. She often wept as she discovered how much of herself she kept hidden, emotionally and somatically. She recognized that she had protected herself with the ring of weight around her torso, and that acknowledging this would be essential to supplementing her hard work to lose this weight and to ease her depression. And lose weight she did. It began very slowly, and we celebrated each half-pound that her scale told her she had lost. As she continued to stabilize in her shifting states, shape and physical form, we went deeper into processing within memories of her childhood, images of horrible things that haunted her, things she knew and even withheld from her family, things she had seen when playing in remote fields as a child or walking to and from school. She cried for the first time over many of the things she endured, and she expressed some rage at what she and her childhood friends lived through now that she could experience a place where there wasn't as much direct threat. Integration, action. The final phase is integration, which refers to the process of incorporating the work done with clients' everyday life, called action in the moving cycle. Particularly to trauma, one way to conceptualize this is to place traumatic experiences in their rightful place. Many trauma models refer to putting it in the past, and this is true within the limits of linearity, yet our lives are neither singular nor linear. We spiral in and out of the felt sense of experiences between our feeling and interpersonal processing of experience. Our capacities to endure and stay present are also a spiral. It's not a window that we move up and down. It's a spiraling through the various manifestations of our humanness and embodiment while maintaining our attentional capacities. The past continues to influence us. It doesn't mean we will no longer be triggered or affected. It means we have restored our innate capacities to regulate, to ground, to remain centered and in ourselves in ways that don't undermine our living as they once did. The integration occurs on a continuum from neurophysiological to the cosmic or spiritual level, as illustrated in the continuum of human experience. We integrate all our experience as a spiral weaving that includes ancestors and future possibilities, so that the trauma we place in the past is part of what we weave right now. It's life-changing, and the full embodiment of that change is integration. For Anna, integration was steady and slow. After several months of meaning-making work, she was able to focus attention more consistently on the present. Increasingly, our sessions were filled with conversations about things she was engaged in now or future plans. She requested to see me less frequently as she was taking several exercise classes, swimming regularly, and working part-time. Eventually, she and her husband decided to fulfill a shared dream and move to the West Coast, away from both their families of origin. This was unusual in her culture and a powerful step into them both claiming their own design of their future. She was continuing to lose weight, and as they wanted to have a child, they both felt it would be better to be settled in their new home to do this. When Anna moved, she presented me with a lovely wrap she had made for me. The wrap draped and folded, and it moved like water when I wore it. This was intentional. She had come to associate her experience of her own body and our work as all the ways a human being can move and be in this world. I have learned how steady my body is, always there for me, and how, like water, it can change. A year or so later, I received a note from Anna that she was pregnant, at her desired weight, and loving living near the ocean. She described a very fulfilled life, having integrated her past consciously, which helped her find the courage to take actions she had previously only dreamed of. Betty's sessions ended more quickly. She wanted to get back to her work and find ways to support women's causes in the United States. As we worked through her longer ventures out of her apartment and into her neighborhood, she cultivated her ability to walk to a corner store and buy things she needed. We processed the loss of freedom she had internalized, and she began metabolizing these memories more quickly. It took 5 months until she was able to walk to the end of the block. In the remaining 3 months, she began walking to stores, going into stores, and interacting with people. She also began driving and was driving herself and a new friend to dance classes. At this point, she decided she had completed therapy. It is rare to have a typical closure for therapeutic work with refugees. Betty brought her entire family to my office with a cake they had baked for me, displaying a colorful thank you in sprinkles. We closed our work together with her stated commitment in front of all of us to keep moving farther and farther away from my calm and relaxed place, and any time I feel afraid, to recall the prayers of dawn and dusk and retreat to my calm place inside. Conclusion. Healing is a restorative process that is never a straight line. It might be better conceptualized as a spiral through a continuum of embodied human experience, a weaving of past, present, and the possibility of the future in our present moment conscious movements, all movements from the smallest to the grandest. For both my clients, working with conscious movement within the powerful and adaptable framework of the moving cycle supported them to reconnect to forgotten and repressed voices that for years had been hidden under literal somatic manifestations, such as Anna's weight, and symptomatic expressions, such as dissociation, anxiety, panic, and suffocation. These hidden voices slowly began to express as micro-movements and micro-moments that gave way to larger movements and patterns. Exploring these layers of expression helped us disrupt stuckness in movement and behavioral patterns associated with complex histories of traumatic exposure. RMP and the moving cycle offered these clients opportunities to reassociate with familiar, helpful, and easeful movements. We also co-discovered brand new movements that allowed them to access newer and more emergent possibilities in their bodies via their sensations, perceptions, emotions, movements, thoughts, and actions. Anna's history of silencing and hiding was due to living in proximity to a brutal and cruel dictator and her socially unfavorable position because of her tribal affiliation and ancestry. Betty lived in a country whose rulers blatantly discriminated and persecuted against her gender. Her courageous human rights activities amplified her exposure and her risk. Their many years of being silenced and oppressed disconnected them from who they truly were and are. Working with conscious movement in seemingly small ways birthed bolder movements that enabled Anna to redefine her body's shape and her own way of inhabiting her body. This allowed her to make decisions and take actions that she previously only dreamed of. Betty literally learned to move again, traveling to and from her home, something she had lost the ability to do. This restored her sense of self-worth and dignity, so she re-engaged with meaningful activity in her life. The moving cycle provided both clients a frame to explore within a safe-as-can-be context and allowed them to venture into new territories of the body, opening pathways to both familiar and new experiences of their unique humanity. Chapter 7. Moving the Self in Dialogue, a contextual and fluid process to identity exploration. Laia Yorba Galdos is a Catalan teacher, counselor, supervisor, and mentor, originally from Barcelona and currently residing in Colorado, the unceded land of the Cheyenne, Arapaho, and Ute tribes, among others. She holds counseling specialties in body psychotherapy and dance movement therapy. Her clinical interests include working with trauma in the individual and collective bodies, as well as exploring the embodied experience of migration. She is taught at different universities and lectures nationally and internationally. In all people I see myself, none more and not one a barley corn less. And the good or bad I say of myself, I say of them. And I know I am solid and sound. To me, the converging objects of the universe perpetually flow. All are written to me, and I must get what the writing means. And I know I am deathless. I know this orbit of mine cannot be swept by a carpenter's compass. I know I shall not pass like a child's carlicue, cut with a burnt stick at night. Walt Whitman, Leaves of Grass. Introduction. I'm alive and in motion. I am a grandchild, the child of my parents, a sister, a partner, and a friend. I am the dream of my ancestors and the wisdom of those that came before me. I am the whisper of my mother in a hurry and the playfulness and curiosity of my father. I am the surprise of spiritual openings in the midst of kindness, service, and urgency. I am the fire of fighters that preceded me and the wind of goddesses and witches. I am the vessel of trauma and pain and the promise of a kinder tomorrow. I am your witness and your reflection and the outcome of our intermingling together. When I look in the mirror now, who do I really see? When I try to describe who I am, the answer varies depending on the person in front of me and the context of our conversation. The answer also shifts moment to moment as we speak. I come up with new realizations about myself through the effort of putting my experiences into a coherent narrative and by the questions and feedback from the person I'm with. At times, like in the opening paragraph, I have defined myself through roles and relationships to others, such as being a child of my mother, a sister, or a partner. My identity can include my profession, which is often associated with my social value. If I use social categories to identify myself, such as gender, race, or ethnicity, even at an unconscious level, I feel a pull and push dance between what is externally projected on me through the gaze of the person I am talking to and my own internal sense of identity around these categories. What others project onto me as a female-identified body or an androgynous body, depending on the clothing of the day, will be in tension with my internal sense of gender and how I'm reacting to the gendered remarks of another. Other times, when asked about who I am, I reflect on my own personal characteristics. I'm determined, sensitive, and moved by service. Yet, even if some of these attributes were born with me, I do not receive them passively. They were either accentuated, supported, or muted by people around me. Other non-inherited qualities, like my focus on service, were and are shaped through interacting with situations and people that influenced my behavior, thoughts, and emotional world, which in turn have led me to serve others. Interestingly enough, I have an internal sense of the continuity of these attributes, as if I have always been the same person, dismissing how often I am editing this narrative for the sake of knowing who I am. In other situations, I am driven by others to think about where I come from, my ancestors, and my lineage. How far back should I trace these origins? My answer would wind all the way back to the formation of nations in Europe, which gave gradual rise to the construction of my Catalan culture, or just to the immediate cultural formation of my parents and grandparents. From any of these viewpoints, it is difficult to defend the idea of identity as something sturdy or permanent, being confronted by its constant movement and change. This lack of solidity becomes problematic in moments of increased uncertainty, such as our emergence from the COVID pandemic. Ideas of progress that were mainstream a few decades ago are being contested by the right and left. Social justice approaches are being challenged to incorporate more ecological and sustainable ways of thinking. Liberal and capitalistic markets are failing to deliver promised equilibrium. Extremism in politics holds on to the past while it dismantles foundations of democratic processes. Scientific gains are clashing with partial solutions and uncoordinated efforts, and we lack a consensual story that can give us hope for a better world and motivation for living. Social, political, professional, and familial spaces are increasingly becoming arenas of opposing identities that, instead of embracing movement and change to creatively manage our differences, foster a longing for fixed identities in an attempt to avoid uncertainty. Interrupting these dynamics requires us to embrace movement and change, bear the unknown, and let go of old ideas of who we have been or who others are. It also requires us to take the risk of being impacted by others without worrying about being inconsistent. I am advocating for a framework of exploration and embodiment of identities that is both fluid and solid, a movement practice that calls for the wisdom of body identity to adjust and adapt creatively to these challenges. This chapter envisions identity as a process. It envisions this process as developing fluidly in different contexts, which in turn could help us better adjust to increasingly shifting environments. The chapter first reviews two of the foundations of Western identity development theory, namely autonomy and continuity. Then the chapter explores non-Western ideas that support a more relational and ecological identity development. In exploring these foundations, I use identity to refer mostly to social locations of the person and the concept of self to refer to our sense of who I am and what I am. The final part of the chapter applies these concepts to a process-oriented exploration of identity through the lens of the moving cycle. The moving cycle is a therapeutic framework that facilitates ongoing and ever-changing processes, threading together internal and external experiences in a temporary but stable composition of the self that holds both fluidity and integrity. Although I use my work with therapy clients to illustrate the process of identity inquiry and formation, similar explorations can be applied in educational spaces, mindfulness practices, and creative endeavors. The myth of autonomy, envisioning the self in systems. One of the cornerstones of identity formation theories in Western societies is conceptualizing ourself as an autonomous entity that forms separately from the groups we belong to, from one another, and from nature. Some trace the first chronicled step toward individual separation to the Greek philosopher Plato, but it was not until Christian thinking matured in the Middle Ages that this philosophical thread, the specialness of the individual over collectives and nature, took root enough to support ideas of individuality. These roots unfold fully from modern political philosophers who conceived of the individual as the ultimate unit of society, displacing the tribe and the family as the foundations of social organization. The rise of these theories informed the development of modern liberalism, founded in the moral equality of every individual and the legal imperative to protect individual privacy and property rights. This paradigm enticed many to the promise of the liberation of the individual, but it simultaneously created the seeds of isolation and loneliness, where we gain a sense of autonomy and uniqueness, but are also expected to be self-sufficient at all times. Our tendency to feel pressured to resolve moments of distress in loneliness and place the responsibility of life's failures solely on ourselves can cause a constant uncertainty that explains many of the mental health struggles of the clients and students with whom I interact daily. This undercurrent of separate selves is palpable in mainstream identity and development theories in the West. Even though current formulations of these theories highlight the impact of the environment on us, the fundamental belief that individuals exist independently as agents needing to forge a path forward towards self-growth and individuation still pervades. Take, for instance, Erikson, one of the West's most classic and influential developmental psychologists. He placed the interactions between the individual and the cultural environment at the center of his theory. Erikson defined the ultimate stage of identity formation as the outcome of a crisis that involves a clash between personal and environmental forces that influence each other, but that also pre-exist without one another. This perspective continues to reinforce what I call the autonomy myth, a final stage of my self-development that is solid and ongoing across different situations. The notion of disconnected parts within a system that will influence each other but are essentially separate doesn't hold water in fields such as biology, ecology, or quantum physics, though these fields have yet to prove strong enough to counterbalance the weight and inertia of individualistic narratives in the West. But they do steer us toward a completely different way to conceptualize the self. One of these threads is the idea of dependent origination, which lies at the foundation of many Buddhist teachings that conceive of the world as woven of interconnected threads. In it, we only exist in relationship to everything else. In other words, our being is interbeing. We can also trace back the tenets of interconnectedness to many ancient and native cultures that have historically envisioned the self as co-belonging and coexisting. This is reflected, for instance, in the North American Native nations greeting, "All my relations," which refers to our interdependence with everything and everyone around us, nature and animal world, past and future generations, a system of oneness governed by principles of unity and radical equality. We are all a continuation of something and a result of something else, not in a linear trajectory, but in a fluid dance with everyone else around us. I am possible because of the confluence of many forces around me. Since the moment of conception, the infant develops in a cultural environment that not only interacts with the infant, but that also conditions their senses and perceptions, shapes their brain structures, and builds the substrate for relational interaction. Pregnancy itself cannot be studied outside societal influences, Bertau points out. The external expectations of rearing a child affect the way we orient and care for our babies and for ourselves, which in turn influences our developing infant. In addition, the rhythms of our movement and our verbal and nonverbal intonations are somatically and sensorially orienting our infant to their culture in an early synchronization of physiology and culture. As infants, all the stimuli that we receive through our bodily senses are integrated and interpreted, but most importantly, they shape our brain differently depending on what is needed in any situation. This includes visual depth, the acuteness of color perception, sound orientation, the importance of different objects, individualistic cultures, or holistic background orientation, collectivistic environments, to name a few. In a truly co-creative process, external information creates internal representations of the world around us, which become the lenses through which we see the world. As Fogel puts it, cognition and perception are not mirrors of reality, but relational processes. We are born with somatic and neurological structures of possibilities, but we cannot come to be whole without the environment. We can see this interdependence when we interact with others, in the process of relating to each other from early bodily touch between caregivers and their infants to the exchange of ideas between two adults, that our identities are discovered, formed, and transformed. It is the questions that you pose to me that allow me to reflect on who I am, and in my response to you, I am also shaping and influencing your understanding of yourself. Without this dialogue, we would not know ourselves. In a dynamic open system, we are never fully defined, but forming dynamically through the process of relating. The continuity of self, fixed versus fluid narratives. The second cornerstone of individualism is the idea of self-continuity, the idea that we are always the same as defined as our sense of the connection between our past, present, and future, and a retrospective and prospective capacity to make associations. The process of building our biography involves stitching together specific experiences to give ourselves the illusion of congruency over time. Although the story may feel solid, we are constantly adding new information and editing out incongruencies that do not align with our present idea of self. Hence, despite their fluid character, identities often feel and are experienced as if they are stable. This natural tendency to think of our identities as objective and permanent is made worse in moments of increased anxiety, as we can see in both progressive and conservative sides of the political spectrum. On one hand, some of us with marginalized identities resort to arguments of identity differences as a way to defend our group rights and advance political causes. On the other hand, many of us with privileged identities hold on to conservatist ideas of identity, fueled by the fear of being pushed off the pedestal of privilege. Additionally, we can also see some forms of essentialism in how we pursue ancestral identities through DNA analysis and historical reconstructions of family lines. This seems to be uniquely specific to the U.S., where many Black communities have lost the continuity of their lineage due to slavery's practices of separation and silencing, but also in many white Americans who are disconnected from their cultural origins and traditions. The traumatic interruption of what would have been naturally the fluid transmission of lived identities often leaves us with a grasping for an unknown, distant cultural heritage. In the need to be seen and known, in an attempt to find a sense of belonging, and in the process of defending the fundamental rights of the self, we often default towards self-continuity, essentializing something that is mutable and fluid, and we end up holding on to self-images too tightly. Essentialism, in a way, is connected to the need to clarify identity, but often it is held in rigid juxtaposition to others, fueling prejudices, stereotypes, and the perpetuation of oppression. We cannot ignore the role of self-continuity in the well-being of the individual and collectives, but these identities are more adaptive if held in softness. For instance, we can conceptualize gradual and progressive changes to our sense of self, which has both elements of permanence, we can relate to who we were a few months or years ago, and malleability, but maybe not relate as much to who we were several years back. From another angle, self-continuity is not always a positive attribute, specifically when we hold a negative concept of ourself that is perceived as a permanent trait. In these instances, these beliefs of who we are become a roadblock for personal transformation. For instance, believing that I have always lacked motivation or have addictive tendencies without leveling this narrative with other counterbalancing facts reduces my own likelihood of change. Additionally, in times of major life ruptures, such as during migration or the loss of a job, ideas of who we are based on our past experiences may not be adaptive to new realities and needs. These outdated self-concepts can become the fuel for unresolved grief and emotional and cognitive rigidity. The concepts of identity and the self can be difficult to work with due to their shifting nature, which is also dependent on context. Holding on to individualistic ideas of the self as separate and ubiquitous is proving to be non-adaptive to a rapidly changing world, while also feeding mental health struggles of separateness and loneliness. We have much to gain by seeing identity as a process, a practice of conscious movement. This is what I intend to look at now, focusing specifically on applying these lenses and the moving cycle to identity exploration. Searching for the self in therapy, the moving cycle approach. As Christine Caldwell has defined in the introduction to this book, the unifying principle of life and how the self relates to life is movement. The moving cycle framework allows therapists to use this process of inquiry in counseling and bridges therapeutic explorations to the outside world in a more embodied and conscious way. The moving cycle is a therapeutic lens, an intervention tool, an ethical endeavor, and a radical action project, providing a guideline for clients to come to terms with shifting identities and to engage with the world in its challenges adaptively. The moving cycle offers us the opportunity to pay attention to and participate mindfully in forming and redefining these identities as an open system in perpetual motion, but also an empowered embodiment of identities. Because clients bring many inquiries about self and identity into therapy, I have opted to provide different examples and presentations to illustrate these explorations. The disadvantage of this approach is that I will not be able to detail the interventions and therapeutic tools for each of the examples and phases of therapy. The advantage is that multiple illustrations as variations of the same theme will give you a sense of how to apply creative possibilities to different projects of identity exploration, both in therapy and in other fields. I do think that for the purpose of this chapter, breadth is better than depth. Here are some of the general examples that I refer to throughout. A client who feels a sense of estrangement from their relatives as a result of polarization around political positions and party lines. B, a Black client who only knows their ancestry lines up to their grandmother. C, a client who emigrated to the U.S. for political reasons, who experiences relative safety as well as loss from leaving behind what was nurturing and known. D, a mestizo client who has never felt any belonging to a specific community. E, a very exhausted gender-fluid client who is working at a nonprofit for the advancement of gender-affirming rights and care. And F, an adolescent who does not feel at home in her own skin, trying to impress her peers and feeling the need to repress parts of herself to be accepted. In what follows, I review the 4 stages of the moving cycle as I apply them to the exploration of these identities and the self in therapy. 1. Awareness of the shifting and contextual self in dialogue. 2. Owning the experience of interrelational being. 3. Appreciation and integration of the new capacity of being. 4. Action feedback loop, how to be in an interrelational world. Awareness of the shifting and contextual self in dialogue. We cannot move with clarity if we do not first know where we stand. When distress around identities is present in therapy, clients tend to be at 2 different points on the spectrum of identity. Either they do not know who they are, which often presents as depression and anxiety, or they are trying to hold tight to identities that feel threatened in some way, which normally shows up as pain, exhaustion, and anger. Any kind of action from these positions is bound to be unclear and reactive, and as a consequence can potentially lead them to feeling more separated and isolated. The therapist must first increase the client's clarity by bringing mindful attention to their internal processes during the awareness phase. With those who are at a loss for who they are, we might begin with something as simple as noticing, getting familiar with the experience of being at a loss. I might guide the client to attend to this experience mindfully and gently, holding back judgment and observing internal sensations, emotions, and beliefs with a descriptive stance. I might then guide the client to explore more consciously the potential anchors of the self underlying that fog, offering the simple and open prompt, I am, and encouraging the client to listen or observe the emerging internal impacts. I would ask the client to allow the prompt to land inside and to notice micro responses that they can verbalize using descriptive words. The purpose is not to find an answer to the prompt yet, but to notice its impact, sense the body's response to the inquiry, and witness the somatic experience that emerges. As the client slows down, keeps repeating the inquiry, I am, and lets the body move in response, associations in the form of emotions, images, memories, and sensations may arise. I encourage this bottom-up approach, helping to hold back narratives and explanation in favor of what is emerging in the present moment. If the client begins on the opposite pole with a rigid sense of their identities, I might still orient them to explore these identities with the same process of embodied mindfulness and a descriptive stance, attending to their somatic experiences of these identities. Here, the client starts with a complete statement as a prompt. I am, fill in the blank. For example, I am a mother, or I am Black, and opens up to the deep listening of the somatic experience. In the process of moving these identities, some associations with images, emotions, and memories may arise. I help the client first acknowledge these associations and then let them go to see what comes up next. In the process of observing the fluid nature of these experiences, the client gradually holds to these identities less rigidly. Identities exist in a web of relationships. Therefore, I make sure to contextualize awareness practices by placing the client in different relational scenarios. I might first support the client in imagining themselves in a specific cultural or environmental setting, and then begin the same open practice of mindful awareness to the inquiry, I am, or I am, fill in the blank. For instance, the activist client presented earlier explored their internal experience of gender identity, imagining themselves in different types of communities or social scenarios. At a wedding with mostly heterosexual couples, in a drag party, in a demonstration for abortion rights, in their childhood neighborhood in Oklahoma. In each of these scenarios, the prompt, I am non-binary, elicited different angles and explorations of the somatic experience of that contextualized identity. With the mestizo client, I helped contextualize the inquiry sequentially in each of his two families of origin, and helped open a mindful awareness of what movement arose when he was primed with different elements of his heritage. For the purpose of exploring self-continuity, I would bring the client's attention to their chronological story. Here, the prompt could be something like, when did you first learn this way of being in the world? But instead of a narration, the client continues to observe somatic responses and arising associations. This may lead the client to body memory associations of how these identities formed, which further supports them in softening their hold on some of those identities by identifying their social origin. If exploring self-discontinuity, the inquiry I am, or I am, fill in the blank, is complemented by this prompt later in the session. Back then I was, or back then I was this kind of, fill in the blank. This prompt again facilitates an increased perception of progressive shifts, simultaneously holding elements of change and continuity. In exploring self-continuity, it can also be important to evoke the lineage of the client's ancestors. Inviting prior generations into the room through imagery and supporting the client to bring awareness to their internal experience as they relate to their ancestors is a powerful experience of inquiry that brings bodily sensations, movement impulses, and a breadth of emotions. Many clients have a sense of disconnect from their ancestry line, like the mestizo who never knew the tribes he came from because of the practices of silencing those traditions by the white part of his family. Even though he did not know and could not trace the names of these ancestors and their specific stories, he experienced body feelings, sensations, and transmissions at the preconscious and collective level through nonverbal cues. In cases like these, I physically place the client in different locations in the room that represent generations of ancestors. I invite the client to be in that space while holding the awareness of these generations and opening themselves to emerging bodily experiences. Just physically holding a space with awareness allows sensory states and bodily movements to surface that were previously unknown, often accompanied by emotions, yet rarely associated with memories. Through this process, the client starts to awaken the thread of intergenerational being, metabolizing old suffering and connecting themselves to the embodied experiences of intergenerational resiliency. The sense of continuity of the self not only relates to ancestors, but also to the generations of tomorrow. Embracing this perspective increases the sense of responsibility, but also reduces the urgency of having to take action alone. With the activist client working at the nonprofit for gender rights, it seemed especially important to connect with the resiliency of the origins of the movement, of all prior generations who were able to plant seeds for more inclusive rights, but also to connect with future generations who will continue the fight when the client is gone. By helping the client contextualize rights advocacy and embody this historical perspective, I worked to lessen their sense of urgency and increase their capacity to focus on their experience of being in the present. This allowed them to clarify what actions to take and when, increasing the sustainability of these actions in this lifetime and reducing their burnout. Finally, part of this process of contextualized awareness is helping the client bring attention to the eyes of the external witness. For the adolescent client, this meant helping her to increase awareness of the impact of her peers, the internal sensations that the peers triggered in her, and the consequent impulses she had to hide or suppress parts of the self, while simultaneously feeling the longing to connect. I facilitated the client not only to pay attention to her own internal experience, but also to oscillate out and investigate her own impact on others. The process helped to increase awareness of the interrelational feedback loop of actions and responses between herself and others. The focus was not yet on making decisions or clarifying actions, but increasing somatic consciousness and literacy of the interconnectedness between all things. The focus of the awareness phase is on sharpening the client's perception and mindfulness of their present moment experience of identities. The client awakens to what feels alive and present, and also has access to parts of the self that may have been hidden or lost. This process also helps with the awareness of what parts of the self are stable across context and time. It becomes the first step in the consolidation of self-continuity, but also helps identify and understand how the self is socially shaped and transformed by everything around it, which also helps in identifying discontinuities of the self. Additionally, the process of paying attention and bringing awareness increases the client's capacity to tolerate intense states, which in turn starts regulating those states. Here lies the first paradox. Paying attention to what emerges in the present moment starts the process of transformation. This naturally leads to the owning phase. Owning the experience of interrelational being. Following the organicity of the awareness phase, change starts to occur. When change is mindfully facilitated, the client can participate in the wisdom of their inner capacity for self-actualization. They shed stuck forms of hurt, and new forms of emergent presence develop. When the client trusts the organicity of their body, my task is to provide them structure and encouragement so they can move and metabolize stuck emotions, and to support the client as they organize the movement into a new way of being. When clients explore identities in the owning phase, a common theme is the emergence of intense waves of grief of lineages that have been lost, but also other strong emotions, such as anger, shame, or fear of losing who they are. As I work to create a space for the client to process these emotions, I coach the client in observing and being in the emotional experience, supported by the triangle of sensing, movement, and breathing. Little by little, this facilitates the sequencing and metabolizing of affect. I can also coach the movement by asking the client, how does the grief, anger, want to move your body? And I can support the client in listening to their body's narrative of the emotions as they unfold. I can even mirror or accompany the client with similar movements, almost as if I am saying without words, this is okay, giving permission, or I can handle this, being the external container of the process. It might also be important and powerful to place this emotional processing in context. For instance, the Black client moved their grief in the presence of imagined ancestors who can receive this grief and externally regulate it, activating a collective sense of holding the pain. For the activist client, it felt important to situate their pain and their determination to continue the fight within a community of like-minded individuals who could witness the movement of these emotions. Another common occurrence when the client is exploring identities in a chronological and contextual way is that collective resources emerge for the client, and they reclaim parts of these identities that feel congruent to their self. For instance, the mestizo client explored the prompt, I am, which brought forward his mother's and father's respective families of origin, opened up the identification of resources tied to specific environments, and brought a breadth of possibilities for the client's regulation. In this case, I helped the client identify what felt resourcing and what did not in each cultural context. After identifying these resources, such as the specific songs or the smell of food, I supported the client in embodying them through a practice of noticing the impact on the client's lived experience, letting that impact grow and be felt internally, and then expanding it with movement to the whole body. The result was a unique reclamation of hybrid identities, crystallized in new meaning-making and embodied beliefs. I am a mestizo, and this is what that means to me today in this time and space. The client furthered the embodiment of this experience by moving in response to the new meaning-making, from the first gesture to a full sequence of movements generalized to the whole body. He started with a tentative sense of groundedness and lifted his head, a clear body marker from one side of his racial upbringing, while having some movement in the hips from his other racial identity. He then played with this polarity for a while, increasing his awareness of body-centered racial cues as anchors, but also playing with the relationship between solid ground and fluid movement. This helped him to notice how the different parts of his body moved in a more integrated sequence as he walked around the room, finding a body narrative that reflected the particular experience of his mestizo identity. Transitions between identities and contexts are another relevant theme when exploring embodied identities. Supporting the client to move between two culturally different contexts can help them organize their body in a fluid manner that supports a more coherent choreography of the self. Let's look at the female-identified client relocating from Afghanistan to Colorado for political reasons. First, The client somatically explored her experience of being a woman back in Kandahar. Second, she repeated this body inquiry of her gender identity and expression in Denver. And finally, she engaged in consciously moving back and forth between these two cultural spaces that had been placed on two opposite sides of the room. The client was increasingly aware of the continuous shift of her bodily organization, attending to the costs and tensions she experienced in both locations, but also of elements of a strength that she could reclaim as the underlying force supporting her migration journey. In the choreography of moving back and forth between the two countries, the client was able to come up with a movement sequence that was less effortful and more resourceful. She was also able to enrich this movement with associated cultural images, key memories in the formation of those identities, and emerging emotions that she was able to move and process for the first time. Finally, another common theme in the owning phase is the process of identity discernment. Any live system is protected by permeable boundaries that allow nutrients in and push toxins out. In our alive identity system, discernment becomes a crucial capacity. It helps us consciously claim the parts of our identity that feel good and keep out projected identities that feel toxic. The process of discernment in the therapy room helps us embody softer and gentler boundaries that are solid but feel less effortful and exhausting. For instance, the client with relatives at the other end of the political spectrum practiced delineating physical boundaries with their hands, which helped them to feel an embodied sense of limits that was more grounded and less explosive. The boundary for the client contained internal messages that said, "This is me," and "It's okay to be me," and external messages that said, "This is not me, and it is okay to be you." Part of the practice for the client was to remain open to dialogue with their relatives while also speaking to what felt internally congruent. Appreciation and integration of the new capacity of being. As the exploration and processing of the owning phase settles, the client is able to appreciate the difference of this new state. The appreciation phase is focused on nurturing something that is emerging and on increasing the possibility of embodying this outside the therapy room. In my work, I help the client to create ease and comfort in embodying this new experience, savoring it and enjoying a more resourced and congruent state, letting it organically expand throughout their being, somatically, emotionally, and cognitively, to make it a more familiar and fuller experience. The adolescent client felt prouder of her values and less shy or worried about rejection as she held healthier boundaries that helped her discern what friends to invest in and how to voice her opinions and values. The immigrant client brought a sense of knowing her origins and was able to move in the world with the support of her ancestors while simultaneously embracing the possibility of more freedom in her new neighborhood. The mestizo client was able to embody a hybrid sense of identity that feels congruent wherever he is, dismantling a prior sense of never being enough. This new state is not a unitary fusion of prior fragmented parts, but a temporary hybrid identity that serves as a container of the many selves within each of us. Even more important than this state are the capacities emerging from the identity exploration process. These include the capacity to remain open to the abundance of inputs, the possibility of organizing movement within to prevent freezing, and the trust in shifting between states with more presence and ease. Helping clients embody this state of being, and even more importantly, the capacity to explore these states, supports the client distancing from a sense of fixed identity that can feel too rigid at times. Appreciation supports finding a version of ourselves that is solid while it is still open and in dialogue. Action feedback loop. How to be in an interrelational world. With this increased sense of capacity and clarity, action unfolds as a logical and organic next step. When the client knows in an embodied manner their location in the place of things, it is clearer what to stand up for, what actions they need to take, and how to take them and engage with others in the world. Again, the orientation is not only about what, but also about the process of engaging. In therapy, we explore the action phase by helping the client imagine their new identities in different situations, so they notice not only how they can continue nurturing, embodying, and being in those states, but also explore the impact of that way of being in their relationships. I work to help the client to visualize how they move, respond, and stand in relation to others with a sense of integrity. The Black client chose appropriate responses in front of microaggressions while assessing for safety. The client with an estranged family chose to move beyond confrontation and submission in a family celebration. The mestizo client reclaimed with empowerment and clarity his hybrid identity in different contexts in a way that highlighted the strength and creativity of new fusions. The adolescent client impacted and inspired other teens to reclaim their authenticity. By visualizing these different scenarios and somatically rehearsing how to respond, I try to help the client bridge the learning and therapy to future encounters outside the world. Embracing an open system in the action phase also means listening to internal and external inputs regarding when to take action and when to rest, knowing when to push forward or take a break, how to pick battles, and how and when to choose play. The action phase helps clients listen and attune to the dialogue between doing and non-doing, action and rest, tension and release. In the case of the gender rights activist, it is a process of ongoing inquiry to allow for rest and action in a way that is less reactive to a sense of urgency and more responsive to integrity of the self, which in turn has a ripple effect on the other people around them, creating more sustainability for the gender-affirming rights movement overall. Final thoughts. This chapter has reviewed the shortcomings of theories of the self and identity formation rooted in individualism, including the increasing difficulty of responding to current societal challenges and the mental health corollaries of isolation and fear. With the inspiration of frameworks of interrelational developmental theories and interbeing philosophies, I have advocated for an idea of the self as an open system embedded in contexts and in fluid motion. This perspective connects to conscious moving and specifically to the moving cycle framework to support clients' explorations of identities in therapy. Within this contour, clients move through a process of somatic awareness, processing and claiming their own temporary sense of self, appreciating the emerging hybrid forms of identity, and clarifying their actions in the world. This specific embodiment of identities provides both the stability and flexibility needed to respond to challenges with clarity and creativity. In the future, it will also be paramount to apply this lens not only to the individual, but also to the identities of groups and collectives. I believe that an open system perspective applied to identity group formation and transformation can integrate the diversity within groups while maintaining cultural practices important for collective well-being. It will also support intercultural dialogues by allowing the co-creation of new ways of being together.